So next one, DRS. Memang
Kau letak je lah tu. Weh, mak ay.
Bu 5. gelişim. PMGC benim mekanım. Herkes ayağına denk kalsın.
Sorry guys.
Hello, nama saya Keluk daripada tim Selcom DG Alliance.
Hello, saya Jimmy daripada Selcom DG Alliance.
Halo, aku Nerpeko. Halo, aku Mercy.
Hello guys, this is Killerworthy from DRS Gaming.
This is Sleepy from DRS Gaming.
Merhabalar, ben Regnum Karyabura takımından Saylas.
Ben de Loxy.
Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bugün Grup Yeşil'in sıralama tahminini yapacağız. Hepinize iyi seyirler.
Yang pertama adalah kita sendiri, RRQ di real. Kita mau taruh diri kita di mana nih?
Tengah-tengah.
Tengah-tengah. Berarti kita kedua.
Iyalah.
RQ'yu 9'a 10'a koyalım.
Ver. Niye ona koydun?
Yani eskiden çok iyi oynuyorlardı. Şu an çok iyi değiller yani, eski kadrosu değil. O yüzden ona koydum.
So Void Donkey ni saya merasakan biasanya first day and last day dia baru akan perform. Mungkin saya letakkan
12.
12.
Sebelahan lah.
Sebelahan. Kenapa kau taruh video di sebelahan?
Biar ini aja, sesama Indo kiri kanan.
Sama Indo kiri kanan.
Iya.
Oh, Team Secret.
Team Secret. So first time juga?
First time tak ada. Aku rasa
Okay,
lah.
kau letak
Aku random je.
Team Secret. Dos mana gimana?
Nah.
Good team.
Okay, Selcom DJ Lions team kita orang. So saya predict mesti ada dalam top 3. Saya predict
Kau pilih tengah-tengah.
realistic.
Ya.
Sabar, kita taruh dia di 4 karena dia suka banget finish di 4 di
Oh,
PPLCH.
Oh, oke, kita taruh di 4 ya.
Iya, taruh di 4 ya. Yang kita taruh di 4.
Number no team.
Alhamdulillah.
They're good teams.
Next team dek.
Boyfriend.
Bukan. Bukan boyfriend.
Eh,
Nama
BF.
je BF tapi brute force.
Nama.
Nama
Kasih nama.
brute force.
Brute Force bizim bölgenin takımı. Çok garip oynuyorlar ya. Bence
İlk 5'e yaz ya.
ilk 5'ten çıkarlar.
Oh, ya merak dulu. Good team.
Ben bizi 3. sıraya koymak istiyorum.
Hadi yani biz birinci çıkacağız.
Oğlum büyük konuşma işte ya.
RCB.
Ada ini.
Ada bekas
Silas.
Bekas PMGC punya champion. Saya predict top 5 lah.
RCB. Wala. GC winner sama dos. Mati नहीं रहा. Dia mati नहीं रहा.
Let's put them in here.
So,
राम्रो team oynuyor.
राम्रो team.
77 var. Bunlar da çok garip oynuyorlar ya. Bunlar ilk 3'e de gidebilir, girmeyebilir. Ama bunları da 7'ye koysana.
77 juga nih, dia yang ngambil skill kita ya. Kamu dibawa aja ah.
So next one STE.
Dia orang ngeri gak?
Team lama tapi player baru. So bagi saya mungkin team ni underdog lah. 8.
ST.
Ini lah tak.
Utamakan ya. Afni di dalam tim.
Nomor 3.
Oh, masih dah terus.
Ayun.
4MV. The regional champions for ni
Sekejap.
The strongest right now
Çok kardeşimiz iyi oynuyor. Birinci sıradan çıkarlar.
I'm reason को बेस्ट टीम हो सो म चाहिँ 1 में राखेको अलhamdulillah 5 मा राखौँ दोस्त बी हम्बल
We are humble.
Yer kalmadı ya, mecbur oraya koyalım yani.
Aynen.
Üstü koymak
Her takım iyi aslında burada da yani.
DRS bagus sih dia outernya.
Di sini
kuat.
sih menurut gua nih,
Tengah-tengah
berdua
lah
lah.
ya, tengah-tengah.
Rebutan lah mereka berdua.
Sama kita ada juga sebenarnya yang rebutan sama kita Lil, yang
Siapa
kita
tuh?
waspadai. Ini dia, sang kuda. Sang kuda ini bahaya nih.
Tim Liquid, onlar da iyi.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, Wayne.
I'm so sorry bro.
Sorry, VC.
Sorry CAG. No disrespect.
Kita orang letak dia orang dekat situ sebab dia orang pun first time PMGC kan. So kita tak boleh expect lah. Tapi boleh jadi gak miracle jadi kat dia orang. Tiba-tiba dia orang perform, boleh je. And kita orang harapkan yang terbaik je untuk dia orang.
Kendimizi 3'e koymamın sebebi de çok büyük konuşmayı sevmeyen birisiyim ben. Yani hayırlısı deyip geçiyorum yani.
Musuh terbesar mungkin lebih ke diri kita sendiri juga sih. Itu paling penting ya. Soalnya ego masing-masing tuh kadang kan kayak walaupun terlihat kayak blunder kecil tapi impact-nya besar bagi tim.
So inilah prediction kita orang untuk Group Green PMGC ni.
लाइभमा आएर सबैजनाले डिआरएस गेमलाई सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला धन्यवाद
Bye bye.
They stay alive. All 4 of them go, and it is not going to stop here.
Sadece şan ve şöhret için değil, sınırlarımızı zorlamakla ilgili.
It's not just about winning. It's about the sweat and tears that got you here.
Ini bukan tentang sebuah kesuksesan, ini adalah tentang gimana kita bangkit setelah kita jatuh.
Ini adalah demi mereka yang telah menyokong kami akan membawa semula kebanggaan kepada mereka. And this time,
We will give it our all.
To be the one. Yani yeni bir takımım vardı. Sadece o yüzden Dünya Kupası'na çıkamamıştım. Şimdi ama buradayız. Kendi gücümüzü ve kendi gücümü de tekrar göstereceğime inanıyorum. Herhangi bir şeyi sorgulamadım normal. Girdim, oyunumu oynadım ve çıktım ben. Çok fazla kasmıyorum yani.
PMGC सेकेन्ड भएको चाहिँ कुनै पनि नेपाली टिमको लागि सबभन्दा ठुलो अचिभमेन्ट थियो। योपालि चाहिँ हामी आफ्नै रेकर्ड बिट गर्नको लागि चाहिँ तयारी गरेका छौँ। कम्पिटिसन चाहिँ हामीभित्र नै हो, सो हामी आफ्नै रेकर्ड बिट गरेर #1 हुन ट्राई गर्नेछौँ।
Kita semua di hari terakhir PMSL saya kemarin, kita semua diberi video dukungan orang tua kita. Di hari terakhir itu bikin semangat kita tuh beda lah. Kita punya tujuan untuk membanggakan orang tua kita.
Saya harap bakat-bakat Malaysia dekat sini semua boleh keluar dan masuk dalam e-sport sini. Saya rasa banyak je lagi bakat-bakat baru nanti. Dengan kejuaraan ini, Malaysia boleh tunjukkan lah yang bakat-bakat Malaysia ni semua power.
Umarım hak ettiğinizi alırsınız. Tek bir hedef, tek bir odak noktası, o da ünvanla ayrılmak. Biz buraya kazanmaya ve izimizi bırakmaya geldik.
सबै टिमहरू जित्नको लागि खेलिरहेको होला, तर डिआरएफले पनि अन्डर एस्टिमेट चाहिँ नगर। हामी चाहिँ गेमको लागि रेडी छौँ, सेकेन्ड प्लेसले हामीलाई पुगेको छैन।
Untuk semua masalah yang kita hadapi, kita akan lebih kuat dari sebelum. Perhatikan kita di sini bukan cuma ngisi slot.
Semua power tak dianut, tapi untuk for MV tu hati-hati lah. Sebab rotation kita pun sama, jangan pandang rendah dekat kita orang.
We will get it up! From the depth, we rise as one. Relentless, resilient, ready. For the flag, for the glory.
Only the fierce can survive in the 2024 PUBG MOBILE Global Championship League stage. There are 16 elite squads in Group Green that will face off, but only 3 will advance to the Grand Finals. Those in 4 to 11 must claw their way through the survival stage, joining 16 other teams from Group Yellow and Red, while the bottom 5 will face elimination. The stakes are high, making every match critical and every play unforgettable. This is a battle where anyone can be the one. At the helm of Regnum Karya Bra Esports, Silas, a 5-year PUBG Mobile veteran and proud 2022 PMGC champion title holder, leads them with the same fire that once took him to the global stage peak. With his unwavering passion and deep love for the game, he rallies his team, pushing them forward to victory. For RCB, it's not just about winning, it's about reclaiming glory together. Do they have what it takes to return to the top? Hailing from Nepal, DRS Gaming embodies resilience. Once holding the runner-up spot in 2022 PMGC, they aim to overcome the obstacles of CSA region. Now they are here to be the one. Driven by a spirit that refuses to back down and a team full of selfless individuals who support each other, will they finally have their moment of glory? This year, For Miracle Vibes have been unstoppable, with Doc securing MVP titles in PMSL and building momentum. Many local fans and experts say they are better than Alpha 7, and they might just be the next global champion, with an intense hunger for victory that will stop at nothing to achieve world dominance. Are we going to witness the rise of the next global superstar? Representing Malaysia, Selcom DG Alliance is on a mission to bring home their first world championship. Dubbed the Uncrowned King by Malaysian fans, K-Luke and Alliance struggle to claim the throne as they consistently achieve top 4 throughout this year's PMSL seasons. They fight not only for themselves but for the pride of the nation, hungry for victory on the global stage. Will Alliance finally claim the crown? Group Green is stacked with passion, power, and purpose. 16 teams are looking to prove themselves. Who will advance to London? Who will scrape through the survival stage? And who will face the heartbreak of elimination? The fight begins November 14th at 10:45 UTC. Tune in and don't miss a moment, because anyone can be the one. Welcome back, PUBG Mobile fans. The 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage continue with Group Green, where top teams battle fiercely to secure a spot in the PMGC Grand Finals in London. In this week's intense group stage, we have witnessed powerhouse teams battling neck and neck trying to qualify, each one determined to claim one of the 3 coveted spots in the Grand Finals. First up, Navi made an incredible push towards the Grand Finals. In the second to last match on day 4, they unleashed overwhelming firepower, securing a chicken dinner with 16 elimination points.
And Navi.
This powerful win knocked out a rival team and lifted Navi to the top of the leaderboard and earned them a well-deserved ticket to the Grand Finals. TJB Esports had a bumpy start in the early days of League, but they quickly found their stride, showcasing true Chinese strength.
Another chicken dinner coming through today. This is how you make a bid for the top 3.
Their explosive gameplay on day 3 carried through day 4, locking in their top 3 position in Group Red and securing a slot in the Grand Finals. Nigma Galaxy has made an impressive comeback this season. Led by Raouf, their new roster has been on fire, consistently finishing in the top 3 on day 1 and 2. Though they slipped to the top 5 on day 3, they fought back on the final day to reclaim their top 3 spot, finishing strong with a total of 172 points. Their unwavering determination has officially earned them a well-deserved spot in PMGC final stage. IWNRX, a veteran Turkish powerhouse, started strong by amazing high elimination points, even reaching the top spot on day 2, without a single chicken dinner. A standout performance in their success was this season player's IWNRX Z-Wolf, whose stellar performance earned him the weekly MVP for Group Red. Showcasing amazing skill and resilience throughout the tournament, he achieved an impressive 41 eliminations and dealt over 10,000 damage during this week's group stage, firmly establishing himself as one of the top contenders in the group. The fan-favorite Mongolian powerhouse, Falcons Force, faced the challenging start on day 1 and day 2. Despite the intense pressure, they managed to secure 2 chicken dinners in a row, showcasing their resilience. However, early eliminations in some matches made it difficult for them to get a break in the top 3. Now they head to the survival stage, aiming to reclaim their spot in the PMGC Grand Finals. ASIA Esports, a veteran team from Pakistan, faced setbacks in last season's PMGC but has returned stronger this season. They kicked off Group Red with the first chicken dinner, showcasing resilience and consistency, racking up high elimination points, even games with early knockouts. Despite their strong performance, they finished in the top 6 and now will head to survival stage. ASIA exciting gameplay has truly added intensity to the competition and has surprised a lot of fans. Other teams like FaZe were struggling to break into the top ranks from day 1 to 3, remaining on the page 2 of the overall standing. However, they found their rhythm on day 4, refusing to back down, climbing up to the top 7. They now head to survival stage for one final chance for a spot at the PMGC Grand Finals. Team Queso, a formidable team from South America, faced near elimination throughout the league. However, on day 4, they deliver a crucial 15-point game, securing their spot in the survival stage. Now they have one final opportunity to prove their worth. Alter Ego Aries showcased impressive elimination points but struggled to maintain consistent gameplay throughout the league stage. Once again, challenges from past seasons preventing them from securing a spot in PMGC Finals.
Our goal is win, but it will be hard, but we will try.
我们也是进决赛的吧，也不要怕我们吧，有点就能撞吧。
This group was really tough for us. It's been hard 4 days. We've been fighting every match.
PUBG Mobile fans, that's a wrap for Group Red. Stay tuned as these teams continue to showcase their determination and skill in the fight for a spot in the Grand Finals in London. Let's see who rises to the top. Join us for the upcoming matches in Group Green. You won't want to miss out.
Metro Royale Chapter 23 coming soon. We've added new content in this update, as well as improved the controls. Let's check them out. In terms of gameplay, there is a new enemy in Misty Port and Arctic Base, the saber-toothed tiger. It appears in different parts of the map. If you come across it, try defeating it to get lots of supplies. At the same time, we've also added winter crates. They spawn randomly in Misty Port and Arctic Base. Open them to get lots of supplies. Remember, keep an eye out for them. As for game experience improvements, we've added a teammate equipment return feature. In the unfortunate event that your teammate doesn't make it back with you, they will leave their equipment behind. But not to worry, for you are around. Pick up their equipment, which is marked by the teammate icon, and evacuate successfully with it to automatically return it to your teammate, reducing their losses. In this update, we have also made improvements to the lockbox. When you place items into the lockbox, you can decide on how many items to store. This should help you manage high-value items in your backpack. Additionally, you can now also mark supply crates. When you aim at a supply crate, you can mark it on the map using the universal mark button. Your friends will be able to see the mark, helping them locate the supply crate. Furthermore, we've also added a GameWiki access point to the lobby, which makes accessing guides much easier. Use GameWiki to look for Metro Royale tutorials, fun video clips, and more. Oh, and Metro Royale Chapter 23 collectibles and honor rewards have been updated. Don't forget to get your collectibles and increase your honor level to collect great rewards. That's all for the Metro Royale Chapter 23 updates. The season will begin on November 13th. Survivors, get ready for combat. May you evacuate safely with bountiful loot. Fortune favors the brave.
Welcome back from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for another intense week of the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage. Last week, Root Red gave us a nail-biting finish with Nigma Galaxy being able to clinch their spot in the Grand Finals by just 1 point. This week is going to be Group Green's turn. The stage is set and I'm ready to welcome the teams. Here we go. RRQ Rio of Indonesia. Celcom DG Alliance from Malaysia. Boing Donkey ID representing Indonesia. From Vietnam, Team Secret. D+ Kia from Korea. Kagosaka of Japan. Stalwart Esports representing Mongolia. 77 of Georgia. From China, Thunder Talk Gaming. The Vicious, representing Mexico. Regnum Karya Bra Esports from Turkey. Brute Force of United Arab Emirates. From Brazil, Team Liquid. Influence Rage of Brazil. DRS Gaming from Nepal. From Mongolia, for Miracle Vibes. PUBG Mobile fans, with everything on the line, I want to know from you at home, which 3 teams will clinch their spot in the Grand Finals as Group Green action starts now.
Hey guys, 8WG here. Did anyone hear do Brazil? Team Liquid in the house. Do Brazil! Do Brazil! That's all I got. It's really early in the morning here over in Europe, and I completely caught Hot Chicks and Max off guard as they're not really having it. But I just happened to be the host for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024 League Stage. And of course, you got Hot Chicks and Max joining me. Gentlemen, start off with you, Max, this time, because I always seem to start with Hot Chicks. We're back yet again. It's Group Green, the final group here of the League Stage. I'm curious to see who the hell's going to get out of this group.
Hey guys, it's the 9WG here. Welcome back. No, but in all seriousness, Jason, I'm very excited because we've got some really good teams here, and you got the mustache that's been growing. I just saw. Well, it's been growing.
November.
I just got jump scared by a mustache.
I had handlebars. I went handlebars, and then my fiance is like, I'm not gonna be a fiance anymore if you keep that. So I had to trim it down. But Jukes, you're always looking clean, always looking fresh, man. Group Green on the menu today. 4 days of nonstop action. We've had upsets in both group yellow and red. I don't know what green's going to serve us.
That's right. Yeah, we had the group of death. We had the group of entertainment. And I don't know what we're going to name this group, but it's definitely not going to be the group of disappointment because this is still quite a stacked group. There's still plenty of OGs in here. You got Team Liquid entering the fray. I'm excited.
Of course, pretty balanced, Liquid, Max. They have the white hair buff minus Cardoson.
Yeah, like I was like, man, some teams typically they have one player with the white or the red hair. No, they have 3. Team Liquid are here to play. I'm scared, Jason. That's too much power, okay? They broke their limits. They're going Saitama on us right now, so be careful. Team Liquid, they're going to do 1v4s all over the place. Oh, scary.
I was thinking more Ultra Instinct, personally, but gentlemen, I mean, obviously the teams you have already qualified through. Looking at Group Yellow, you have Team Spare, DRX, Alpha 7, Group Red throwing out Navi, TJB, Enigma Galaxy. I would say Group Red definitely had some surprises in the likes of Navi, and I would say Enigma Galaxy as well, to be fair. As you take a look here at, of course, all the teams that are participating, but more importantly, what region they're coming from. I kind of want to throw it to you off the bat, Max. Like, which teams in our group are you going to be currently kind of eyeing and looking at?
I think the not send 4MV is going to be a bit, of an insult to the squad. So I think we have to say 4MV okay. I think that after, especially PMWC, they were very disappointed after that performance on the global stage. They're going to come back even stronger. And this is a team that showed in CSA they are the true best team in that region. Of course, Doc being the MVP, this guy is a menace as an IGL player, as a utility player, as a fragger. For me, he is the guy that currently is just anything lower than top 3 or even first place for them is going to be a disappointment. So they're going to try their best to send it the entire way.
And Hot Chicks, obviously, we do have some big candidates coming in from the Americas. Team Liquid and Influence Rage. And I mean, obviously, some insanely strong teams when it comes to Brazil and Americas as a whole. But realistically, how are they going to compare against the likes of teams from all around the globe?
Oh, it's going to be tough, that's for sure. I mean, I think Team Liquid by far is going to be the most prepped kind of going into this one. You got Knight as the coach, and this squad has really made a big statement, especially when it comes into the America side of things. That's going to be one of the big teams I'm going to be looking at here. Influence Rage, they're one of those squads that, man, they got a lot riding on them. You know, I just keep thinking about, what was it, PMGL Brazil, where we saw a good fan rocking a sign that had Influence Rage on a tombstone. You know what I'm saying? So
metal.
Ever since then, I think these guys have had a little chip on their shoulder, and they're really trying to prove themselves. If they're going to do it, this is the place to do it for sure.
Yeah, definitely looking to dethrone Alpha 7 as the top dog when it comes to Brazil and Americas as a whole. But if you missed out on the prior weeks, well, where have you guys been? You missed out on Group Yellow, Group Red as well. And of course, we're starting things off with Group Green. But most importantly, coming up next week, the survivors from these three groups will all be going head to head until we do have our top 16 to play in our last chance. And from there, only 6 more teams can actually join the likes of the 9 qualified here from our group stage into the grand finals, which honestly, I don't know where the hardest part of the stage is, Max. I'm looking probably towards last chance. At least it's 6 slots compared to 3, but the competition is so much closer.
I mean, survival stage and last chance, you have to make it through 2 different stages at the same time, Jason. And again, just as a quick little recap, quick little refresh of the teams are currently going through survival stage, okay? G Xavier, you got Falcons, you got I8, you got IWNRX, you got Mira and Sejong, who are playing insane in their week, Tiamba, Vampire. Like, do you really, Jason, want to go through the survival stage and last chance? I'm going to tell you, looking at this group, maybe for some of these squads, their best opportunity to head to the grand finals would be this event right here, this group for Group Green, because survival stage, I'm telling you, it's going to be a tough run to try and make it to the finals. So here, you must try your best to make in top 3.
Yeah, I think there were some mixed answers when it came to like what's the group of death, and I think we can all agree. We can put everything aside and say the last chance is the group of death in the end of the day here, considering the caliber of teams. But you can see here, of course, how the point system is going to be working, pretty much standard to how we've had throughout the last years. And not to mention, Hot Jukes, at $3 million. If you were gifted $3 million right now, Hot Jukes, that's a lot of 20 bucks. First of all, it's a lot of $20 bills. What would you do with it?
First off, make sure I give a 20 to one of those Infinix people so I can get one of the phones, because I'm the only one on the desk that doesn't have one, and the rest of it, probably UC giveaways, for sure. Support the people,
that's
you
a
know
lot
what I'm
of
saying,
UC.
So over $2.9 million in just UC giveaways.
Hey, what can I say, man? You know what? My following is going to explode. Let's go.
Well, you know what? When you start those giveaways, let me know. I'm definitely gonna sign up for these. But as we take a closer look here into our teams in Group Green, one thing that's going to stand out here, gentlemen, South Korea has been fantastic so far here in the league stage. D plus Kia, can they replicate the performance of Miran Sejong and DRX? That's the question for me.
I mean, they are the true OG South Korean team, Jason, when it comes to the global scene of PUBG Mobile eSport. I mean, especially, man, they're the guys who brought the DBS to the global scene for the first time. So they're taking the blame for that, at least, in my sense. But realistically, D plus Kia are looking fantastic. This team has been looking to play great locally in particular. But we have some standout players on this team, Jason. I'm looking especially at Osala and Fabian, that these guys, we've seen them every once in a while go to global. And every time they come to the global stage, if it's PMWC, if it's PMGC, they tend to be just these massive standout fragging players, Fabian in particular. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to fare, and especially, are they going to play center, are they going to play edge, because they played a bit of both. And with the mix we had in Group Red and Group Yellow, what are we going to get this time? It's hard to predict.
Yeah, and I think predicting anything has proven to be impossible when it comes to our groups, perfectly honest with you. I mean, I think we all had our predictions of like who our top 3 teams would be, and honestly, we were all kind of completely wrong with that. I mean, we did get a couple here or there, but I think that's kind of the exciting part of PUBG Mobile Esports at the moment right now, Hot Jukes, is that really any team could be the top dog in the group, could be the top dog of the entire event and take home a trophy. It's just really anyone's game.
For sure. And that's kind of the hard part, especially as an analyst, because you're diving deep, you're trying to figure out, all right, yeah, we're going to see these teams at the top, we're going to see these teams in the middle, at the bottom, and it's just not like that anymore. I mean, we're seeing squads on the edge in Group Red have success, and then we see Group Yellow center teams, kill it. It's just, I'm excited to see what happens here today.
Well, you know what? That excitement can only be contained in the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official device here at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024, not to mention the World Cup happening back in July with its 120 FPS and 144 Hertz AMOLED screen. Hold on, we gotta make the Jukes jealous. Give me 1 second. It's right next to me. I gotta pick it up off screen.
Give me that.
What's this? Should we, how does it feel to be the meat in our Infinix GT20 Pro sandwich, Hot Jukes?
Give me it. It feels great.
Feels great.
I mean, I would imagine it feels kind of sad, but you know what? You guys at home, make sure you check out all of our socials here at PUBG Mobile Esports, whether it's on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and of course, TikTok. And on top of that, we still have tickets available for the Grand Finals kicking off in London between the 6th and 8th of December. You guys can go get yourself a ticket right now so you can go participate in some activities going to be happening on site, meet some players, meet some talent, and have a fantastic time, not to mention the good food. I'm definitely look forward to some food there that I can't get in Italy. And also, on top of this, Max, you know what you can do? Not only can you follow Pandemonium_News on TikTok, you also follow PMGC 2024, and make sure you search for any video related to what's all happening here at this event. We always have some great content being produced and shown out here by a lot of content creators and, of course, fans supporting their own teams. And on top of this, another one, Maxman, cue it up, another one. The PUBG Mobile version 3.5 Ice Mare Frontier is now available. The Ice Age is calling you, and command the frozen battleground with ancient creatures, mammoths, and saber-toothed tigers. The flames of Icefield rekindle now. Make sure you guys go check it out. I think us three are gonna have to go hop on a game here at some point today.
I was going to give it a try tonight. If I don't come back, I went down to the dragon, okay? Unfortunately, he's too powerful, but I'll try my best tonight.
Save you.
Please help me, Hot Jukes, defend me.
I mean, last time we played, I think Hot Jukes did kind of carry us back in Saudi Arabia.
We don't talk about.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. You know what? It's because I was fully prone while playing. That's what it was. The stability.
Yeah, but you were smart because we had 7 in the room, and we remember that hot air rises. So you were actually being very smart laying on the ground like that. But gentlemen, as we do obviously head in towards these games, one team we're going to also have to talk about here is Thunder Talk. When it comes to China, we've only seen TJB really show up, and I'm kind of not disappointed necessarily, but I'm kind of curious what the top dog of PEL is going to show us today.
I think that when it comes to fragging power, you got some players that stand out. I mean, we know Flower C, Jason already. He's did a standout performance last time in PMWI, then the last season of PMWI a year and a half ago. He was a standout player there, but now I've really got to highlight a player that I feel like is the first time we're really mentioning on the global stage. It's AJ. This guy's been a regular season MVP in full for PL, and he's been incredibly consistent throughout the entire months of that tournament. So AJ, I'm telling you, for this tournament, he could literally be an MVP of this group, and maybe if they can qualify, maybe of the entire PMGC for 2024.
Yeah, a lot of maybes, a lot of uncertainties here, Hot Jukes. But quickly before we head into this game, what are you looking at for Sandhawk?
I mean, for Sandhawk, I'm looking to see who's going to be dropping, of course, on that northwestern side of the map, because we saw so much success in it in previous groups, because every single time that circle went onto that side, I mean, teams were having so much success. So I want to see if squads will even try to fight for it a bit because of how powerful it is. Now, even if the zone does go back to mainland, we could still see some serious play. So I'm really interested to see just kind of how that plays out, Jason.
Yeah, we've seen a lot when it came to I feel like our last group. A lot of adaptations, a lot of questionable decisions as well. Thinking back of teams not rotating over towards the Northwest Island, but we definitely had very interesting Sandhawks. Obviously, being only played once, throughout each day. It's not a map you necessarily want to focus on, but we've seen the likes of like I8 last group have fantastic performances on it.
Yeah, it can be a good map for some teams. I'm going to say if you're 77, I'd be a bit scared, Jason, because they drop in Trifecta, River Trifecta, and that is right next to 4MV. And we've said it many times in CSA, Jason, they punish teams to drop around Trifecta. So 77, you need to be careful.
We'll see if punishment will commence here as we're going into our first map of Group Green. John on a blank. Nice to have you two gentlemen back once again. Let's dive into it.
Glad to be back as well, Jason. Of course, as you say, Sandhawk is up first for our first of the next 24 match set. The next 4 days are wrought to be an iron test for these teams in Group Green to try and make those 3 top spots and qualify directly for the finals.
Last week now of the group stages here at PMGC, then we'll have survival into last chance. So there's a couple more stages to go here. It is not all over if you fail in survival stage. There is that last chance, but it is quite literally last chance, and it's going to be incredibly brutal getting towards that stage. But we still have 3 more teams to crown at the top of our PMGC group stages who will be getting that direct invite into PMGC. As we all know, that grand final invite is going to be so important to a lot of teams, just in terms of being able to prep a lot more and even just having that glory on the line for themselves.
Taking a look at these drop spots, Max is right on the 77 drop spot that's spread out on the south side. Looks like might have a little stretch up from Nawato on that southwest edge near that ruins position. That could be punished, but it looks like it's fairly safe for now. And that wide split goes uncontested by 4MV.
Yeah, Naoto's actually pretty far out towards that eastern side. For 77, that wide split that they take into consideration, it's an interesting one because like a lot of teams have steered away from this wide split in recent years just because it has become quite dangerous in terms of teams being able to drop on top of it. I think taking this spot over on the first match of the group stage, not a bad idea. I don't think a lot of people are going to be pressing you out on this position. So I think that for 77, this is actually an ideal time to pull out this wide split, especially now that you have this western shift on the circle where it looks like it could head over towards that south side or over towards the northwest. But I'm expecting 77 to do very, very well in this group stage. They're one of the teams that I 100% have set my sights upon, and we'll see what they can get done here.
Absolutely. I mean, the last team to come into the mix, well, them and Brute Force, right, from the EMEA region, and trying to keep up pace with the teams that have come before them is going to be a tall order, right? We saw that in both of the previous groups, and I will keep bragging about this, coming through and covering the EMEA region. They have both so far topped the tables when it comes to the previous two groups, Group Red and Group Yellow, with Team Spirit and Na'Vi towards the top. Great to see. So we'll have to wait to see if 77 or Brute Force can keep up that track record and maintain the strength of EMEA in the face of all the other regions who are looking to put down the rubber on the road and accelerating towards the top.
It's a funny one considering now there is a ton of pressure. But to me, I think an obligation to you guys, the viewers at home, is that for Na'Vi, Team Spirit, I still think the 77 out of those two teams, out of those three teams now, they are the most consistent out of those three. Now, I'm expecting 77 to do very well here. I'll be disappointed if they don't. But it would be cool to have another EMEA team on top. But like we're saying, it's a lot of pressure now. Two teams have made it in at that top spot. It's down to Brute Force and 77. But we do have some other very, very strong teams inside the lobby. For instance, Team Liquid, really, really good teams. 4MV also very, very strong coming into this one, and a couple of the squads here that we might be seeing blasting off, because I think that we do have a fair few squads here that have real explosive potential inside of this lobby.
Ooh, Stalwart trying to cross up on the north side, getting slowed down. And it's going to be difficult to make this approach. With that elimination already coming through, Stalwart have to just stop on this bridge, and this is a really difficult route out there. The exfiltration, very, very tricky, and they've got Team Liquid as well, pushing up from the south side. It's caught right now in a pneumatic press for Stalwart, and I don't know if they're going to be able to weather this one, Blank. I mean, they get that early knock over towards Team Liquid and do actually get the flush, but that's going to draw attention to them. And because they're split two on the bridge, one up on the high ground, that player up on the top really doesn't have any cover to work with.
Problem with this location is that eventually teams like Brute Force, Team Secret, they're all going to make their way over towards that western side, but Stalwart continues to lose players. 4MV even finds a player over towards RCB there. So that is a nice little pick off for them to find nice and early into the game.
Voin Donkey ID just taking those shots towards the approaching players across the bridge. But they are actually... Hang on a minute. Team Liquid, they went for a swim. Or they're trying to, seemingly. They've already managed to get to the mainland, and they are trying to sweep the leg on the hold, the stance that Voin Donkey ID have been taking. Something Stalwart definitely weren't able to achieve. They tried to go straight into the face of it, but Team Liquid go around the edge, sneak in the back door, and Voin Donkey ID lose a player and the compound towards their south.
Which is really not good at all. Here's that initial spray down coming through. Razor actually hitting some very nice shots there as they flew on forwards. Here's Sanshir up against Cardozen. Sad to see Team Liquid already lose a player, but they do get a bit of a refrag on their side. Save them one elimination early. Team Liquid, hyper-aggressive team. Very, very strong. Very similar to Alpha 7, even in terms of strength, I would say. I think Team Liquid has required a little bit more time in the oven, but I do think they're a very, very good team and not one to count out here. I think in the past we've seen Mythic sort of just absolutely go bonkers on some of his matches. Shots again across the way. Very aggressive start to this lobby, actually.
Everyone's trying to cross quickly, and it's seemingly quite a difficult approach, but it's going to work out for Brute Force. They actually managed to get all four of their players across, but they're not safe yet. You can see Chief is ready. He wants to take these shots, but they're across the headland, and it does seem to be that Brute Force have made the mad dash.
A quick maneuver, very, very quick maneuver from Brute Force. One that was somewhat unexpected as well. Considering they start in Cow, likely you would usually go for that western bridge crossing. They must have heard the engagement over there, must have seen the knocks coming through and thought, you know what, it is wise for us to take that crossing. We're going to head over towards the shallows, make a quick send across. Some might say that's maybe a little bit more dangerous, but again, they've made it through 4 players. So for Brute Force, it is happy days for them. Really good news.
Yes. Really solid now position on the east side of that Northwest Island. We've seen quite a few Northwest Island finishes. And at the moment, we only have one team sat towards the top, and that is Thunder Talk Gaming, right? The team that has the 2-time champion King on side, and they are right now at the top of the mountain. RRQ trying to make the push on in, but there is stiff resistance. They'll lose 1 on the roll-up. It looks like they're going to have to divert. It goes away from the Northwest Island on the ship. This is great news for CAG Osaka, as well as RCB over on that south side near the ruins.
CAG Osaka is a big opportunity. Now, I don't want to see this throw us away. They're down towards the pontoons on that western side, but I think a lot of teams from this location have in the past sort of saddled themselves out of the game, right? They've sat over towards that western side far too long, not done too much. But I don't think we'll see CAG Osaka actually go for a more passive approach here. I think they'll try and take control. They already headed over towards that little beachhead over on that north side, the slopes. They head down that way, which gives you a lot of advantageous positioning versus the teams coming through from Camp Alpha. And they retreat over to the pontoons. God damn it.
They're all the way backed up there. I mean, everybody is going to crunch. These crossings are really difficult. Brute Force are moving so fast in this lobby. They are making incredible headway on these rotates and actually finding these little openings, which I'm unsure right now as to whether they are fully scouted. That seemed like it was just a reaction rotate, but still well done to find that little slice on the north side of that southwest island. Shots from RCB. They are defending ruins from RRQ right now, who have taken up the middle area. The res can come through, so they will play on as 3 for RRQ.
RCB a weird team, very weird team. I think they have very strong players on side, but as we saw in PMSL EMEA, they had these moments of greatness, which really did outshine practically everyone inside the lobby, but then massive portions of downtime from the squad. I don't really know how you fix that, because that feels like just a day-to-day, are we feeling the game type of thing. So yeah, they're very up and down, but when they're up, they do look like the kings of the mountain, but when they're down, they're sand squalor. So we'll see what RCB can do inside of this lobby. I'd really, really quite like to see some more insane plays coming through from Loxy, as well as Silas, but will I be treated to it? That's another story entirely.
Only 1 player left for Stalwart now. A lot of teams getting shredded, and this cross from the Northwest Island is really, really unfortunate, forcing all the teams that made some fairly intelligent rotates, like Team Liquid, to now contest for the river crossings down on the south side. A wide rotation coming through from Team Secret out on that west edge as well, Blank, that is yet to make landfall, may be contested by the pontoon position for CAG Osaka, or DRS over towards Tambang on that west side. This is pretty close by, but currently Thunder Talk are on the other side of the hill from Zeta, which means that in general they're not going to have that quick peek over towards him. He's still on that Northwest Island though, and I think that as split as they are, it's going to be difficult. This is an interesting decision for Team Secret to try and make landfall here. They've got to be aware that it's likely there's a team still trapped on this area and not go for that position down towards the south. Maybe it's just a read in, say, we've got a better chance at bridge crossing than finding an unoccupied position on the west near Tambang, and an immediate spray down may have changed their minds. A triple coming on through. That is a beautiful little hold there by Razor. Only 1 player now left for Team Secret.
I think that boat rotate is a thing of the past, honestly. I really don't like it. So for them to try and go for this one and then rotate it on here, Yeah, it might have worked, but I just think so many teams are now aware of this type of play, and it opens you up to so many angles of failure that I just don't see a lot of teams make it happen. I would have actually much preferred to see them try and push through Camp Alpha and then play off the back of Thunder Talk. So yeah, it's annoying to see them go for this one. In the meantime, there is a lot of action popping off right now, and I'm more curious to see what's happening on the bottom right of our screen rather than this last player getting naded out in the water. But damn.
It's 4MV going for a scrap as well with Celcom Digi Alliance over on the east side. 4MV do win it out. I think that's a third-party entry from actually the last player of Stalwart over on the east side. 4MV, they've lost one player, but they should be able to get the res. They've managed to get 4 eliminations. Goodness me, what a pop-off on the northwest side of Painan. We look at a little picture of it.
Yeah, obviously, we're getting a lot of pips going on right now, which is nice to see in terms of there being too much action or even our observers to contend with, which is fair enough. It has been extremely aggressive. Though I think the most interesting rotation for me so far in terms of movement happening on the map has been Brute Force. It was a pretty stellar rotate they made across from boot camp to the western side and then somehow teleported over towards the northern side of this south circle. It's a super good rotate from them, and to be honest with a team that was in cow being further into the match than a team like Team Secret, super good stuff from them. In the meantime, Zeta going crazy, taking down King as well. Almost an insane push there, but mostly done off the back of Razor with some crazy knocks on his side.
Yeah, the double 2-shot pump action 1v2. Not pump action, sorry, DBS. Really solid hold there. Razor, I mean, they're just still picking up these players from Team Secret. One player to contend with actually might be a little bit harder than that. They're out the blue zone as well, so do need to be worried. That might be Razor just going down. Team Secret, are they going to get the res here? Are they going to get the med off? They do. It is stage 3, which makes it possible. Goes for the flush, steps out to the rock. Break, I mean, he has about 30 seconds to get this res in stage 3. Could enact it.
I do think no matter what happens, it's going to be very difficult getting across this bridge regardless. For any of these teams on the north, you've got Influence Rage as well as Team Liquid. Zeta's likely to go down. Thunder Talk is desperately living for as much time as possible. I think for VO, it's not a bad situation for them, considering they're able to get 5 eliminations, which a lot of times on Sandhawk, not a horrible result. I do think the craziest thing about this, though, is that we have 15 teams still remaining, 43 players, a lot of solos remaining here, but that's all about to change as we get this circle down towards the south side, which is going to create such chaos in the north.
Yeah, DRS right now in that middle position in that compound, looking to try and hold it out. They have only got 3 players, though, in their compound towards the west side, just around Tambang. We're looking at RRQ making a dash out of ruins as well, trying to cut their path towards this circle and actually doing so fairly successfully. A lot of teams trying to push in towards the middle, and RRQ actually stopping 77. Getting eliminated all the way out. An unfortunate push, attempting to go past the ruins with the remnants of the players that they had. A bit of a mad dash, actually, for 77. But RRQ were just a little bit too fast there.
Yeah, for 77, a hard push. Very hard push for them to make. I think that when you look over towards RRQ spot, though, they have a lot of control over this eastern side. I'm curious to see how Brute Force deal with this.
On that north side, they will need to push in around that ruins area. Team Liquid, though, on the far side of the bridge, picking up the points before they even go their way. And a nice little pickup there for Influence Rage as well. Holding out on the bridge with Lord down in the middle. It looks like they are getting this res done. Team Liquid now gonna try and joust across this tilt yard as Diego goes low, gets knocked as well from across the way. That's a chime in from a third party there. That's CAG Osaka from those docks, still playing that bridge hold. Brute Force are on the other side of it, and they are actually as well just taking shots, getting these lineups. It's so difficult to move off this bridge. Brute Force can pick up a point or 2 if they're lucky to be able to take those ones away. They've got 2 elims so far. Let's see how much further they can go. It's actually Team Secret to draw last blood from the teams trying to cross. Team Liquid do go down on that approach. And actually the fact that Team Secret didn't go down completely on their position against Voin Donkey ID is kind of crazy.
Yeah, they went out to one player, right? It's just Jaiki, who's still left alive. I think it's well played to both CAG Osaka as well as Brute Force. I think if you're in these locations on the map where you're west and east respectively, you do have to put a lot of effort into essentially taking down all those teams coming across from the bridge before you can begin your fight against one another, or just disconnect completely into the future. Brute Force, though, they take this opportunity to move down towards the south. They're still on 4 players, 2 limbs, not a bad start to their day. They want more points off the back of this.
Made up to the top, Brute Force. Dealing with Influence Rage, getting rid of them. But now they've got RCB in their way. RRQ taking shots as well, which makes this fight really tricky to maneuver on. For both teams, actually. A little bit more vulnerable for RCB, but Brute Force, they've got 4 players. RCB only playing with the 2, with Wild and Silas on a crossfire. Trying to keep themselves safe. Silas with the smokes, just trying to play that DBS angle. And as a duo against a 4, I mean, this is kind of how you want to play it, right? You know you need to be playing these sneaky angles. On the flip side for Brute Force, they need to be very careful not to overexpose. None of them go down, but there's a trade finally from the inside. Neos doesn't get flushed away, which means Brute Force can continue their approach. The zone hasn't quite moved just yet. They can get this res safely, and they need to get a move on, though, because RRQ know that this is going on. And there is not going to be an easy route out here.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest rotates you can make out of Ruins. With oversight from RRQ, very likely that Brute Force goes down fairly shortly. I think the only thing you can go for in this situation is a full-on battering ram approach over towards RRQ, or try and swing west, but I don't think that's the ideal approach either. So realistically for Brute Force, I think what they need to do is make rock up, hold a backstop, hope that backstop gets a knock on one of the windows from RRQ and they overwhelm them with numbers. But yeah, for Brute Force, the prospects in the future aren't looking great. It's going to have to take one hell of a play to make this happen. DRS, Gante versus CAG Osaka.
Just the roll-up for CAG Osaka then, and finally leaving from that dockside position. They're moving down. DRS have been entrenched in this position for a while. It's looking good. They've got 3 players. They've managed to get that early pick off the back line as well. So 2 players for them to deal with, Garnet and Naoto. On the back lines, there's a third party from the top of the hill, I think, as well. That's D+ Kia coming on through, playing the compound down to the south side of it. D+ have been a little bit further out of this one, but they have 3 limbs now, and they're starting to mount up. Brute Force, this is that difficult approach that we were talking about. They've already lost 2 on it, and RRQ just not going to let them move a muscle. This should be a South Korean chicken dinner here, though, with this shift away. They have control. They have everything that they could ask for on this approach. It's going to be so hard to make a dent in this.
Yeah, there were... okay, Freezer. There was pretty much only one option for them, which was to send directly at this compound. Like I said, the Western approach, not ideal. Freezer has to step up in this moment. Isn't able to do it, leaving Brute Force with just 1 player going forward. 6 eliminations, top 6 though, not bad. RRQ profits massively off this Ruins hold. Now they look to send it away, as they know the circle's heading down towards that south side, and you're right, John. D+ Kia in a fantastic position of control. DRS, VC all need to move in, and RRQ at a diminished position on this north side. They are going to struggle.
Top 6 eliminations for Brute Force. They could have got a little bit more value from the bridge position, but they still get a decent game under their belt to kick things off. A spray down for Neos, potentially catching a knock there, not quite able to connect the full spray. Across to the building, has the bricks to hide behind, but the blue zone will flush him out soon enough. As the first aid will pop, they know the corner he's going to peek. RRQ going to line this one up. There's no way he makes it out, and Neos just going to commit to the blue zone, probably just deny the point here. Maybe try and heal out a little bit longer, hope that someone else goes down, but no. The blue zone claims it. That's the right play for Neos in my book. And 6 eliminations, 6th place to kick things off. Well, we'll see if it's good enough.
It's definitely not bad. It's definitely not bad. I think for Doc, though, everyone knows how good of a player this guy is, and already finding some good knocks through. Damn, I thought that might have been a full knock over towards RRQ, actually. It is sad. He was trying to crawl around, stay out of sightlines from VC as well as D+ Kia, but it's RRQ taking nasty heavy hits from RRQ. Oh, I mean, DRS with also D+ Kia sending shots and nades over towards DRS at the same time. South Korea looking to completely flush out this northern side as soon as possible, and doing a good job of it too.
Osal with a nade over the top, the alley-oop, and RRQ are shut down in the meantime by the Vicious on the off angle. Now that the circle has... Well, actually, it's not the circle. It's D+ who have moved all the way out. They've allowed the Vicious to take a lot of ground into this circle blank, giving them a little bit more of an opportunity to take this one home. I wonder what the retransition back towards the middle will look like for them, because this hillside now very firmly under control by the Vicious.
On Brenozin on the east side, long-lost cousin of Cardozin, as everyone knows. Be looking to have a similar kind of impact, as it is a full 4v4 now. DRS in the wings does make life for D+K a little bit harder, and with his next circle going fairly central, that is a lovely pickoff from Nolbu over towards the high ground. Very important pickoff as well, as that position was so critical for the Vicious here.
Nades over a sneaky little position there, and actually up for Reyes into the high ground, looking for the Reyes from the watchtower, and Fabian actually takes the lick, and there's a second as well. Nolbu has to hit the deck, but a big nade nearly. How did that not make it? I think that might have bounced out just in time, but causes the flush to come on through. The D+ move into action. 3 players up and in it, but David is close, manages to get one, but immediately traded off. Reyes up on the high ground, now caught towards the middle. This is a really good retransition from D+. It's where I was worried for them, but they've managed to make it work, and now Nolbu's going to face first. Chips on the backline with the nade. They know they're both up by the watchtower. Goes high, making sure there's no threats from the high ground, and Nolbu now has the confidence to move forwards. Will sweep aside. Osal on the off angle as well. And D+ put South Korea back on the map. It happened in Group Green, Group Yellow, sorry, at the start of this tournament. Will it happen again?
Yeah, good game from D+K. Honestly, that end game was very, very fun to watch. It wasn't passive. It was very aggressive. Brenozin going down, though, terrific mistake from his side. I think what you have to do is you have to play off your teammates from that high ground. But Nolbu finding that knock in the heat of the moment, so fantastic. Let's see what the desk has to say about this game.
Well, gentlemen, I don't know what I'm more impressed with, D+ or the Vicious. Perfectly honest with you, obviously both those teams kind of sit in compound for a long time, but not two of the teams I expected to necessarily be battling for that first chicken dinner of Group Green.
South Korea, Jason, they're back. We're back to Group Yellow.
I gotta get Kalaris to record that, you know, like South Korea domination.
the one event Kalaris is not here is like South Korea just dominates. But Hodges, I feel like for D+K, this game was just, we're just going to keep scaring every single circle shift DRS away. We're just going to take their previous position, and it ended up working out. It gave them a game-winning compound.
Hey, I mean, South Korea, it's all about them southern vibes here, because this circle just kept going south. It was ridiculous, because I talked about it right before the game started, how powerful that northwestern island is. So when I saw the zone go there, we've seen it so many times, normally lock on top. But no, it just goes down to ruins and ruins it for so many squads. But I mean, D+Kia, we're just able to crush it from here. And I love this play at the end, Max. We were talking about that smoke completely eliminating the sightlines from the Vicious. It just made things so much easier for D+Kia.
Hey, most specifically, it made it really hard for Chips to nade the sniper tower. If they did not have that smoke, I think it would have been an even quicker clear for D+Kia. But that smoke just gave them a lot of precious time, and especially scouting from the sniper tower with third-person perspective. But here we go, looking at the stats. Noble, here we go. He's going to be a standout. I talked about Osal and Fabian, but Noble being currently the top fragger for his team to get the chicken dinner with a good conversion, actually. 600 damage, 5 limbs. That is looking really solid for their first game. Of course, it is Sanok, but hey, you get lucky circles, you make use of it, and you get a bunch of limbs. This is a really good execution from D+Kia.
I mean, yeah, like as you're saying, right? I mean, yeah, it just is a Sandhawk, but still, that's 19 points you're getting for your team. More importantly, any one of those points you just got for your team could be the deciding factor whether you make it into the Grand Finals or not, as we saw over in Group Yellow. So very important here to pick up the win when they should. But one team who maybe hated Hot Jukes talking about Northwest Island, because they're like, you know what? Okay, so Juke's talking about it. I believe in him. Let's go Northwest Island. It's a boat out of Team Secret. But in the end, it didn't really go that way, Hot Jukes.
You know, I'm not I heard Blanket, he said that he just doesn't like the boat tickets. I'm not against it personally, because I do think, especially if you land on that area, it's the play, to be honest with you. You know, if the zone did go up north, usually we see teams rotate to like cat and locks, and they just kind of go through that area and it's fine. But here we saw Team Secret, I think, get a little bit overzealous, Max. You know, they just went a little bit too far into the zone once that circle shifted. I mean, but Blank is right. I think squads are definitely, I mean, they're privy to knowing that a boat is most likely going to come. And that's why we saw a beautiful 1v3 there from Reza. I like the fact that he threw that nade first, right?
Yeah.
Just to make sure he got that instant knock. He didn't have to, give his position away. And yeah, Team Sticker just got punished.
It was great execution. You put the nade, it hides your position a little bit longer. You get the knock, and then you can instantly go into a spray. And he got 2 follow-up knocks after the nade knock. So you got 3 knocks in a span of literally 5-10 seconds. So that was really, really quick from Reza. But going back to the rotation point, it's really interesting because you have to understand that once you're coming out of a rotation, you're always going to be in a weakened state, or because you have to swim to the coastline, or because you have to maybe walk a little bit on the beach to make it to your compound. And just to echo what Blank was saying, Blank should be on desk. He's like, you're making really good points. Maybe they could have sent it towards Camp Alpha a little bit further north, go by foot, maybe pick up a car, and then they would have early information on teams like Team Secret, Team Liquid, Influence Rage, and then have a little bit of better tools at that point to maybe approach them and then make their way into the circle. I still think even then it was not going to go their way because of the circle, but it would have definitely given them a better opportunity to do well on this Sandhawk.
Let's take a look at our rankings. You can see, of course, D+ getting the 19 points for themselves. The Vicious getting 13. RRQ with 10. And RRQ, we haven't seen in a very long time. I think we were discussing during the match. I mean, the last time we saw them was like season 0 of PMGC. Very, very long time ago. And then, of course, 4MV here, Hot Jukes, with Doc surviving, able to get them the 3 placement points to go with those 6 eliminations.
Yeah, Doc. I mean, we saw him laying down there, and I thought he was going to be able to make a pretty sick play, but he got taken out there towards the end. Man, dude, this guy's a legend. I mean, I know that we're going to get into Airgale in a minute, and then I'm going to keep my eyes locked on him because I'm expecting big things from him and his squad. I mean, they really need to start this off strong. D+ Kia, very, very fortunate with this circle. They do land on that kind of like Doc's cave split. So the fact that, they were trying to, it was looking like a really bad game for them. If that zone went into that northwestern island, they would have been in really big trouble. Yeah. But since it hard shifted down south, they took full advantage of it. And you got to take those opportunities and maximize them. And they definitely did. 19 points. Great start.
Yeah, I mean, you give us a great circle. We're going to make sure we use that circle to its full potential to get as many eliminations as humanly possible, which is what we've seen from D+ Kia. We also saw it from the Vicious. But we also have to highlight the Vicious, right? I think a Team Jukes that, if we have to be completely fair, not too many people are really paying too much attention to as a top 3 contender, but this game was very solid. They were in their compound. They do a little bit of a 2-2 split to then take control of the high ground position without taking too big a risk against D+ Kia, then take full control of the mountain in the next circle because they have that early information from that 2-2 split. It was clean. It was on point. Sure, were they not able to win the fight versus D+ Kia? Sure, that didn't quite work out, but rotation-wise, it was pretty solid. So, yeah, I'm excited to see if Vicious can do that on the other battlegrounds and not just Sandhawk.
Well, another team I did want to touch on here, Regnum Karya, bro. Max, we were discussing, during the game, Silas, if I'm not mistaken, it's his 5th PMGC, a true veteran of the highest level of competition here. Maybe even laughing a little bit because SOG didn't qualify. Only getting 2 points, but they were up towards Ruins.
Yeah, Ruins is always going to be a little bit of a tough spot. I mean, lucky for RRQ, they were able to get out of Ruins, but Regnum Karabra was stuck in one of those warehouse-like buildings to the west of Ruins, and leaving that spot when you got teams around you is always tough, and especially Brute Force sending it the way they were doing it, with a bunch of smokes just hiding their transition point, and then just getting close enough to use the DBS, use the UMPs or the M4s, and just completely obliterate them. Good execution from Brute Force, but I think that Ruins is always going to be tough, Jason. So Regnum Karabra, maybe the next game we have on Sandhawk, just avoid Ruins because it's not too fun.
Speaking of avoiding, man, Jukes, take a look at the Northwestern Island. You had Team Liquid and Influence Rage there, where Influence Rage kind of got ahead of Team Liquid on the bridge, able to camp them out.
Yeah, and that was kind of crazy because, I mean, if that zone did go up to that north, they would have been in a really, really great spot to just destroy squads on their way in. But since it did hard shift south, they were just stuck forcing to fight each other. And it's a tough situation. But, when you have a hard shift like that, you just got to put points on the board. And I think that's what they were going for here. It's one of those games you just got to shake off. And Aaron Gale's coming up next. That's the time to really start putting in work.
I think Thunder Talk was just like, are we being teamed right now? I mean, one Brazilian squads are left, one Brazilian squad on the bridge. Like, where can we even go? But yeah, a little bit of a rough showing for any team coming in from that Northwest Island. But again, like we're saying, it's Sandhawk. I think our eyes are definitely going to be towards what Aaron Gale could potentially show us.
So next one, DRS.
Kau letak je lah tu. Weh, mak ai.
Bu 5. gelişim. PMGC benim mekanım. Herkes ayağına denk kalsın.
Sorry guys.
Hello, nama saya Keluk daripada tim Selcom DG Alliance.
Hello, saya Jimmy daripada Selcom DG Alliance.
Halo, aku Nerpeko.
Halo, aku Mercy.
Hello guys, this is Killerworthy from DS Gaming.
This is Sleepy from TRS Gaming.
Merhabalar, ben Regulum Karyabura takımından Saylas.
Ben de Loxi.
Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bugün Grup Yeşil'in sıralama tahminini yapacağız. Hepinize iyi seyirler.
Yang pertama adalah kita sendiri, anarki di Lil. Kita mau taruh diri kita di mana nih?
Tengah-tengah.
Tengah-tengah. Berarti kita kedua.
Iyalah.
Anarki'yi 9'a 10'a koyalım.
Ver. Niye ona koydun?
Yani eskiden çok iyi oynuyorlardı. Şu an çok iyi değiller yani. Eski kadrosu değil. O yüzden ona koydum.
So Void Donkey ni saya merasakan biasanya first day and last day dia baru akan perform. Mungkin saya letakkan
12.
12.
Sebelahan lah,
Sebelahan.
Indo.
Kenapa kau taruh video di sebelahan?
Biar ini aja, sesama Indo kiri kanan.
Sama Indo kiri kanan.
Iya.
Oh, Team Secret.
Team Secret. So first time juga?
First time juga. Aku rasa
Okay, engkau letak.
aku random je.
Team Secret. Dos mana gimana?
Nah.
Good team.
Okay, Selcom DJ Lions team kita orang. So saya predict mesti ada dalam top 3. Saya predict
Kau pilih
dua.
tengah-tengah.
Realistik.
Tengah-tengah.
Ya. Sabar, kita taruh dia di 4 karena dia suka banget finish di 4 di PPLCH.
Oh, oke, kita taruh di 4 ya.
Iya, taruh di 4 ya. Yang kita taruh di 4.
Nomor no berarti.
They're good team.
Next team dek.
Boyfriend.
Bukan. Bukan boyfriend.
Iya.
Nama je BF tapi brute force.
Nama.
Nama
Arkadaşlar
okay,
nama.
brute force.
Brute Force bizim bölgenin takımı. Çok garip oynuyorlar ya. Bence
İlk 5'e yaz ya.
ilk 5'ten çıkarlar.
Oh ya, merak dulu. Good team.
Ben bizi 3. sıraya koymak istiyorum.
Evet yani biz birinci çıkacağız.
Oğlum büyük konuşma işte ya.
RCB.
Ada ini.
Ada bekas
Silas.
Bekas PMGC punya champion. Saya predict top 5 lah.
RCB. Wala. This winner sama dos. Mati ne raha. Dia mati ne raha.
Seperti ini ya. So, राम्रो टिम होइन
Ramai team.
77 var. Bunlar da çok garip oynuyorlar ya. Bunlar ilk 3'e de gidebilir, girmeyebilir. Ama bunları da 7'ye koysana.
77 juga nih, dia yang ngambil skill kita ya. Kamu dibawa aja.
So next one STE.
Dia orang ngeri juga.
Team lama tapi player baru. So bagi saya mungkin team ni underdog lah. 8.
ST.
Nggak tahu.
Tau makan ya. Apa ini
nomor
tim?
nomor tiga.
Oh, mati dah terus.
Ayo.
4MV. The regional champions for ni
Sekejap.
The strongest right now
Çok kardeşimiz iyi oynuyor. Birinci sıradan çıkarlar.
Reason को बेस्ट टीम हो सो म चाहिँ 1 में राखेको हामीलाई 5 मा राखौँ दोस्त बी हम्बल
We are humble.
Yer kalmadı ya, mecbur oraya koyalım yani.
Aynen.
Üstü koymak
Her takım iyi aslında burada da yani.
DRS bagus sih dia outernya.
Di sini
kuat.
sih menurut gua nih, ini
Tengah-tengah
berdua
lah
lah.
ya, tengah-tengah.
Rebutan lah mereka berdua.
Sama kita, ada juga sebenarnya yang rebutan sama kita Lil, yang
Siapa
kita
tuh?
waspadai. Ini dia, sang kuda. Sang kuda ini bahaya ini.
Tim Liquid. Onlar da iyi.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, Wayne.
I'm so sorry, bro.
Sorry, VC.
Sorry, CAG. No disrespect.
Kita orang letak dia orang dekat situ sebab dia orang baru first time PMGC kan. So kita tak boleh expect ah. Tapi boleh jadi gak miracle jadi kat dia orang. Tiba-tiba dia orang perform, boleh je. And kita orang harapkan yang terbaik je untuk dia orang.
Kendimizi 3'e koymamın sebebi de çok büyük konuşmayı sevmeyen birisiyim ben. Yani hayırlısı deyip geçiyorum yani.
Musuh terbesar mungkin lebih ke diri kita sendiri juga sih. Itu paling penting ya.
IG
Soalnya
ya.
ego masing-masing tuh kadang kan kayak walaupun terlihat kayak blunder kecil tapi impact-nya besar bagi tim.
So inilah prediction kita orang untuk Group Green PMGC ni.
लाइभमा आएर सबैजनाले डिआरएस गेमलाई सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला धन्यवाद
Bye-bye.
stay alive. All 4 of them go, and it is not going to stop here.
Sadece şan ve şöhret için değil, sınırlarımızı zorlamakla ilgili.
It's not just about winning. It's about the sweat and tears that got you here.
Ini bukan tentang sebuah kesuksesan, ini adalah tentang gimana kita bangkit setelah kita jatuh.
Ini adalah demi mereka yang telah menyokong kami akan membawa semula kebanggaan kepada mereka. And this time,
we will give it our all.
To be the one. Yani yeni bir takımım vardı. Sadece o yüzden Dünya Kupası'na çıkamamıştım. Şimdi ama buradayız. Kendi gücümüzü ve kendi gücümü de tekrar göstereceğime inanıyorum. Herhangi bir şeyi sorgulamadım, normal. Girdim, oyunumu oynadım ve çıktım ben. Çok fazla kasmıyorum kendimi.
PMGC सेकेन्ड भएको चाहिँ कुनै पनि नेपाली टिमको लागि सबभन्दा ठुलो अचिभमेन्ट थियो। योपालि चाहिँ हामी आफ्नै रेकर्ड बिट गर्नको लागि चाहिँ तयारी गरेका छौँ। कम्पिटिसन चाहिँ हामीभित्र नै हो, सो हामी आफ्नै रेकर्ड बिट गरेर #1 हुन ट्राई गर्नेछौँ।
Kita semua di hari terakhir PMSLCA kemarin, kita semua diberi video dukungan orang tua kita. Di hari terakhir itu bikin semangat kita tuh beda lah. Kita punya tujuan untuk membanggakan orang tua kita.
Saya harap bakat-bakat Malaysia dekat sini semua boleh keluar dan masuk dalam e-sport sini. Saya rasa banyak je lagi bakat-bakat baru nanti. Dengan kejuaraan ini, Malaysia boleh tunjukkan lah yang bakat-bakat Malaysia ni semua power.
Umarım hak ettiğinizi alırsınız. Tek bir hedef, tek bir odak noktası, o da ünvanla ayrılmak. Biz buraya kazanmaya ve izimizi bırakmaya geldik.
सबै टिमहरू जित्नको लागि खेलिरहेको होला, तर DRFले पनि अन्डर एस्टिमेट चाहिँ नगर। हामी चाहिँ गेमको लागि रेडी छौँ, सेकेन्ड प्लेसले हामीलाई पुगेको छैन।
Untuk semua masalah yang kita hadapi, kita akan lebih kuat dari sebelum. Perhatikan kita di sini bukan cuma ngisi slot.
Semua power tak dianut, tapi untuk FMV tu hati-hati lah. Sebab rotation kita pun sama, jangan pandang rendah dekat kita orang.
Here we go, get it up! From the depth, we rise as one. Relentless, resilient, ready. For the flag, for the glory.
Only the fierce can survive in the 2024 PUBG MOBILE Global Championship League stage. There are 16 elite squads in Group Green that will face off, but only 3 will advance to the Grand Finals. Those in 4 to 11 must claw their way through the survival stage, joining 16 other teams from Group Yellow and Red, while the bottom 5 will face elimination. The stakes are high, making every match critical and every play unforgettable. This is a battle where anyone can be the one. At the helm of Regnum Karya Bra Esports, Silas, a 5-year PUBG Mobile veteran and proud 2022 PMGC champion title holder, leads them with the same fire that once took him to the global stage peak. With his unwavering passion and deep love for the game, he rallies his team, pushing them forward to victory. For RCB, it's not just about winning, it's about reclaiming glory together. Do they have what it takes to return to the top? Hailing from Nepal, DRS Gaming embodies resilience. Once holding the runner-up spot in 2022 PMGC, they aim to overcome the obstacles of CSA region. Now they are here to be the one. Driven by a spirit that refuses to back down and a team full of selfless individuals who support each other, will they finally have their moment of glory? This year, For Miracle Vibes have been unstoppable, with Doc securing MVP titles in PMSL and building momentum. Many local fans and experts say they are better than Alpha 7 and they might just be the next global champion, with an intense hunger for victory that will stop at nothing to achieve world dominance. Are we going to witness the rise of the next global superstar? Representing Malaysia, Selcom DG Alliance is on a mission to bring home their first world championship. Dubbed the Uncrowned King by Malaysian fans, K-Luke and Alliance struggle to claim the throne as they consistently achieve top 4 throughout this year's PMSL seasons. They fight not only for themselves but for the pride of the nation, hungry for victory on the global stage. Will Alliance finally claim the crown? Group Green is stacked with passion, power, and purpose. 16 teams are looking to prove themselves. Who will advance to London? Who will scrape through the
here to continue discussing how the second match can play out. And honestly, off the start for South Korea, again, showing that South Korea might be the region to beat currently, as they've already been able to sport DRX to qualify through to the Grand Finals. Mir and Sejong already showing they can battle with the best here. And of course, D plus Kia starting off strong. Would that count as a white hair buff, Max?
No. I would wear that though.
It's like like a cloudy day over their heads 24/7. So I don't know how I feel about it.
Must be comfy though. Like that looks very. I would lay my head on that and fall asleep during the game. So I don't know. That seems like kind of dangerous.
Max, I don't know if you'd be falling asleep. You're kind of put it on your head and be like, "Oh, I have hair. This feels nice."
I knew that was coming. I saw him like, it's gonna happen. Jason's gonna do it.
I mean, of course. It's just like, you know, it's something that's guaranteed in life, like death and taxes.
Is that guaranteed? Okay, maybe. I don't know. This is weird. Why did we go back to us?
100% guaranteed. Well, one thing we can't talk about, Stalwart, man. A surprise team when it comes to CSA, especially considering how the spring season went. Obviously, they did have some major roster changes, even some name changes for a certain player here as we're into the league stage of PMGC. I'm curious if later on we're going to have any sort of contention over in Picado with this team who gave us headaches every single time we had Miramar with them playing up against noobs. But we'll see what's going to happen. 10 seconds away before we head into this match. So, prediction time. Max Men.
Again, Thunder Talk.
Again, Thunder Talk. Hot Jukes.
Hey, you know what? I'm staying with Regnum Karya, dude. I have a feeling the zone's going to go near Rozhawk, and I think it could be really, really beneficial for them.
All right, well, let's find out. It's going to drop into our first angle of 3 of the day with John Allen and Blink.
We got a big stretch of 12 Erigals that sit before us this week, but we are setting up for a battle of the champions here on this one between RCB with Silas and Ray Z, previous winners, and King, the two-time champion. Between the two teams, they got the same number of trophies on board, so let's see who's going to win it out on our first Erringo.
And they stay alive!
Hey!
A classic John quote.
That's
from
right.
A blast from the past right there. But yeah, we are heading over. Ooh, look, it's very central playing path up towards that north side. I do agree with Hot Jukes. I think going to really, really have a good time here. And I'm assuming that there's going to be a lot of action down towards this southwest side at least. Considering the playing path, you already have Thunder Talks as well as Forum V, Team Secret all down towards the south in Sosnovka. Sort of an interesting start to the game, I would say, for those three teams. It's going to get pretty messy towards the early game. There's really only enough vehicles here to support basically 2.5 teams, I'd say. So for one of them, it's going to be a little bit more rough. So I like Thunder Talks' initial understanding here. They see that there's 2 separate teams on side, so what they do is they head on out, they pick up all the vehicles they can, which they will need in the future as we get a northern shift on the circle. Brute Force will be very happy playing over towards Severny, and already there is our first knock and flush of the game.
It was CAG Osaka who actually are going on a weird bit of a flex out here. They've gone with Matun all the way down towards southwest side near Ferry Pier, completely split, but seems like the rest of the team, they're going to find a little scrap of their own, take RRQ on near Pachinki, and get a point for it. So a good start for CAG Osaka, but they are in a bit of a tenuous split right now. We'll need to see them regrouping around Stalwart, who are spread around Quarry and out to the east of it as well. The circle, we're going up towards the north for our first lap around the green grassy pastures.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well for COG Osaka, just in terms of that split. It's not actually as horrible as it looks. I don't think a lot of teams are going to be venturing too far into Ferry Pier early on anyway. Matsson's already found a vehicle and he's prepped and ready to go inside of it. The rest of the team sends a little bit further up. They catch a player off who is on that eastern edge of Gatka Fields. I think it's completely reasonable for COG Osaka. So, you know what? Well played. Good start to their game. 1 elimination and clearing out a little bit of their northern side, which they know will have to rotate through in the future. It's a great decision and a great pickoff for them. D plus here on our screens. Norbu chipped Favian as well as Osal. Very, very good team, as we've seen multiple times in the past. They already picked themselves up their first chicken dinner of the day, sitting themselves proudly with 19 points. Now, we were talking about how in Group Red, actually there was some seriously good plays coming through from the South Korean representatives. Unfortunately, it did fall off quite quickly. Now, I hope the same is not to be said for D plus here, though I don't think that this is, how do I put this without sounding mean? I think that Group Red was very competitive, right, all the way to the end. Group Yellow, Group of Death, as we like to say, considering it had some very, very strong teams in there. But even that lobby was quite close, all things considered. I think that this is going to be slightly less close of a lobby. I do think there are going to be some definite standouts.
Okay, I mean, I think given what we've talked about over the course of it as well, and what it seems like a lot of the teams are predicting too, is that 4MV are just going to be able to sweep this one away. We saw them get 9 points on that first match. We'll see if they can keep that pace up. We were on board briefly with 77 as well during our studying around the map on this early opener. And actually, it looks like Influence Rage may be on board with 77 here as Magnum on the bike. He's spotted, but Raw doesn't want any part of it. They're just staring each other down right now. 77, they had a pretty difficult approach to the Sandhawk Circle, but they did manage to get 2 points out of the game. Hopefully this time around, with the circle being a lot closer to their location, they'll have a better time of it and a better chance. Is this the first time that we've seen everybody after the first game be off the 0 point mark in the groups? I'll have to go back and check. Everybody got at least one.
Yeah, I think genuinely that might be the case. You're right. Everyone gets one. It's some. You know what's funny to me? Actually, we'll talk about it later. As RRQ try and cross the bridge. Oh, damn. RRQ. I mean, to be fair, a lot of times you'll see teams cross this bridge and they'll at least get something done off the back of it. But I do think rotating across the bridge when you know it's a northern circle, you know that plane path has allowed teams to get over towards this north side. You know teams are going to be holding over towards Box Compound Bridge anyway. And then rotating in the singular vehicle. ROQ kind of asked to die there. They asked to die. They said, hello. Maybe please be knocked out early.
They had 3 players as well from that early engagement with Seiji Osaka, right? On that early knock around that vehicle position. So maybe it's just like a little mental boom on the game where you just go for that sort of a play. You're like, oh, what? We've lost this player. Oh, that's rotten. Let's try and pick it up. And then just completely forget how to play the game for a little bit. It seems like that may have been what's happened there. So third place back up for grabs. It's on the menu for 4MV, for everybody else as well on that lower side of the table. 77, I think they're just about regrouping up towards the north side with Magnum, trying to be that north outpost for them, and they'll look for the positions to keep themselves nice and tidy on the north edge of that Roshok bank. We saw as well Thunder Talk earlier from the south side flank, actually rotating free and clear from the military island. No bridge guard from DRS or from Udu on that. From Alliance on that south side coming on in. So a nice easy rotate up towards the north side potentially for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, honestly, for Thunder Talk, they did a good job. I think they picked up vehicles early, like I was saying earlier. Fantastic stuff. Here's that replay. Here's a step up from Lorazin. Cool. Yeah, it's just clean. I mean, there's a backstab there as well that comes through. RQ attempted to fight back, but it was not quite enough. And the fact they didn't spot the player as they were crossing past was unfortunate. I do think you have to stop and at least scout a little bit on that position. But yeah, that's sometimes how the cookie crumbles. I was going to say earlier, it's funny to me that we sort of really have moved away from the boy naming scheme. And I think Little Boy is one of the few ones to still keep that one going. That's like, we've had some crazy names in the past for that one. Like, I mean, Fireboy, that was a cool one. Power Boy, he's still here. That's another cool one. Little Boy? I mean, I respect it. You're not going to call yourself Big Boy, but
well, you might do. I don't know.
You might do. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, little boy. He's still keeping the tradition strong. Fair enough to him.
I mean, I think it was all the way back in PMCO in Berlin, right? You had Paraboy and Old Boy.
It was 4 of them.
And then
Fireboy.
Fireboy. I can't remember who the other boy was, but yeah, everybody started doing that. Maybe we're getting the era of the Zin as well, because we've got Cardozo leading the way on that.
I can't remember if like I was gonna say I can't remember if we had. I think Yuhai, maybe you've done it as a meme, but he was Yuhai Boy for a while as well.
Didn't we have Micro Boy as well?
Micro Boy, yeah, it was good. It was a great time. It was a real strong era of PUBG Mobile.
Stop being silly now. We're moving into the grown-up period of this one. So let's get Paraman. Let's get Fireman.
Fireman. Damn, he's putting out the fires in this lobby. What else we got? Micro Man.
Yeah.
Little Man.
Well, maybe it's time for Bruno Man or Bruno Zin, whichever one. I'm going to forget completely by the end of it. Thunder Talk, they have managed to make their way all the way up to the West Bridge around Yasnaya, playing split on it as well on the northeast side. Leaving their players towards the back is an interesting decision because they had gotten pretty much everyone over to that west edge. I mean, you scout that out, you clear it out, you're ready for the fight, and then you put players out to the east here. This is an elimination gathering play, right? You're leaving players to play around this bridge, stop this eastern rotate to come through from the teams that are going to look to push in. But it's also going to be giving them an opportunity to move back south of the river.
Thunder Talk here. It's an awkward rotate because I think they made the right choice, right? Moving over towards that northwest side. I think it's a strong position to be in to cross that. But you're right, moving back down again versus the Vicious. Ooh, it's not an ideal scenario. We do move over towards Rozok. Haha! D plus and center of the circle. What a strange coincidence. We saw this a lot in the past, actually. I think D plus was renowned and honestly very well known for being center circle team, but now even the circle bows down to their greatness and just moves on top of them. So fantastic stuff. I think D plus may be on for another big game here.
Certainly a big opportunity if they can get control of that hillside. RCB over towards School and Apartments. You've got 77 out towards Sunken, who also have a decent outpost to control the west side of this one. A difficult area of land, those headshot hills, the rolling, undulating terrain that doesn't really... It provides you with a modicum of cover, but it's a really dangerous area to try and move around. 4MV, you can see they're on the south side of it, playing up towards these compounds north of Pachinki on a 2-2 split and actually controlling both of them, Blank.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all. I think for 4MV, I actually really respect the position they're in. It's very aggressive, but I think, again, this is what happens when you're a team that understands the capabilities that you have. You can start to make some interesting movements. Here's Doc once again up against Cdal. Audio. One of my favorite names in esports currently of PUBG Mobile. That's a good nade, actually. Fantastic stuff from Doc. Wow. On a reposition as well. Those aren't easy to hit. I think a lot of times you really do need to read into what a player's doing. And I think 4MV has always been very, very good at that. Even just watching their own games in their own region. Nades is something that has always been a fantastic addition to their firepower, just in terms of how accurate they are with them and what kind of openings they're able to get. Circle does move down towards the southwest, so no longer favors D plus as much. Now, 77. I've got a lot of skin in the game here with this team. I was talking about Jason with this one earlier, saying I think that they'd win Grand Finals. But we'll see what happens. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe they get knocked out right now.
Finals, not even just this group.
Dude, that was wild.
That's a lot of skin in the game. Oh my goodness me.
Yeah, a lot.
You've been having an interesting time there. Ooh, big Nate. Through from GA. Was Fabian outside the window as well? So he launched it through. He knew there was a player on that balcony. Big bouncer. Perfect place. And D plus may have just been pushed aside here by Thunder Talk, but still not going down without a fight. Chips takes down Hwai.
Yeah, very, very important knock there coming through from D plus. But they're not able to get Fabian back up again. 77 going hell for leather versus Brute Force over on that western side. There's knocks going either way. Again, I feel bad for the poor observers, man. There's like 3 fights going on at the same time all the time. But yeah, we're on board right now with D plus. as well as Thunder Talk. I mean, definitely an important fight to keep eyes on, just because D+ won that last game and they had a big opportunity here. And the fact that Thunder Talks have been able to get in towards this position, somewhat mesmerizing. As we were talking about earlier, they made that early rotation, that early crossing over towards that northern side. And I've actually been able to swing this into a very favorable approach into the circle.
At the moment, though, Thunder Talk and RCB, the two teams that the desk was looking at for the start of this game. RCB faring the better of the two. The nades from Nolbu, the Molotov to break down the door. A little scrap up. What's this? A roll-up coming through. There's 4MV taking on Team Liquid. Doc there needs to try and keep his teammates safe. They have lost only Apex, and Team Liquid, they can't find a single way on in there. Go down really quickly. Nice hold for 4MV after their regroup. Team Secret in a scrap as well. And K-Look, the last to go down for Cellcom Digi Alliance. And it seems like they will crumble in the face of it.
Yeah, massive plays coming through from 4MV. A crash from Team Liquid isn't something that's easy to handle, and 4MV make it look fairly easy. Again, some really good nade usage coming through from that team. Looking over towards 4MV, very strong spot still. CAG, Osaka over down towards the southwest side, and then RCB holding in school on the northeast. D+ struggling to find an opening here. Nolbu does get knocked, but a good shot from Osal. Now Xing 66 around the corner. Osal's going crazy with the DBS.
King on the inside can't help either. And Osal with the DBS through the window takes down Thunder Talk. D+, they only have 2 players left standing, though. A really unfortunate turn of events for them in what was a really important part of the circle. Now RCB get priority on that northeast side of the map. They can look to transition away from school, out into the hills. They need to deal with DRS, though, and the duo from D+. You can't count them out just because they're 2 players. We've seen a lot of damage inflicted from that in the past.
Yeah, it's especially at this stage of the game, in the tournament structure. Anyone who's here is fearsome, right, whether they be on 1 player or all the way to 4. So it's not something you can easily just look away from. VO move up towards the position again that sits on this little ridge side. I wonder if we're going to see some more 4MV nades over this way. We'll wait and see. In the meantime, 4MV understand they need to move northwest. So a good pickup from VO actually. I think that's really astute gameplay considering where the circle goes. They know that a team has gone down previously towards that position earlier on in this match, but now it becomes much more influential with the way the circle's going. You can control a lot of this southeast side by forcing CAG, Osaka, 4MV, Team Secret, RCB all have to face off against one another, and you can be relatively safe over towards the northwest. So fantastic stuff from VD.
Void Donkey ID playing out in the open, though, and they have to...
Void Donkey.
It's an interesting name. I'm a fan, I think. I'm enjoying it. Void Donkey ID is... It's fun to say. We'll be lacing it in there, I'm sure. The Vicious, coming off of their Sandhawk performance, looking to take on DRS. A little drive-by there, the wrap-around, the loop-de-loop coming through as DRS make their approach, but Sleepy asleep at the wheel there and has to slide down. Fortunately, though, there's damage coming in from the rest of DRS. Reyes seems to be a little bit clumsy on his pullback and will not be able to get away from it either. The blue zone pushes in, but DRS have excellent openings to find here. Difficult approach towards David on the top floor of the building, but DRS, they've actually done the damage here, and sure, Domenor's going to try and take a couple of shots out, but DRS should just be able to get away from this one. Should be far more preoccupied on the Vicious of trying to get their teammates back. They've already lost them fully now. The spray downs out into the open, their only way they can get retribution, but the reload has to come through. And the spin outs there will find some cover, maybe look for the heal out in the open, but finally managed to get the knock.
I mean, there was multiple times where realistically DRS should have maybe taken more than a knock there, but that felt like a very much we don't give a damn moment from DRS, just sending all out. I mean, they got 2 knocks coming through into the flushes. Actually, I think them getting the flushes hurt them more than anything. Another nade, damn, dear. Get docked on.
5 nades left, and another.
Damn.
Doc is out for war now.
Another.
Oh, this looks good. Oh, just a little bit short, but he's got more. He's still got 3 left. They're trying to get that heal, but is that going to keep you safe? Oh, he gets the flush, nearly another knock, and it's Doc just bombarding time and time again. This man just doesn't stop. Maxman, Jason, they've both been singing his praises. With a last nade left in the arsenal, he's going to roll back to his team to ask for more. What more have you got? Splits the difference, doesn't get another one, but 2 players go down from Void Donkey ID. You might be safe from the shots, but Doc has another idea.
The boys in chat right now are all saying it's the dockening. It's here right now. But yeah, there's some nasty nades. Nasty nades from Doc. Woo, boy. It's good to see 4MB back in action once again. And by 4MB, I mean Doc.
The words of Will Smith. Oh, that's hot. That's hot. Love to see that. Doc kicking things off for 4MV, pushing them up into the top 3 as well. 9 eliminations on this match, and they want more.
Very, very good stuff. And I mean, for Void Donkey, they really would have loved to not go down to that. And again, I think the fact of the matter is that I praised that rotate earlier on because it is a strong position to be in. But yeah, it was like a galactic brain move from Doc, just sensing where the players of Void Donkey were. Heard their Eoring off in the distance and took them down.
The doinkies. Sorry, no, you made me say it now. The donkeys get Doc on their case. We gotta stop this. There's too much. It's too much. It's too much.
Darn donkeys.
Oh dear. Doc Star just gonna hit him with the nades. I don't know where this is coming from. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Next
Doc
topic.
Donkey Dong.
Northeast side. Goodness me. RCB getting stuck in from the northeast side. Influence Rage as well from that northwest. Vicious DRS all up in the way of this northeast side. There's a lot of teams trying to make their way through. There is the lock-in fight in Sunken as well for Brute Force and 77 on the northwest edge. But it's these teams trying to lead from the Roshok Hill who are really suffering. These are the last 2 players from D+. I don't think they're going to get to go much further. A long-range shot comes through from Doc actually towards RCB, and that will slow their approach.
Dude, Doc going crazy once again. He's back in the lobby. He's making moves. He's making shapes. He's throwing these shots out. And it has been unbelievable stuff. Silas goes down next. Doc is on a tear. It just don't stop for this man.
He's lighting up the elim feed there. 4MV getting up to 10 elims now with a confirm over towards RCB on the north side. Give this man an opening. He'll slip straight on through it. He'll take your team down in the blink of an eye, and it's RCB taking shots over towards DRS to get an opener in this little crater. It's so difficult to avoid these nades, and another one's going to pour on from Loxy, but the shots come in this time, still from 4MV, but from Baron, making his presence known, and RCB suffering on what should be a simple approach. Brute Force trying to make their approach towards 77. They've been held out for a while. Neos is low. Freezer there to get res, but I'm busy with the first aid, mate. You're going to have to help yourself, as he will get flushed away. 77 push through. Brute Force really don't have an answer here. They have to cross the open ground, and it's not going to work out. Furia out in the blue zone, just going to hide behind the ridge. And 77 get rid of the competition on the northwest side.
Good stuff from 77 to be able to keep that one going. 4MV down towards that southeast side. They get rid of the final player from Void Donkey and now can move into a stronger position. I've kind of forgot.
Yeah,
yeah.
I like it.
Void
like
Donkeys.
They're doinking right now.
Yeah. I mean, they got doinked out of the game. But yeah.
Oh, dear. It's having a bad time. And 4MV, keep
They're
going.
still going.
12 eliminations.
Crazy.
The back line trying to move up and regroup. Keep pace with Doc, with Baron as well, who was chiming in on that forefront position. Influence Rage on the northeast side now. The last team to stand from that gladiatorial combat area. Leaving from Roshok. 6 elims they found for it. All 4 of their players alive. A roll-up potential. There's a couple of hills, a couple of ridges that they could maybe try and get towards. But 4MV seemed to be aware of all of them. That little ditch that housed DRS that seemed to be the approach for RCB, going to be the only way that Influence Rage could stay alive for the next few minutes.
This is wild behavior coming through from 4MV. Doc is on 7 elims right now. Oh, it's good to see. It's good to see. I now understand why Max glazes this man so much. 77 moving the way in. Magnum does get taken down, but 77, their approach out from Sunken was always going to be very, very difficult here. CAG Osaka cowering down towards the south side after hearing the shots pouring out from 4MV over towards the east. Limbo Boom, Shifu, both very, very good players. Baron finding another for Influence Rage. They cannot find a foothold here. Reefus will finish off Law.
Just rack it up those points. Doc down. Oh no. Influence Rage with the DPS, actually the rollout coming on through, but looking to hold at 77 as well. Trying to contain this crash. Only Shifu left and Stalwart take him down. Goodness me, 4MV looking to try and keep things together on the off angle though, because Influence Rage, they're down to just one player on the back lines. 4MV desperately want Doc back in the mix. The man's been moving mountains for them into the rolling hills. That's exactly what you want.
Get Doc back up now.
He's up. He's up.
He's big money move. 16 elims right now for 4MV in the lobby. The Vicious, David, Dimeno, CAG Osaka down towards the south side, been fairly quiet. 16 elim game already, 11 players still remaining. There's more work and damage to be done.
And they want to be the ones to enact it. Extract the toll from the rest of the lobby. Baron marauding around on the south side, trying to sweep through anything that peeks its head up. And these hills now being moved forwards. Doc under pressure again.
No!
Does go down to Demonor on the off angle. The Vicious hold the center, but blank there only two. Doc not going to get flushed just yet. You can see already Apex, Reefus both strategizing to get the man of the hour back into the action. There's 4
Res that man
move forwards
right now.
Get those reses on.
Oh, I need to see what's going on. I'm conceding back feed. We're back. Back. I can get up again. Takes one of the from the Vicious.
That's the Vicious to pick up the point for it. For the Vicious. And a spray down towards David is good from Apex. They're looking for that flush, but there's no way that gets rezzed. Because Demonor is very close by as well. Doc looking for that spray down as well. Rack up to 19 elims potentially. But Doc goes down
He's
again.
back down.
His third knock over towards him. He's going to be bleeding out fast. Move quickly.
Where's that man?
Baron, come on. Faster. You need Doc back in because Apex has to pick up the slack.
Lovely nade there from Apex. 19 eliminations right now. 4MV. CAG Osaka with a very strong position over towards the high ground. 4MV's got the 4 players, and that's the big approach that they have going for them right now. Reefer sends wide, but CAG with this overlook, they do have an ideal location of where they're playing. I think for 4MV, they have to wait this one out a little bit, play a bit safe.
If they can get the chicken dinner, this is a record-breaking game for 4MV to kick off their campaign on Erangel. They've got the AWM in the hands of Apollo to watch out for. CAG Osaka on the southwest side, a little bit less maneuverability. They are playing on the inside towards some of those buildings. If Apollo can get forwards into a linchpin position, it's going to be harder than easier said than done though, as Apex getting that light up on the angle, but that small little ridgeline keeps him safe for just a moment longer.
There is an AWM in play here for CAG Osaka, which could be a game changer for them. 4MV though, what a game from them. This has been unbelievable, as was this approach from them too. But they get into the circle with minimal casualties.
Nades coming in through from Apollo, who needs to stay alive in this spot. Doc doesn't get tagged on by the nade. Naoto as well from the high ground getting suppressed, rebuffed on the angle, but there's an opener towards Baron. Naoto from that high ground able to get the spray down. Is it resable? Do they have the time blank? It's going to be able to push on in. We're in stage 7, meaning that this circle doesn't go straight central, but Apollo is going to put pressure onto this position. Needs to be careful, can get taken down, but doesn't seem to know where Doc is getting the res up onto Baron. Still has 2 nades to play with though, and Doc can start to go for some healing. That nade might be good. That looks a lot more on target. Tags Doc, but doesn't get that knock that he wanted.
One more. Just survive one more. Oh,
straight through the middle. It's straight through the middle.
So sad. Right through the middle of both of them. And now CAG Osaka, they have to give up that high ground just about. I think there's a little bit of that compound still in. Oh, no. What a nade from Doc once again. This is unbelievable. Hit him with the fadeaway, fading the hopes of CAG Osaka. Apollo has his stars extinguished there by a nade from Doc, and so many in this lobby have as well. The spray down from Reefus to confirm now 2 players for CAG Osaka, and they are trapped on the outskirts. That forward position was their only hope, and I think it's all but done here for 4MV. Racking up the elims on this match, and they will be in first place after this one. It's going to be inevitable. Such a disgusting game so far from 4MV. Wonderful stuff. Naoto has to drop out, and Reefus just has to make the spray happen with smokes up front. Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, Steph Curry, all the way up until today, where Doc is dunking on the lobby. 8 eliminations. Far more than the 3-pointers. And he'll be looking to play it into the weapons now. He's still got 3 nades, and they just funnel these things over to him. They know how dangerous he is with them. But Reefus has some of his own. Looking to put his name up on the scorecard too. And a big blast from it. Should be able to get flushed out, and it's just about to turn left. 22 eliminations. Well, 21, 22 potentially if they can find this last one. He's trapped behind the block there, and the nades are going to sneak their way in around the edge, but the blue zone might claim it first. It's Reefus, though, with the off angle, and 22 eliminations. 4MV make their mark. 4MV docked in, locked in, clocked in. Doc's working overtime, committing crimes inside this lobby. What an unreal result from him. Dude got res 4 times in a row. They refused to let him stop the good work from happening. And I'm surprised they're not happy with this. This is just another day in the park for 4MV. Light work. Let's head on over to do some heavy deep dives on just how they demolished that lobby.
Vindication! Oh man, Max, we talked about him so much at PMWC. We're talking about how 4MV, the team to beat, and then they went. But coming into match 2 here, a PMGC Group Green, 22 eliminations. That has to be a record in PMGC.
I mean, this PMGC for sure all time? Maybe? Question mark? I'm not sure. We'll have to check it out, but bro, even Blank and John became believers like, rest this man! You rest this man right now! He cannot go out, it is too early. And the thing is, looking back on some of the moves, right? Looking at 4MV, Jukes, it's not like the rotations they were doing were like incredible 10 billion IQ rotates. It was pretty simple. It's just the fragging potential of this team is second to none. 4 limbs, 8 limbs, 3 limbs, 7 limbs, 1.4k damage for like 2 players. You're just chilling, just normal 4MV stuff. Let's go.
And your winners of Group Green, ladies and gentlemen. We should just shut this down. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. You know, we had a little prediction game, right, in the background of all like the kind of the background team here, and I didn't pick 4MV, and I was the only one that didn't because I wanted to be different. What a mistake!
One of these is not like the others.
Oh my goodness, dude! Doc, 8 eliminations.
How many of nades?
Look at the damage.
How many of nades though?
You guys, I hope everybody watching just understands what they just witnessed. This is PUBG Mobile history, folks. We've never seen a team dominate the lobby, I think, in this fashion. I can't remember when, and I've been here since the beginning, Max. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is PMGC. This is not PMGO.
And it started from the start of the match, too. They were just popping off and just clearing mini Pachinki. I mean, initially, they had the 2 split on mini Pachinki. You would get in a 50-meter radius. That's something very ballsy of someone to do to get in nade range of Doc. I'll tell you that much. You don't want to be in that 50-meter radius. You're going to be in deep, deep trouble. Look like most of the replays are just Doc, by the way. It's just him, those nades on Void Donkey ID or Doinked now we're saying apparently that's something. I don't know what's going on, man. 4MV are here to play, Jason. They are not messing around like PMWC. PMWC were scrims, Jason. And this is the real event. This is the real tournament where they're just going to pop off.
They eliminated over a third of the lobby. Like, that is ridiculous. Not to mention, in one game alone, they almost got more points than some teams got across 2 days in total in one match. Like, what is happening? Like, that is the 4MV, Max, that we've been talking about this entire year, and I'm so happy, Hot Jukes, so like other people are able to see like what 4MV are capable of.
Like I thought that what we saw from TJB, right, last week was going to be the most incredible performance. What was it, like a 70-point day they had? Over 10 points per game, and I was like, this is not going to be touched. Like, this is just so insane. 32 points! Half of their entire day in one game! Yeah. In one game!
So, was this a 120-point day here for 4MV?
Yeah.
We're looking at?
What is their average going to be at the end of this? If they even slightly keep this up, I mean, you even saw them at the end. Like, there was no crazy pop off, right? They were just shaking hands, like, yeah, you know.
Some people going to look at this like, oh, these are cool overall rankings. Wait, that's one game.
What?
That's one game. What do you mean that's one game? Like, we still had some decent points. We have to talk about other squads eventually. Like, good game from CAG Osaka and Stalwart. There's some really solid splits on the southern side and west. But 4MV, Jason,
a New Jersey buff, man.
It looks sick though. I'm not gonna lie. That looks pretty cool. They're looking extra epic, man.
Wow. I feel like Max wants to get a jersey in his hands, and he's gonna get that signed by, of course, everyone from 4MV. Yeah. He's never gonna wash it, hang it up in a frame on his wall, and then say Falcons who?
What?
4MV, my favorite team.
I mean, come on, like as of right now, Jason, 4MV looking a little bit good. Just they're looking kind of decent. Way more of that, please. Yes, way more.
Man, I mean, yeah, of course it's gonna be him for MVP.
He filled up the pentagram. He filled it up. What? it's all red.
It's evil. It's evil.
He's summoning a demon right now.
Oh my gosh! You know, all he needed was a couple more assists, but he couldn't get them because he was destroying everybody with those nades. This is ridiculous. Well, I don't even know. I'm speechless. I'm literally speechless here, folks. I mean, this is a game that I could have not possibly predicted that would happen. I mean, 22 eliminations at this stage is just absolutely remarkable. And guys, I don't even think we're going to see this again, ever.
I mean, don't forget, he's also the in-game leader for 4MV.
Yes.
And he's fragging out like this, and he's nading like this. Like, this is
41 points in 2 games.
Yeah. Wow.
20-point average. You're like, 10-point average is good, but how about 20? How about 20? The way they wrapped up this game too, right? Just to talk a bit more macro, not just fragging potential of the squad and the insane nades from Doc. They also took some really good fights in a really good order, especially taking Stalwart first because they knew CAG Osaka were on the southern side. They knew they were possibly going to be the main threat because they had 2 players on a roof that really, in that flat terrain, that rooftop is just so important for the side of CAG, for Naoto and Matul in particular. They clear Stalwart, then go for that great 2-2 split at the end that we saw them get, which just puts the nail in the coffin at that point. It's just, yeah, we're securing that game, and we want to make sure, because of the angles, you can't even go out to blue zone. Even if you want to go out to blue zone, guess what? You're not escaping. You're not escaping from our Doc nades, and we're just going to get 22.
Who gives a crap about position at this point, dude? These guys destroyed everybody. Like, it didn't matter. I mean, it's so crazy. The thing is that when you have a game like this, it puts like the fear of everything in these players. Like, I guarantee
they're running away right now. Look.
Yeah, I mean, I would too. I mean, like, the thing is that if you see a team this on fire, like at that point, when you notice it's them, you get an elimination, or you realize you're in a fight with them, you're gonna hesitate. And I guarantee you, this is gonna take over. Like, it's gonna carry on for the rest of this group, hands down.
Dukes, hey, you know what happens when you see you're fighting for MV in the lobby? You know what you do when you see them in the elimination feed? Settings, exit to lobby. Best combo. That keeps you alive.
I liked how at one point, Max, you're talking about, I think it was Kagasaka having AWM, and I'm like, yeah, but Doc has nades. Like, he doesn't need to go to a crate to get any sort of extra, edge in these fights. And the thing was, we were also talking like how's Doc's ammo? Like, how's his nades? And every time we cut to him, he has more ammo, more nades. He was kind of leading the charge of his own team, as you took a screenshot to show us over in chat. Like, insane stuff out of this team. But I'm probably one of the biggest fans of 4MV. I will say this: consistency has to be maintained out of this team. Obviously, one big pop-off game is great. It's going to keep yourself up in the leaderboards throughout the rest of today, at least. But we need to see some sort of semblance of consistency, because that's something that I feel like they massively lacked at PMWC.
For sure. I mean, we saw them this game. Did they struggle to leave military? No, that was a literally non-issue. We talked about it already before this game, right, Jukes? The teams that really typically hold off the bridge, which are COG Osaka and also the side of GRS, they did not linger around those bridges. That was an instant rotation from 4MV to make the cross to the mainland. So I think that's never going to be an issue unless the circle somewhat centers around the bridges. That might become a little bit of an issue for them later on. But as of right now, not really. We're really focusing on these things, by the way. Camera zoom out on that.
I like it. Dude, I'll say this, though, man. I don't care about consistency anymore, guys. I don't think it's needed, right? I mean, when you're 4MV, just do this twice a day. And it's over.
Just get all your points of the day in one game.
Yeah, just do this twice. That's it. Just do this twice. Take the rest of the games off, and then we'll see you in the finals.
Oh man, just imagine a world max where they pull this off on like 2 of the 3 or 3 of the 3 air guilds today.
Yeah. Man, imagine. I have to say though, I think this is the most biased desk segment we've ever had.
I mean, dude, what else do you want to say? I mean, we just about one team. Mobile history. This is etched in stone here.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, I don't know what else. I mean, it doesn't matter. Everything else has been outshadowed by hands down. I mean, this is crazy.
I didn't say it was a bad thing. I'd do it again.
Yeah. Dude, it's wild.
Well, we got about 15 seconds left until the slaughter continues potentially for 4MV. Hot Jukes and Maxman, do you think 4MV going to do it yet again here in back-to-back games?
Hold on. Ready? Max
Top 3's happening.
2, 1. Doc.
Go. Oh, you stopped early. What the hell? Okay.
Well, if you're saying 3 times, you might summon him, and we've already seen what he can do without being summoned as we're going to head back into Erangel once again. 4MV's playing ground. Can they potentially pull off more than 22 eliminations? Let's find out with John Allen and Blake.
What a gross finish from 4MV off that last match. That was disgusting behavior from them. They have managed to put a massive dent in their potential point scoring needs over the course of this week. And maybe with that one game, they have laid the gauntlet to make it not a race for top 3 blank. It's a race for 2nd and 3rd place.
Yeah, it's tough. I'll agree with Hot Juice, man. If you can consistently put up 2 games like this every day, then yeah, you'll absolutely see yourself towards the top side of the lobby. Fantastic work from 4MV. Difficult to really praise many of the other teams inside that lobby, other than 4MV, obviously, because it was such an incredible game. However, what I will say is that looking at some of those squads, COG, Asaka right now, happy to see them play the way they are. I think even on Sandhog, they didn't look terrible at all. I think the positions that they took on the map were fairly strong. Then back over towards here on Erangel, yeah, you get a strong position. You try and break out from those buildings. You take the high ground approach. You're playing with 3. I think it was a little bit too much, considering at that point the game 4MV was quite literally going Super Saiyan. And I don't really think you could have put them down any other way, to be honest with you. I think they were just, honestly, in that moment, unstoppable. So, yeah, I think for 4MV, let's hope we can see more out of that. But there are certainly other teams inside this lobby who are doing fantastic.
There was that triple knock onto Doc as well during that match. It has to be noted that he did get taken down, but that's only because he was so hungry for the rest of the lobby, and they did actually get those reses fairly efficiently and effectively, and which means that he was taking risks, sure, but he was taking risks in positions that made a lot of sense, right? And that's what we've criticized a couple of other players. I think probably the biggest example of that for me, when you look at other regions, at other groups, is potentially Nomi from Team Spirit, who goes for these crazy plays and can pop off, as Doc did in that last match. But he's in these risky positions that his team can't capitalize on. The difference here is that Doc was fairly safe wherever he was going for these fights, and that was magnificent to watch.
It was. I think for Doc, the difference here is that those mistakes aren't being punished as much, because over for Nomi, there's a lot of times where you would get taken down. There was a huge amount of squads inside of Group Yellow that were quick to punish those mistakes. But fantastic stuff either way from Doc in that game.
Yeah, 4MV, they have made their mark so far with a massive game. 41 points on the board, and 7WG, he found out all about them.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. 4MV just had the best performance we have seen so far out of PMGC League Stage, especially Doc putting up so many eliminations. I got a chance to talk to him in between this game. I asked him, how confident are you feeling after that game? He said, you saw what the other teams were saying in their predictions. Everybody's expecting them to qualify. I also asked him, which team do they think they're going to be their biggest challenge? They mentioned Team Liquid. We'll have to wait and see, because Team Liquid right now is not starting off so hot. Back to you guys.
Wow, interesting that they think Team Liquid could be their biggest challenge. As he said, though, they are stone cold last at the tables right now, but it's only been 2 matches with a point average of 1 per game. That's not ideal. I think as well, given that there is 2 points at least on everyone's tally. Actually, no, I'm not sure. I was going to say, was that another game where everyone got at least 1 point? But I think actually all of the points got given to 4MV from that one, if I'm not mistaken. Have to double check. Either way, Team Liquid definitely not doing well.
I think when we looked at some of their rotations they've made, there was a couple of times where they have thrown down the gauntlet. They've tried to make some aggressive trades, tried to go for some aggressive pushes. It's not quite worked out in their favor. Like last game, they went up against 4MV. And again, I think it's fair enough for 4MV to be like, you know what, this is a team that is incredibly strong that we might lose to. And I think that in that match, it was really only Team Liquid that looked like they made 4MV sweat in that engagement. So I think it's fair enough. It was just that, honestly, at that moment in time, 4MV were just better. Though I do expect Team Liquid to pull their socks up, because right now, it's not looking great in 16th place. I don't think that's where they're going to end.
CAG Osaka on the south coast. They have had some decent positions in these last few games, and they are up to 13 points, 4th place, looking to try and chase down one of those top spots. The last representatives from Japan that I think can make it through on into this one to grab a top 3 spot in our group stages. We'll see if they are able to make that one happen. As we head on over to DRS as well, I feel like we're waiting for that pop-off performance from DRS. I mean, it's only been 2 games before as well, but in general, I'm hoping that they can start to step up, because I think that the region in general has been historically very, very strong, and DRS have been at the forefront of that.
Yeah, DRS has been together a long time as well. I think each individual player on that team, very, very good. I love DRS as a team. I think a lot of people call them the real snakes because they have some unreal moments towards the end games, but they are incredibly good.
RRQ, they make it across the bridge, blank. No influence rage to cut them down this time. They weren't all in the same vehicle either, so they may have picked up on just what brought them down earlier, and do in fact get across up to the north side, with the circle pushing up towards the hills to the south of Severny around shooting range. It's going to be an interesting crossing. 2 players from Brute Force. This is a big 2-2 split, so only 2 players from Brute Force are here. The other 2, they're up in Severny. And I feel like this peel off, it may be completely necessary here, as RRQ should just be able to find these knocks, find these points, and Freezer now solo.
Freezer by himself, stuck out in the open. RQ, Saru will find Neos on the approach. Oh, for Brute Force, it's not looking great. I mean, 10 points so far. It's not horrendous for this team, but yeah, consistently going down early like this is not fun. They got a little bit further in that last game, but for Brute Force, it has just come down to a case of messy fights so far. I've not really been the biggest of fans. CAG Osaka getting revenge over towards 4MV.
Ooh, a little knock and a flash over towards Apollo as well. On this bridge crossing, 4MV trying to leave. Freezer does go down in the meantime here as Brute Force are getting picked up in dribs and drabs, but CAG Osaka guarding out 4MV's approach across the bridge. This is big stuff. Doc has to turn around, get away from that, and maybe go for a rotation. I mean, it's very, very late now into the circle, and they spot it. Doc goes down too.
This is terrible news, but well played to CAG. Man, I love it. They're like, look, 4MV's getting too easy of a rotate out of Sosnovka. Let's put an end to that, shall we? Last game, it really was a case of 4MV taking it to task with CAG Osaka. This time around, though, CAG, they pull out the FPI badges. 4MV surrounded. Put your hands up and come out quietly. This is very, very well done to CAG. Big fan of that one.
And in general, there's not going to be too many teams going to be directly in their path as well, because they're going to read into the circle, right? You think teams, they're going to be going north of the river, which means that there's not going to be too many roadblocks around Pachinki, around potentially those western bridges are going to give you a little bit of trouble right now. Not really, but CAG Osaka do have to move forwards after this, so you can afford to expend time and still have quite a decent chunk of the circle to have access to, which is always the problem with a bridge camp like that, is that sometimes you are just going to be cut out of getting into the circle. But because it's so far north, you can commit to that. And with this shift, CG Osaka may have just hit a gold mine.
It's just hilarious to me, honestly, the case of you caused us such pain that last match. You denied us a chicken dinner, right? That's it then. We're coming down to Sosnovka. We've had enough. But yeah, I mean, quick reaction from CAG. They go down, but they're not willing to allow the guys over on 4MV to feel like, you know, they've got away with a crazy game versus them. There was definitely an opportunity for CAG to win that last game. Unfortunately, the nade usage wasn't quite there from them. I mean, Apollo almost had really good pickups over towards the two players on 4MV, but again, I think that it's less. We look back on that match. If you look back on that match, you actually watch it back. It's less that Apollo's nades weren't great, but just that mental game coming from 4MV of where they moved. Because they didn't instantly go for the res. They moved all the way out to the edge of the blue before they went for it. Then they split 1-on-1. So if a nade did come through and knock one of them, it would have only got the one knock as opposed to grouping. So yeah, it's very, very smart from 4MV, the way they prevented complete demise from Apollo. Very, very well done. D plus Kia though up again versus Brute Force with Furia and Prepod trying to hold their own, but nades going through the building, hitting the rooftops, not getting much done at all, and Furia is struggling right now.
Ooh, Brute Force, they're down to 2. I mean, we saw them lose 2 of their players on their quite frankly kind of fumbled escape from Severny, right? They were in a weird split and just got rolled up on as 4, lost half of their players, and now they're playing on the dribs and drabs. D+, they're going to share the compound with them. They're going to allow them residency on the north side. And actually, maybe quite useful to stop teams from the north trying to crash in. But right now, there's only Influence Rage who are still in that location. We've got a couple of teams now trying to find their homes on the southwest side, not least of which Celcom Digi Alliance, who are currently trying to fend off maybe COG Osaka, as well as Voin Donkey ID on the southwest side, playing on the compounds from Pachinki to school.
Voin, never mind. I'm not even going to go there because I've been causing problems. Team Liquid though, Cardozo down. Is Ayala already out as well? It's not a good start. To be fair though, I think this is somewhat understandable because if you look into the past of any of the Americas, typically Brazilian teams have this problem where if they are on top, if they're doing well, it's very hard to shut them down. But the mental game has always been a bit of a difficulty for them in terms of, you mentioned it, the mental boom. It really does slow them down in that sense. Alpha 7 struggled with this so much in the past. And I think they're one of the few teams from Brazil that's been able to kind of get rid of that curse, expel it almost, with the addition of McGrellin. And I think they've done wonderfully well. I think that even in Group Yellow, when they were losing games that they maybe could have won, it wasn't like they looked upset with it, yes, but they didn't look distraught, and they were quick to readjust and fix those mistakes. Now, I don't want Team Liquid to fall into that same trap that Alpha 7 has certainly fallen into before, and they just need to get back on the bike here. Cardozo going down to Prepod, one of the 2 players there from Brute Force. I don't know, man. I'm worried. I'm worried for Team Liquid.
Yeah, the momentum definitely not there for them right now, and I mean 4MV maybe a little bit tongue-in-cheek with that call-out saying that they might be their biggest rivals, but perhaps they're right. If they'd have actually switched on the engine, they could be gassing up their point scores right now, and there's still potential for them to do that, right? Hopefully they can come back into this one, but they're trapped under the bridge right now. A big northwest shift, Blank. This is really, really nasty. The teams have now gone up to the north side of the circle, gone, oh, rats, we're going to have to go down to the south side again. And now they have to go back north of this river, which means that there's going to be a lot of chaos and a lot of weak positions.
Dude, I think for 4MV, they're absolutely correct to pin Team Liquid as one of their biggest rivalries inside this lobby. Team Liquid is a sick team. It's just not displaying or reflecting on their current point scoring. This is a wild rotate, by the way, from CAG. I'm not the biggest of fans of it. I think heading through over towards that northwest bridge, you know there's a ton of teams already in this area, especially with the fact that 77 start in Sunken anyway. They're likely to head up to over to its north side and try and control this bridge crossing. So for CAG, again, it's very similar to what we saw in Sandhawk with Team Secret. I think that, you know, nestling yourself in over on the western side of Rozhok might have given you not an insane game, but it might give you a better chance into the game in terms of just putting up point scoring for CAG. 4MV though, still going. Reefus finds Gyante from DRS. This is the 2 players coming through from that team. Not willing to go out early, so maybe Hot Jukes was right. Just 2 games a day. Maybe this wasn't one of those 2 games.
Yeah, well, there's 6 to choose from. Why stack them all together? Got to keep them wanting more, right? And in general, Blank, it's good to see the teams from Mongolia keeping on going. I mean, last year, right, we almost had a Mongolian 1-2-3 in the PMGC Grand Finals, right? We had Alpha 7 just beating out 4MV at the time to get to that spot. IHC, they're out of the tournament entirely now, Blank. And what was Stalwart Esports, the roster there became Falcons Force later on with some roster shifts. They didn't manage to make it direct to the Grand Finals either. We have not seen that Mongolian domination that we saw last time around. So it is about time that 4MV put them back on the map.
Yeah, the Mongolian Massive isn't quite there yet. Stalwart from Fearless will find a couple of shots over towards RQ. More than just a couple of shots, a damn lot of shots, and we'll finish them off there, off the back of it. Fantastic stuff from them. Here's Team Secret, though, with 2 players from Stalwart in the back lines looking to hold off versus these 2 players. Good nade. Pops him out the vehicle. Managed to slip that one in through the window.
Team Secret able to get that first limb on the match. A little bit of a roll up there as well. Going pretty tricky, but Stalwart actually managed to make it work. There was a third-party light-up coming on through. RRQ, they got eliminated on this position, trying to control this bridge crossing, but Team Secret now going to transition. They're going to leapfrog past it and into this fight. Only Sanchez left for Stalwart, but he's got the MG3. The little hole window there, not going to quite be able to cut it in terms of angles needed. A hop out. This is brawled, but it's not going to be something that's going to be too effective against the roll-up for Team Secret. They managed to get that knock, but that should be easily rezzed on up here on the northeast side. Maybe Team Secret to keep on going, but Thunder Talk managed to lace a shot through.
Yeah, I mean, for Stalwart, kind of hard to deal with, especially when Team Secret's rocking up at you with 4 M4s, 4 chambers of secrets, all directed at your face. Yeah, tough scenario to be in. DRS Killer last alive here. Time to transition to the real snakes here to stay alive a little bit longer. They have been soldiering through so far. I really want DRS to do well. I'm a big fan of teams that have veteranship, that stay together for a long time. And, you know, from all the performances from DRS in the past, they're a really pleasant team to watch in terms of just the energy they have on stage as well. But yeah, that's what I want to see that coming through from DRS. But right now, it's not quite there yet. Now down to just Killer. Trying to find these off angles, which they are very well known for as their off angles in the past, but not finding an opening so far, which is understandable considering you're into PMGC, and this is the most competitive PMGC of all time.
I think that's, at this point, fairly indisputable. Every single team that's been taken to these battlefields has had a chance, has had a shot. Some have fell by the wayside, and that's what this tournament's all about, right? It's making a lobby of the best start to sweat. And that's what makes it such good viewing. Happy to be here. The Vicious are currently trying to push on up and continue to hold a spot in the top 3. I think a team that maybe flew under the radar in terms of predictions on their approach into this group, and we'll see how long they can hold this 3rd place spot. I don't think I expect them to be able to. I think D plus Kia maybe could keep that spot. I mean, especially with the fact that they're 23 points. They've got that first elim. They're 4 players alive here. I think the Vicious under the bridge could also have a pretty big impact on this game. But I expect a little bit more longevity from D plus Kia, but I'm willing to be proved wrong.
And D Plus have very good players on side, typically able to play towards that center really, really well. They have won some pretty critical fights, but that is a nasty circle. And now it is mission critical for D Plus to get over towards that northern edge, but with 3 teams all battling out for Roz-Ok Bridge on this eastern side, it's going to be hard to cross here. So I'm curious to see what the decision is from D Plus going forward, similarly to the Vicious, as well as Apex and Reefers, who have made it quite far into this game. And with Garnet being the last player alive, it's likely that 4MV is going to survive longer than CAG, despite the initial shutdown coming through from them on the western bridge.
It's unfortunate stuff. Little rollout, a scout. Scoping out towards D+, Cellcom Digi Alliance. Trying to get a little bit of an opening, but they're just going to push D+ away to be able to make this approach here. I don't think they can really spend the time to go for a full fight unless they find that knock. Or maybe it's just the full sweep, the full rundown. They do want to go for it. Okay, they're going straight on down the hill. They're getting a little bit bold here, and D+ read into this. They know, just stay safe, just stay alive. Get on into this next circle, get some healing done. Nice little rollout from D+. Osal left a little bit towards the back, and that was, you're right, 4MV taking shots over towards the bridge position. Reefus and Apex on a crossfire towards the Vicious's position.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of time remaining to make this happen. I think for Cellcom Digi Alliance, not a bad play from them to send D+ further down over towards that southwest side so they can maybe make this crossing over the water, and it works out fantastically. 4MV, time's limited here. The nades have to be very strong coming through from Apex, but Pronozin does send a lovely one over the top, and now it's just down to Reefer, so I think he's having his days numbered now. Smokes go down. And the Vicious just might be able to extract themselves from this position on the eastern side that they have still Team Secret to deal with on the northeast, who have a strong lineup for themselves.
Yeah, they've left 2 players out on the backstop at the gas station there, with a position further forwards as well. They're on a 2-1-1 split this late in the game. Reefus isn't going to go down without a fight. He's certainly got plenty of bite behind his bark. The first knock goes through. That was a third-party knock coming on in from across the way from Cellcom Digi Alliance, as he just drops right in front of him like a stone. But Reyes could get rest here with these smokes. Cellcom Digi Alliance, though, looking to sweep.
Cellcom Digi Alliance, they need to. This is a perfect opportunity for them to move over towards that north side. D+ somehow make it through the glut teams down towards the south side. Chips was left behind as a backstop. We'll see how far he can go, but D+ want to help the rest of the team stay in on this one. 77 is Zadira to take down Garnet. Extremely strong player coming through from 77. 4 players still alive. Good stuff there from Prepod as well. Finds the last player of Team Liquid onto Mythic. Now D+ should be fairly safe.
Brute Force able to survive with just the 1 player. However, D+ should be able to take this one down. I say should be because Prepod, you never know when he could start to pop off. Or if he's just going to fall down under the bridge. We'll have to wait and see. But D+, they really want to extract this. Yeah, just getting rid of it. Nice discipline there. Know that they can move up to this hillside afterwards. They leave Fabian out on that northeast side to keep that roadside clear. Give them that ascension towards the ridgeline because they're going to need it. A launching platform to move in towards the center now.
Influence, lovely central spot. 77 looking down towards Voindonkey on that south side. And RCB wetting in the wings to strike when necessary. D+ though finds Soazu. Woo. I'm just going to call that man Soaz from now on. Sorry, guys.
That's what you get. You're not getting those voice clips from us. I know your games. Oh, goodness me.
But yeah, for D+, good opening knock onto him. Immediately, Team Secret tries to send away, but they realize it's too late. They need to commit to this fight, and so do D+. As they send far over the top side. Maybe this is an overcommit from D+. How will they handle this going forward?
What? How did they manage to get through that? I thought the spray downs were clean, but Team Secret just dropped the ball on it. 3 players down, they're forced to go for the res. Only Fabian to be the only casualty for that roll-up from D+. This is crazy that they've been able to get on through here. The blue zone still puts pressure on them, but a lovely knock from Chips to step up the spray down, getting 3 of the players from Team Secret out of the way. And now it's just Soaz behind the buggy, who has managed to get res, get some healing done, but he's on the roadside and will be drawn to a stop there. Ticketed, put in cuffs and tucked away for the next game.
Horrible transaction. Worst transaction I've ever seen coming through Team Secret. They were like, we're going to hold this shack. D Plus is like, we will swap you one shack for one amazing ridge. Thank you very much. And Team Secret acquiesced to their request. Very, very nicely done for D Plus. Like you said, it was amazing that they lost only Fabian on the approach there. I really did think that they would lose more. And with Thunder Talks actually losing GA over towards that north side. Now, D Plus, again, they pulled the biggest switcheroo out inside this lobby over towards that northeast side. Team Secret went from having a fantastic position to now no longer having any position. 77, Shifu up front with RCB currently in the Wizard Power. Nice nade over towards the side. That takes down Loxy. That's 2 players out now, and 77 realized now is the time to clear on this south side of the circle. Silas attempting to make something happen, but I think even he must know at this point in time that it is game over.
77, 5 eliminations. They're looking to put 3 more on. Silas moves up towards the buggy, grabs it, and gets away. Yeah, I think you're right on the money with that one. Just try to get out of this fight, salvage what you can. You're still into the top 5, and it's very possible that you can just ladder up a placement or 2 and get a very decent points value, whereas the value of staying in that fight is likely you just go down. You don't get any more points. So Silas looking to just try and play the averages here.
Yeah, if you can get a top 5 or a top 4, anything a little bit extra is good. I mean, with King in a really precarious position right now, there's even a chance for 4th place here for Silas. He already had the bookie, now has a loot crate to play behind, so a ton of cover for him. With the way this circle actually works, the staging, where a lot of high ground on that north side, which pulls down, Silas is somewhat isolated into this 1v4, which isn't an awesome situation to be in, but it's better than things seen by many other teams. I think 77 have realized this. They're like, look, we know the loot crates here. We know your games. We're not falling for this one again.
Oh no, he has to be spotted. Limbo Boom finally gets the shoulder and immediately they hop out. That's Silas down and out. Only 1 elimination for RCB. That's another added to the tally. Influence Rage now in that central location with D+ trying to push on in. King on the lock-in. Thunder Talk, I mean, they haven't really had much talking over these last few games, but they're into the top 4 now, despite a low elimination count, trying to leave the bottom of the tables after this match.
Yeah, King, highly renowned player. Right now, he's the last for Thunder Talks at the moment. D+ move away. They decide that it's not worth their time anymore. They want a stronger position inside the circle. Influence had little influence over this lobby thus far. Very, very central position they've been holding. Not really doing too much with it, but they can explode out at any moment here. Bring the dynamite to the rest of the players inside of this lobby. 77 look to finish and clear out King, who's now looking a little bit more worried. Chips is out. No. This is our elimination.
King basically gets to decide who gets the point. Or maybe no one gets the point. And that is the point. For Chips, he's looking to step up, take shots over towards 77, and it's going to work.
Okay.
Gets lasered down there. And actually, Shifu has to move with the zone as it's pushing him in. So that res going to be a little tricky. D+ have a lot of opportunity here. King steps out, and immediately he's put back in his place. Fabian able to slurp that point on in. Very happy with that one. 77 will look for this res. D+ actually looking to put pressure on it. Chips moves into nade range here. Out through the smoke. Look at a scout. Spots the run back. Knows they probably already got that res. D+ looking to put nades over towards Influence Rage as well. But 77 have the majority of the circle under control.
I enjoyed that from Chips, actually. Came in with the pretense of, oh, we're both looking for a knock on to King, are we? JK. I'm actually finding a knock on to 77 here, which makes a lot more sense. I mean, if they take him down, it's a free knock over towards King from Thunder Talks. So, yeah, for 77, I don't think they expected that one. Circle moves over towards that northeast side. D+ been doing a lot of moving. Petrol's getting low, for sure. There's no gas station in sight, but they certainly have had a lot of control over this side of the lobby. Chips is that Lone Ranger. You can see him now refolding back into the team. Yeah, very awkward circle to play, and smoke's going to be hyper important going forward.
A lot of smokes are on side for Influence Rage as well. I think D+ have had a little bit more of a draw on their resources, which is going to make stuff a little bit harder for them, especially how crunched in they are on this northeast side. You can see Nolbu trying to leverage as much ground as he can from the blue zone to move on forwards, trading in the vehicles, going for the buggy. And this next move for D+ is make or break. They've had one chicken dinner already today. They want to try and repeat it, but 77 is going to be a real tough challenge to get out of the way.
77. I think for 77, this game means a lot to them. Just because they have been dipping a little bit on the rankings. This is a great game. Bring themselves back up to speed. Shifu, 6 elims so far. We know this guy is incredibly good at the game. Limbo Boom opts to not go for an early heal. Just get out the way, back down again. But D+ are just slowly pushing them further and further away, shepherding them to an early demise going forward. I mean, the control from D+ has been really good because Influence has just done nothing. So D+ is like, okay, we will try and dominate the lobby. And finally, there's a breakout coming through from Influence.
Just kidding, straight back into the cover as they turn around and immediately get humbled on that rollout. I mean, 77 takes shots, so do D+ as soon as they go for it. It's really, really difficult to make this rollout for Influence Rage because they didn't get any control over these hillsides earlier. They couldn't quite make it work. Nades are going to start to be traded now between 77 and D+. A lot of damage over towards Zadira, out by the crate, and we're into the final zone. Osal moving forwards. The smokes are all important now, Blank. Nades not connecting for Limbo Boom. Over towards D+, but Chips is spotted, and it's Lil Boy to be able to take the first shot, take that first spray, and maybe give 77 a bit of an opportunity. The breakout from Influence Rage, as well as the smokes start to bloom. Nolbu moving forwards as Fabian gets in for the res. The cover from the vehicle to stop those nades short.
My God, there's a lot of nades that Influence has been holding on to here, and they are starting to pay off big time as Adira takes a heavy hit. Limbo Boom's not down yet, but a lot of damage done. In comes D+, rolling out in the vehicles. Nolbu looks to step out himself with the S12K. A lot of damage done. Limbo Boom's down. Now Shifu, last player to hold down the fort.
Looking like the Autobots on that rollout from D+, and let's see if they can transform this game into a chicken dinner, but Influence Rage, they may just be able to beat the Decepticon, and D+ will be taken down by it. A lovely rollout and a flex out from Influence Rage, perfectly timed to capitalize on the chaos in the middle of it all. And that didn't go the way I thought it would, but they've managed to make it work. Brazil happy with that result.
I mean, with the compound they held, a little bit of an easy game. I am surprised that what we saw there didn't happen much earlier, which is a case of let's just smoke off the entirety of Influence Rage's compound, and then we can take the fight between D+ and 77 in an individualistic manner. But yeah, Influence Rage, really good nades towards the end there to secure themselves that victory.
Well, Max, Hot Jukes, welcome back everyone to the desk here. We've had an exciting 22 elimination game in match 2. And then Max, I don't know how many limbs Influence Rage got at the very end there, but it can't be that high.
It's not a lot. I literally thought we were going to get a 0 elimination top 3 position for Influence Rage, but they do actually have a lot of resources. I mean, you mentioned it, Jason, during the end of that game when talking to us. Like, we wonder how many resources do they have? Utility, how many bullets do they still have for each of their weapons? Answer is, they had a ton of grenades. They were just chucking it all onto D+ here, all onto the side of 77, and just keeping them at bay. And really, because of how the fight initiated between D+ Kia and Influence Rage, I thought this was going to be maybe 77's match to win, but the fact they don't lose too many players and are able to just get close, in nade range you can see here, Loranzi gets a great spray down onto Chips, and they just start picking off players one by one because of the smokes, Hot Jukes, that were positioned in a really, really smart area.
Yeah, perfectly placed. Because that's the thing is that, you know, one bad smoke here can just destroy your team. You smoke yourself out, you completely eliminate your sight lines and allow the other team to just destroy you. But no, they're put perfectly within that range. I love to see that here. Influence Rage, 6 elimination game. This day kind of feels like a roller coaster already. Like last game we were like, and now we're like, you know, climbing back up.
Now we're like,
yeah, for sure. You know, but we still got one more Aaron Gale coming on up, so we can still see some magic happen for sure. But I do want to talk about the start of the game, Max.
Oh, we're talking about the bridge. We're doing it.
Oh,
we're talking about the bridge camp. So CAG Osaka, for those who did not check the first Orangle, left the bridge as phase 1 started closing. They did not want to fight 4MV. After what 4MV did on that previous game, they're like, no, what? You're not going to mess with us anymore, 4MV. We're going to mess with you. We are taking you out ASAP. And they take out Doc specifically, which is very important. But is this something we're going to see happen now every single Wrangles? If so, 4MV is going to have a bit of a tougher time to reach that late game.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm glad that they did it so fast, right? That they didn't wait, you know, for another game to go by. No, they did that bridge camp nice and early. Yeah, just to put that pressure onto them, to make them second guess themselves as they cross. Because, I mean, after especially that last match, just seeing them pop off, you gotta kind of, you know, maybe just slow them down a little bit. And that's the way to do it for sure, Jason. So, I mean, I think that was a really, really smart play from CLG Osaka. What do you think?
I think it was a slight reality check for 4MV as well, that like, yeah, you might have been able to pull off 22 eliminations in the last match, but you still have to respect all these teams, and you can't just freely go over this Western bridge, because teams like Kakasaka will punish you for it. And we did see 4MV, well, if they lost a couple players, they did rotate toward the Eastern bridge instead, where Team Secret do drop over towards Novo, and they did eventually make their way in towards the zone. So yeah, I think for 4MV, it's just kind of a sign of like, yeah, these teams aren't going to let you run away with matches like this, and they're not going to give you too much respect. So we need to see some adaptations in 4MV's play. But you know, speaking of these rotations, you know, one thing I did see though, Max, that was quite nice to see, considering the way the zone went eventually, and of course the river in the middle, is that we had Thunder Talk, Team Secret, and Stalwart all rotate through Yas9 to get towards that northern side of the river without having to, you know, be congested into this massive conglomerate of teams.
It's a really good rotate. I think that if you're not a very straight up southern or western team and you drop a little bit more towards the east, you can very easily go north of Yasnaya Lake and you'll be fine. Unfortunately for Team Secret and also for the side of Stalwart, they do have a little bit of a clash in the open, so they lose players pretty quickly, and then the rotation followed by that fight is not going to be too easy for them to pull off. And because of that, guess what? D plus Kia just start absolutely sweeping Hot Jukes. All of those northern teams, after they cleared the southern bridge east of Rozok, they're going for Team Secret. They're going for Thunder Talk Gaming. They're just sending it on everyone they would see to make sure they have the northern space available, to make sure they can get as far in the match as they possibly can. And that results in the top 3. If they were passive, they would have gone out way, way earlier, in my opinion.
Oh, for sure. I love the fact that D plus Kia has that heads up to be able to decide when to like just adjust strategies. They saw that circle and they're like, you know what, the chances of us just winning this game easily is so slim. We got to start fighting teams on this edge. Let's put some points on the board and just kind of see what happens. And that's the right play, right? You push one squad, hey, it worked out, right? We got some nice eliminations. Get loot up fast, move on to the next one. Oh, we won that fight, perfect, you know? And it just kind of just snowballs after that. So D plus Kia, they knew exactly what to do once they saw that zone shifted, and they executed it properly for sure.
One team I do want to touch on really quickly, Max, is Stalwart. And they picked up 7 eliminations in this game. I mean, this is like the first time we're going to see them at this kind of level of competition after the massive changes they've had between summer and fall. I think this, for me, is a good sign if you think back to CSA. I feel like being able to see them be able to compete when it comes to just like the combat aspect here at PMGC is a real telling of like how good this team can be. I'm just curious how it's going to work out when it comes to more of like the placing points and more of like the macro plays.
I have a reason I've not been talking about them too much, Jason, is because I'm waiting for the Miramar, and I am gonna pop off.
PTSD.
If I see that hot drop, I'm gonna be fuming. Okay, and hopefully it does not happen. But they've had some good fights. Unfortunately, here they did lose some players in the open to the side of Team Secret. They did have an MG3 for like 10 seconds, I think, and then it was just snatched away by Team Secret. It didn't quite work out, but no, there's definitely some potential. This is definitely the better iteration of the Stalwart roster, Jason, we saw compared to Spring. Like, this team is 100 times better in my opinion, but it's global. It's a bit of a different beast they got to tackle here, so it might take a bit of time for them to get used to this lobby that is very tough for them.
Yeah, for people out there who might not be familiar, if you didn't watch CSA, Hot Drops, Picado, we were so angry at Stalwart so consistently as they went up against Not Noobs, and well, we're not hoping to see that again, because we're gonna get very angry at this team. But one team we're not gonna be angry at right now is I'd say D+, man. We're talking about consistency. Obviously, Sandhawk getting a win earlier on today, having a really good result here in match 3, Hot Jukes. South Korea is really showing up this PMGC, and I think they're probably the strongest region we've seen so far in terms of like the 3 teams they're fielding.
Oh, for sure. I mean, especially like just watching how they played this last game, because I love to see teams put up solid points when they're dealing with a very terrible like circle shift. So D plus Kia to put up 9 in their position, it's not easy. So I'm very impressed. I mean, we got plenty of matches left. If they just continue on this run, I mean, we could definitely easily see them, you know, make it to the finals here. Someone's gonna have to slow them down though. That's gonna be the thing. So, you know, when you see these teams get hot so fast, it puts a big target on your back, and we just saw how that worked out here in the last game, especially for you know, for one squad in particular.
Which one? Which one are you talking about?
Oh, you know the squad, right? The top squad.
Oh,
No, don't say it. Don't say it, Max. Don't say it yet. One team though, I think I did all three of us have Team Liquid in our top 3 for this group.
Bottom 3.
I had him in my top 3. Jukes, where'd you have Team Liquid?
I had Team Liquid in my top 3. I did.
And you, Max?
Same. I had them too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not a strong start on a Team Liquid, unfortunately, but we'll give them time. They're going to bounce back. I can kind of feel it. What did you actually call them, Max, earlier?
They're just the ponies. Because I don't know. It was
some other words in there.
It was a bad joke, Jason. We don't have to bring it up.
I liked
That's
it.
fine. No, it's not great. I don't recommend it. Though I want to talk about one team actually to move the topic somewhere else. Regnum Caribra. It was quite interesting. Juice, we were talking about their position in the Harry Potter Tower. Unfortunately, the main issue, the main threat to those kind of positions is that if you leave the team get a little bit too close, which is what happened, 77 got way too close, guess what? 2-3 nades is going to clear the entire building. I think Regnum Caribra, if they maybe pushed out a bit preemptively to clear 77, maybe they would have been in their shoes to get the chicken dinner, but quite unfortunately, they let them get too close, and then we saw what happened. They just get completely destroyed on the southern side.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great position to hold, and that's kind of like the tough part when you're ever in that kind of one of those spots that you know it's potential game-winning position. You could just stay there for just a little bit too long, and it's just unfortunate that it didn't work out for them.
Well, fortunately for them, they're going to have some time off here to rethink some things before we head into our final Erangel match of the day. We'll see you all in just a few.
Welcome back to day one of Group Green, the halftime here so far on day one, and I'm joined by Silas. Silas, first of all, these questions are going to be from the Turkish talent. Shout out to everybody, Scott, Sensor, Jargish, miss you guys. You guys were able to play PMSL with Ezel, and then you guys have been able to change to Kasim's. What has changed? How were you able to adjust?
Bu soru zaten Türkiye tarafından geliyor. PMSL'de Ezel'le beraber oynadın. Ama bu PMGC'de Ezel'i kırmızıya değiştirdiniz. Bir fark oldu mu?
Yani bir fark olmadı çok fazla. Sadece Kımız biraz heyecanlı. Heyecanlı attığı zaman çok kolay bir şekilde oynayacak yani.
Actually, there's not much changes, but just Krimus is a bit excited because he's excited. If he can control his excitement, he can play better.
Okay, all right. Well, hopefully he will be able to control that excitement. We have already played 3 matches, as I mentioned earlier. How have you felt the lobby? What's the level of hardness of the lobby so far?
Bu haftanın lobisine göre nasıl kolaylık, zorluğu yani? Kolay mı, zor mu, normal mi?
Yani lobby çok da zor değil. Şu ilk 3 maç biraz kendi hatamızdan gitti. Yani full komple. Yani lobby çok zor değil. Halledeceğimizi düşünüyorum. İnşallah hallederiz.
Yeah, actually the hardness for the lobby is actually quite normal. It's not that hard, but we lost we didn't perform that good for these 3 matches. But I hope that we can do better after this.
All right, well, luckily for him, it is just 3 matches. With all the upcoming matches left, not just today, but in the next 3 days as well, who do they see as a threat in this lobby?
Ama bu son 3 gün sonrası içinde hangi takımı zor biliyorsun? Tehdit olarak yani bu grup içinde.
Forenvi'yi korkutucu. Onun dışında TT korkutucu. Bir de Team Liquid. Bir de Monkey oynadı şu an.
For this group is Team Liquid, for MV, neydi? Ha? Monkey. Demar. Okay, that one is done. So.
Right on. Well, hey, I'm pretty sure you're going to try to make it to the finals once again, as you have been to so many finals already at the PMGC, and you have actually gotten a chance to win it. So thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Well, Max, we were there last year in Turkey, and we had S2G literally right behind us, and we saw the look of defeat on Silas's face when they unfortunately underperformed when it came to the global finals last year. And you know, he's back for redemption. Credit to him to re-qualify for another year here. The 5th time, I believe you said earlier on today. You know he's hungry for that win yet again. But it's still going to be a difficult journey with teams like 4MV, D+. I think he even had Thunder Talk in there as well.
Yeah.
Teams to watch out for.
I mean, he's rebuilding everything from the ground up, Jason, right? After losing the team of S2G last year, right? He had to restart everything from zero. But, like, again, 5 times PMGC, as you said, Jason. He is one of the most experienced global players when it comes to PUBG Mobile eSport. And really, if he can feed that knowledge, that experience to the rest of his teammates, with time, these guys could become an absolute menace. Of course, they still have Razy, which this guy's just cracked when it comes to Turkey. But that really, these guys could pop off really well. So we just got to give them a bit more time.
Hot Jukes. Are you showing something off there?
Oh, no, nothing at all.
Were you pointing
That's
at
right.
this?
I'm gonna wait for this man to show
I thought you
something
meant
off.
to be pointing at this. Our Infinix GT20 Pro. I think he was trying to, say, oh, I still want one of those with its 120 FPS, not to mention the 144 Hertz AMOLED screen. Optrix, you're already a pro, but I guess you can continue to play like a pro by picking one of these up for you guys at home as well. I actually hope this keeps going the entire event. We just keep showing off our own Infinix GT20 Pro, and Hodges just gets more and more sad. But also, while you guys are at home, our teams to focus. To be fair, Hodges, it took me like 5 years to finally get my first phone through PUBG Mobile. I put 4MV, D+, and Kagasaka. Hodges, looking over at yours, you have 4MV, D+, and Team Liquid. Still sticking with those teams.
Yeah, I mean, I got to put Team Liquid on there because they got to start something up here sooner than later. Top 3 is the goal. I mean, we see the group of death coming up with the survival stage. So if you're Team Liquid, you definitely want to be in that spot. And I mean, I know MaxMat is just, he's so still because when he hears Team Liquid performing so bad that it makes him shocked, and I understand why too.
Yeah, my camera is just completely overheating because of those dock nades from earlier. That's what's going on. No, I have my Picklesoft DRS because not gonna lie, there was a lot of hype around the side of DRS and these guys are going to pop up, they're going to do so well. As of right now, they're in 12th position. They're in the red zone in the rankings, so we need to see them do well. It feels so weird talking and my mouth not moving. There we go. Thank you.
Was there a squirrel as your cameraman?
Yes, it just ate my cables. I don't know. I don't know what.
These damn squirrels, man. I swear, they're messing with all of us. I had internet problems before as well. But yeah, I mean, DRS, You know, I didn't really know where to place them coming into this group, to be honest, Max, because I feel like in fall season for CSA, they weren't really that exciting.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to face my stuff at the same time. But realistically, looking at DRS, they showed potential, right, in the spring and fall season of CSA. I think we don't really have those big standout players on DRS currently. We had Sleepy sometimes with the Mini 14, but it's not really been like too much happening for him currently. I think, though, realistically, Jason, looking at the survival stage, which team's over there, I think that DRS, the best opportunity for them to qualify to the Grand Finals would be Group Green, realistically. Top 3, I think, is achievable. Sure, they're at the bottom right now, but it's only 3 games. There's a lot of time for them to just pull off that comeback. But when you look at the teams they predicted, right, Hot Jukes, for DRS, Killer himself did not put DRS in top 3, so even they know this group is tough. So like, it doesn't seem like they have that confidence that, yeah, we're just going to pop off. Even they are kind of realistic, saying, yeah, we're not one of the top squads in this lobby.
I don't know if it's as much as, yeah, I guess realistic is the right word. I was going to say, like, you know, just trying to play it safe, right? Just in case they don't have a great performance. Because if they're nervous about that, you know, it's always a bad luck whenever you rank yourself first and then you end up last. We've seen that happen a couple times. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you know what? Stay humble. Nothing wrong with that for sure. But you know what? There's still, like you mentioned, plenty of time left to be played. And all it takes is a good couple matches to get it going. My only concern is after seeing the pop-off matches we've seen today, it makes things that much more difficult, right? Because we could definitely see some point sponges add up here pretty quick, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, obviously 4MV pull off another 32-point game. You're definitely soaking up every point possible towards the top of the table. And again, not going to be too harsh when it comes to, I guess, team standings in our first day of play, because anything could change. Like, you could just have one chicken dinner and go from outside top 11 to inside top 3 potentially. Like, that's how close it can still be. So yeah, exactly, right? So you're not going to judge them too much just yet, but obviously one thing we can judge on is like rotations, adaptations, more importantly. Kagasaka, I'm curious, will we see them camp out Westbridge yet again here to continue to deny 4MV? Will 4MV adapt instead and just go towards Eastbridge where Team Secret could be waiting? I feel like this is one of the first times, actually, Max, we've seen 4MV being punished out of Bridge, whereas in CSA, I think they just continually were able to rotate out cleanly.
I think the teams in CSA learned their lesson, Jason. They're like, no, we're not going to take the risk anymore. Though, CAG Osaka, you might be having fun now. You might be having a lot of fun, you know, defending against 4MV as they try and go north of the bridge. You wait until you get a military island finish. You're going to be held off. You're going to have a little bit of a reverse engagement happening in that situation. But it's good to see some teams, right, Hot Juice, adapt so quickly. Like 3 games in, we're already seeing some changes happening to adapt to the teams in the lobby. Like for the long term of this lobby, going into day 2 and 3, we're going to see some cool changes to for these teams going forward.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. One team in particular I'm going to keep my eye on this one is Regnum Karya, man. These guys got 2 pretty much Rozhawk-ish zones, and they didn't perform as well. 1 left Erangel. Let's see them make it happen.
All right, let's jump straight in, out of the plane, into Erangel for the last time today with John Allen and Blake.
We got one more chance for Hot Jukes to take a look at RCB. He keeps wanting them to do well, and I feel like I kind of have to agree with him. This is a little bit disappointing from them, but there's still a couple more matches left to go for them. The plane path cuts its way towards the north side of Erangel this time around, from Stalba over towards Hospital, over towards Georgiopol on the western edge. So military base may be a little bit inaccessible. Does that mean a 4MV hot drop or a readjustment coming on through?
More than likely a readjustment, right? I think that's where we're probably going to see 4MV head over towards. I'd agree with Hot Jukes. I definitely would like to see more out of RCB. I don't think they're a bad team by any stretch of the word. I think that a lot of times they do take a little bit of time to get rolling though, right? You know, the engine doesn't quite start as smoothly as we'd like, but they're a very good squad, very strong squad. But yeah, just not quite there yet, John.
I think that was 4MV going out just over towards Everest. Thunder Talk trying to drop on this compound. I think they could potentially have neighbors as well. It's getting quite dangerous over on multiple fronts of this map because of how far north this plane path is. Teams are going to be dropping around those vehicles. CAG Osaka still with 4MV very close by to them. Depending on where this circle pops will really dictate what happens here. And this is a big circle to pop for these teams down on the southwest side, right? 4MV, they do have the option to go to military. It's unlikely that the circle finishes there, but it's still very possible on a circle like this. It would be interesting to see if they opt to actually commit to going for that, or if they want to head out towards Primorsk, try and compete for that area of the map.
I genuinely think it's not a bad idea heading towards Sosnovka military base at this point in time. With it being cut into the circle as well, likely it'll remain there for a little while. So heading out towards Sosnovka might give them more time to loot freely, where they're not worrying about other teams coming through. It is just a question of how long it's going to take for them, because if the circle moves hard back up towards that northwest, it might be somewhat of a struggle for 4MV going forward. But yeah, I think they would prefer just to have a nice looting drop. But we'll see what they do, because there's certainly a team that's not going to shy away from many fights, from many interesting situations on the map. And already they're dropping down towards the south side of Gatka Fields, which is a dangerous location to be in. Baron already above Apollo. CAG and 4MV having a bit of a contest. I think this is a smart decision from Baron to drop on that top side. Naoto going far.
Apollo is darting out of there. 4MV can look to extricate themselves. The feud will continue here in Group Green between the team from Japan and the team from Mongolia. Baron is on the inside. Reefus on his two legs, just trying to run through these fields, but there's a pickup. Taxi's here. On the back of the bike you go, and he's on his way. 4MV still yet to fully commit to either going towards one of these positions on the compounds that stretch out on the south of the island, or heading over to Sosnovka. I feel like the beat has been missed to go to Sosnovka at this point fully.
I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure how they're going to play this one now. Like you say, the time is whittling away. It's already 32 seconds on the clock until we start to push in from stage one. There is still time to do it. It really depends how much CAG Osaka is going to deny on this location. They're both heading into Ferry Pier. Oh, it's a nightmare scenario down that side of the map. In the meantime, Rozhok filled with quite a few teams. You've got RCB, D+, 77 in Sunken, and RIQ underneath them on that south side. You see D+ here around school.
4MV, they do actually opt to go for it. We thought it may be a little bit too late, but this was right at the end of that window, I suppose. Certainly that's what they think. And they will be getting across to Sosnovka. The difficulty is if it shifts back to that north side, right? You're going to be going straight back into CAG Osaka. There's sort of no two ways about it, given how they like to hold. Although there is a somewhat non-zero potential that, depending on the next circle, CAG Osaka don't go for this bridge camp and try and get a little bit more central. The reason they could be afforded to go for that opportunity in the last match was because the circle was so far north, right? They were coming in from the edge anyway. They just wanted to sweep 4MV out from behind them to slow that fight down and conclude it earlier than it would have popped off had they let them be. But with a circle like this, sometimes you see teams just turtle up into a position instead of going for a little bit more of a bold hold. So we'll see what CAG Osaka opts to do here.
For 4MV, I kind of said at the start of the game in terms of you still make that crossing over towards Sosnovka. Yes, I think every team here understands this is likely not going to be a Sosnovka finish here. But again, most reasonable approach because the circle still cuts in military base. But it does mean that basically 4MV has to play edge for the rest of the game. That's going to be the prerogative for them. They can't make an early crossing back towards that center. They can, but it's unlikely teams are going to allow that to happen without casualty. In the meantime, let's take a look at some of our other teams. Obviously, the boys on the desk talk about Team Liquid, currently in 16th place, 3 points. Said multiple times that I don't think that's where they're going to stay. Hopefully, they can come back. They can have a reset. I'm not sure it's going to happen on Erangel, but it might happen on Miramar. Completely different map. A really good point in time to have a mental reset on.
Yeah, that's probably going to be playing into it, right? That's sort of the knowledge that we're on a 1-point average per game right now. We are having a terrible start to our group. It's only Alpha 7 from Brazil that's gotten one of those top 3 spots, and they were looking for maybe a little bit more representation from Brazil over towards that top side. So we'll have to wait and see if Team Liquid will be able to do that, or if they're going to leave it to Influence Rage, because that is currently the team from Brazil that's looking far superior in these games, certainly on the point scores, 27 and in 3rd place. Brute Force, they have had not quite as good of a time as 77, but still a decent showing. I think I will still criticize their 2-2 split at the start of the last game that basically lost that one for them. It completely cut out their opportunity to do anything in this last match. So we'll see if they can pick up the pieces from it with a nice swift south rotate off of this circle.
D Plus playing on the western side, looking over towards Brute Force as they try and rotate in. Some shots going through, a little bit messy. Not the most amazing, but yeah, setting up the buggies to try and get some high ground positioning. RRQ, No Mercy up against 77. Zadira stops short, starts to prime a nade over towards No Mercy. He's like, ooh, better get out of here. This is no longer an ideal position to be in. Back towards the rest of the squad. About a minute away from stage 2.
Yeah, Circle, it always seems so lethargic, but it gets up on you faster than you'd think. So we'll see what happens in a minute, because it will force a lot of teams to make a decision, right? The nicest shift that could probably happen to this lobby is a hard northwest shift on where this current circle sits. It would commit to the mainland. It would head over towards the Gatka fields. Teams can find a lot of routes in there. So a hard northwest shift is actually probably the kindest result out of this. The most dastardly and wickedest circle shift would be the southeast shift, right, to military base, and 4MV would be laughing.
Yeah, they would be very happy with that. Few teams, in fact, the only team that went down towards Sosnovka. Team Secret on the eastern side of Quarry, though, not a bad position to be in terms of scouting, in terms of moving forward. It's an interesting one because we do have this massive lineup of teams over the coastal edge of the center island here. Undertalks King rotating past Jimmy.
Neither team going to pull up and go for that fight. They're out in the open. It's a little bit too exposed for their liking. Next circle comes through and it shifts up towards the north blank. That's going to force 4MV to make the crossing that they were probably going to have to do 9 times out of 10. But all of the teams now looking to coalesce towards Pachinki.
Yeah, Pachinki very much a hotspot. Again, for 4MV, like we were saying earlier, they just need a little bit of Sosnovka to be cut in, and it is on that north side, so they can again play this game out a little bit slower, possibly waiting for stage 3 or even stage 4 to cross that bridge. But with Doc already making a path over towards Ferry Pier, maybe there's a location going forward for them to anchor on towards, grapple across to. Brute Force over in the sticks. I'll see if we can find a little bit of a pick-off, but again, awkward location for taking shots from.
Brute Force on the south point. Influence Rage across the way. DRS and Stalwart, that's on the east side blank up towards the coastline. And 2 players from Stalwart already going down. DRS doing a lot of work. Sleepy moving in to get the res over onto Gante. This killer wants to try and secure these flushes. Sencha as well off on the off angle is down for Stalwart. That's the first flush confirmed. Actually, ooh, was that pitched away by Thundertalk? I think it was. King managed to sneak that point back, which means DRS, they don't get any value from their opening knocks here. Really unfortunate. Thundertalk, though, desperately need those points as well. They're only on 7, and they'll pump up to 8 there. Sleepy does confirm onto 1, so it's 1 apiece for the southeast fight.
Yeah, second names from Stalwart. I mean, they're having the worst scenario out of all of this. I mean, points are being stolen, but they're losing players in the meantime. 4MV finding a shot over towards Garnet from CAG Osaka. Goodness me, like Max was saying, ooh, you better be careful. This is not a team to anger, to frustrate inside of this lobby as they send in.
4MV going for the roll up here to CAG Osaka. Bad blood breaks to new mutiny as 4MV continue the feud. 4MV on the roll-up, Doc slow and steady in the hovercraft. He's getting the perfect angle. He's lining it up. He's calculating. He's getting all the information as well. That's a big scouting mission. Something the hovercraft can be used for, but Apex is down in the meantime, and a nice spray out. And COG Osaka are ready for it. A pickup onto 2 of 4MV, including the man himself, Doc. Leaves 2 players now left standing. It's Rufus and Baron.
Not entirely sure what Doc was planning. I understand that the hovercraft does provide you a big amount of cover, but the scout was so slow, and I think Doc was expecting the vehicle to provide him a little bit more cover, but the spray down that every single one of the players from CAG put into, because the rest of 4MV wasn't pushing up too aggressively, it sort of allowed them to pump so many bullets into that hovercraft that the position became very tenuous for Doc. Yeah, initial knockoff onto Garnet does get pulled through, but now 4MV are in a sticky situation.
It's the sort of play you definitely need that aggressive backup off, right? The value of it is you can get a lot of information relatively safely, like you're saying, but it just wasn't fed back in time and they didn't capitalize on it fast enough. It wasn't quite the right time. The coordination wasn't there for 4MV. So once again, they are snubbed by Seiji Osaka as they try to cross the bridge. A difficult story for them to be told. The one they'll have to hear and hopefully learn from if they want to maintain that spot towards the top. In the meantime, over in the middle of the circle, you've got D plus Kier holding out RRQ on their approach, RCB trying to push on in, everybody fighting out in the open fields now to leave this west side too.
Potato from Boing Donkey will go down. Oh, dear me, DRS, Sleepy's down. One player from Stalwart still alive and kicking. DRS would like to clean him out. Magnum will take down Potato. So first the grenade elimination of the match here. D plus onto RQ. Good step out though.
Stalwart with just the one player left standing. Gianti now is able to find it. And that should be the reses coming through for DRS. Playing on as far as the southeast side, they'll be able to look to turn their attention to getting up the cliff face ahead of them. Because that is a real difficult jump. With Thunder Talk moving off of it as well, they're going to have a little bit of an easier time, but still a pretty treacherous approach out to the west side for DRS.
Yeah, difficult maneuvers. At least they have 4 players. I think that's the main thing. Still looking strong with the eastern side being a little bit less populated and off towards the west. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. They can continue forward off the back of this one. D plus once again in a nice central spot, playing a 2-2 split, north and south at the moment. So they have options going forward for this team.
D plus Kia right now, I think, in, again, a really solid central spot. The hill to the southeast of Pachinki. They're split across it right now, 2-2. RCB unlikely to be moving too much further forwards as they're a duo on the south side. The teams around Pachinki going to be much more concerned with getting out to the east. So I think D plus Kia fairly safe from full pushes. Team Liquid is probably the team that will look to try and move on in. But 77 are going to slow them down, force them to regroup out to the west side too.
Okay, 77 made a very quick rotate. They were stuck over towards that western side for quite a while, and they just flew on through. I respect that from 77. But now they're out in the open on a broad side on this angle, and Team Liquid still behind them with Cardozo and Mythic, and Isla up front. So it's a weird scenario to be in for 77. They've got to be very, very cautious of moves happening next. Mythic, though, shows face. Now, it could be a bit of a bait for them, as Mythic do, alongside with the rest of his team, surround 77. But if Mythic goes down early, suddenly there's an opening to be found here for 77.
Spray down for Chief. One looks for the second onto Shifu, but he gets behind the tree just in time, tucked away. Magnum, man of the hour to try and keep him safe, but Mythic's on the off angle. That's a big little pick up there. A little bit of an oxymoron on the sentence, but it's still going to work out well for them to find more than they're looking for. Mythic on the big flex out. And the fact that he's only just gone down is so huge for Team Liquid, but the rest of his team, in the meantime, has been dismantled. 3 knocks going either way, and 77 need to try and stand up tall, but can they do it? Can they keep their heads above water? The res for Cardozo can come through on Mythic now.
2 solos for 77. Zadira playing this very cautiously. I think he knows that CAG, Osaka, D plus Kia all looking to finish up this fight. Good shots out there, and it will be Vex to take down one of 77 players. Limbo Boom goes down shortly afterwards. So losing Shifu as well as Limbo Boom, not great, and there should be a res coming through for Team Liquid. You wonder if they'll get the full reset, but Vexy is becoming a real problem for both of these teams here. That's a nice nade, actually might pop straight on towards him.
Ooh, is it going to get around the side of the rock? No, it's just a little scrubbly bounce there on the ridge line, and you're not going to quite find the mark. Cardozo gets the first aid off. It's a good word, isn't it? I like it. It gives the indication that I was going for. Maybe a nonsense word, but Alice in Wonderland did it. Why can't I? Cardozo, though, the second one, not so scrubbly. Looking more scrumptious as Vexy goes down.
Okay. I think that's the third one you've come out with. You're making up words at this point. I love it.
Scrumptious is that's a real one.
No, scrumptious is. Scrubbly, I think we had a squibbly the other day as well.
Yeah. I just did 2 scrubblies there because I liked it so much.
I think you had Quigley as well. on Group Yellow. Just like new words all over the place from the John Allen Dictionary.
And the slidey toes, the Gar and Gimble in the way.
Those aren't made up. Those were offered.
Little difference, but Team Liquid not going to be hearing too much of the nonsense on the roll-up. Unfortunately, they do lose a player. And a second as well. That is pretty nasty stuff. Brute Force able to cut across them with a broadside on the spray down. Ayala, the last to stand for Team Liquid. No eliminations found either. And they're still on this bottom side of the table blank with only one player left standing, surrounded by Team Secret. Brute Force know exactly where they are. I've got to wonder if they're going to be able to...
Yeah. Still 0 points. Don't get the 77 is diabolical stuff, man. Feels really rough. CAG Osaka down to 3 players, but 5 eliminations so far. Good stuff for them. 4MV's also out, so successful approach in terms of their defense versus 4MV.
D+K is still a pivotal position, and this 2-2 split, now a 3-1 split, that they've managed to hold this hill to the southeast of Pachinki really, really well. CAG Osaka moving up to Osal on the off angle, forcing him to regroup out into the field. Now they're in the dip, so a little bit more danger for D+K, but we'll see if they can weather the storm. CAG Osaka will undoubtedly try and inflict upon them from that high ground position that they just vacated. RRQ scrapping on the southeast side with Thunder Talk, who are down to just King. He's trying to hold up in the shack, and RRQ roll out towards the blue zone. They want to find this off angle here. No Mercy spots him moving on the inside here, and they're trying to pin him down, but he's quite wily. Let's see what they can do. Auto shotgun there, and the Molotov on the inside means that it's not going to work for King, but there is an off angle. Who's that? There's a cheeky little third party coming on the flex out there as Cellcom Digi Alliance move out to the southwest to pick up the pieces.
There's some very weird fights going around the map right now in terms of just the third parties coming through. Void Donkey have had some crazy impact on this game, just in terms of being able to take some good shots. That's what they're called, bro.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that now. It's, they're renamed.
Yeah.
Going on in. I do like it, the Void Donkey squad. It's fun.
That's right.
It's energetic, and I'm liking that. That's exactly what they need as well. They want to try and break up into the survival stage bracket on this game. On the east side, they'll try and make it forwards, but D+K still, they're now in first place blank, having overtaken 4MV, going to show that making up the points in the aggregate can be more effective than just having those massive blast out games. Unless you can find those games consistently, it's just not going to work out, and you could be dethroned. A lot of crashes going on. The roll down there, an immediate spray back in response. It's Void Donkey playing with 2, looking to poke their noses in towards Influence Rage on the north.
Yeah, Void Donkey doing pretty good so far. I see Zato as well as Razor on that north side. Ooh, Sleepy getting a Molotov onto his teammate. Not ideal. A lot of teams heavily battered and bruised inside this lobby already. Somewhat understandable considering that the northwest side, a lot of dead ground there in terms of the fielded position. The teams are going to be taking casualties all over the place. Digital Alliance currently down towards that southeast side, though. In a good spot. In a very, very good spot, actually. They just need to get rid of Void Donkey.
2 players remaining. The Vicious as well, trying to move in on this eastern side, but it's just Bruno's in. Now left standing for them. Influence Rage going to be able to take shots. Void Donkey trying to move in ahead of this and can't quite finish the spray here. Penned down by the shots overhead. By the Cellcom Digi Alliance on the south. Influence Rage on the north. And still he's going for the fight. Has the smoke cover to try and make it work. D+K still in the middle on the edge of those Pachinki fields on the southeast side. Next circle about to come in. Cellcom Digi Alliance losing a player on the south edge gives it a little more breathing room. But they all are going to have to scrap for the east side now.
Dear me. D+, though, wonderful spot to be in. I think they're really happy with this position. They control a lot of ground up towards this western side. They need to get rid of Team Secret, as well as the final player from Team Liquid, who may get a point off the back of placements, which is great news. great news. The Vicious, from those in. Bruno's in. Can't get away, Cardo's in, bro. Can't help it. And Influence Rage towards that northeast side, who have just come off the back of quite a good game. I think get another one here. They'll be very, very pleased with themselves. Already sat in a nice third place, sorry. Just underneath 4MV. But D Plus off this game have reclaimed the first place spot.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what I was saying, right? With the fact that 4MV had that one pop-off, but they haven't really been able to back it up. They got 32 of their points in one game blank. D+, they managed to get a first place in the first game. In the third match, they came... I think they ended up coming third. So a late fall down from the second place team, but still a really, really big point tally. And this game, again, they should be on to a strong match. And this is how you win championships, right? You don't get these 22-point games. Well, you can, and you teams have in the past, but it's all off the back of the low-end games, right? You get these high ball games, but in the end, it comes down to where your floor is, where your averages are. We'll see if they can keep that one going, because Influence Rage looking to try and keep that third place average as well, as Law holds beside the tree pre-pod with a fancy feet hopping in and out of the roll-up and trying to get the res onto Neos here. The fact that he may be allowed to do this is crazy, but that Molotov should seal the deal onto Neos. The spray down, but the off angle not so strong. And Influence Rage taken down. Brute Force able to push them aside. Up to 5 eliminations on the game now, but they're only playing as 2. And they still have Brunozin across the way.
Yeah, Brute Force don't go for the Riz over towards that teammate. Instead, they just reduce the aura coming through from Influence Rage by a sizable margin, in fact. But Brute Force will send away. I think playing over towards that north side, trying to get heavier placements in this game is smarter. Brunozin, he's just going to sit it out. Okay, makes sense. Oh, he's been spotted. That's unfortunate. Has to step up, but it will be Cluck over from Digital Alliance to support the guys from Brute Force. And now Pre-Pause wondering, where did that shot come from?
Or where was it going to, more accurately? But it's gone either way, the threat on their off angle. Team Secret on the southwest, they've been trying to play quiet through this one. D+, Kia as well. 7 eliminations now. Playing from the west side, I feel like this is another game that they could really take control of. There is a loot crate as well, just out to their northeast side. You can see Nolbu closest to it. And that's going to give them an important linchpin position to move in towards that hillside that is stretching out before them, that these teams on the east are going to try and fight over. Osel, they have to leave the watchtower fairly soon. All these bunkers, all these trenches to play around, and it is great news for their mobility across the rest of this circle. They get a huge shift out west flank. This should be another South Korean chicken dinner.
Yeah, it should be an easy game for D+. Fantastically done so far. Up to quite a few eliminations already on the map. Folio as well as the squad. Like, they've done well in this match, I would say, to control down towards the southeast side, because it's not been easy. Furia, last left here for Brute Force, and does get pinned to the tree. A real sapper of a play there.
Real tough to be able to get away from that one in a 1v3, but Furia, you're right, just gets slammed against the trunk there.
Yeah, it takes
really doing
tree hugging to the next level, unfortunately. D+, 11 eliminations now versus some Digital Athletics. Digital Alliance, sorry. Damn, trying to mix out all the names in that one. Yeah, for D+, they just have this rich side. And again, by virtue of the fact that D+ have had such a safe position in what has been a very, very dangerous circle, likely they should have this game. MG3 as well. Max always loves to see. Good shot onto one. Caleb goes down. And yes, it's over. It's over.
It should be completely over. There's potential for things to get a little bit fresh as Olio finds Nolbu. It's a 2v3 and they know where Olio is. That nade not quite doing the job, but Chips is on the off angle. He's going to stretch out, find the last player. This is how you shut it down. First place for D+ Kia now on the cards, and they continue to put up numbers. A second chicken dinner in our first 4 matches. South Korea, they did it back in Group Yellow. They impressed us with DRX, with Mirren Sejong, and now it's the turn of D+ Kia. Can anyone take them down?
Seem casual about it as well. Very nicely done. A chicken dinner with a side serving of aliolio right at the end there. So very fantastic stuff from D plus Kia. Continue to put up a consistent margin.
Consistent is the perfect word. And Max, I have to kind of think back to when we were doing those watch parties for CSA, and we got the question like, what's the strongest region? We had two different mini questions within that question. Is it the top teams or is it the average strength of the region? And right now, just looking at top teams alone, I think South Korea just might be the best region in the world when it comes to just top teams, period.
In 3 weeks. That's all they needed.
That's crazy.
Like, okay, we are going to change the topic of the conversation. South Korea, best region, hands down. I mean, the way D Plus play it, the thing is, looking at this game, realistically, Hot Jukes, it doesn't seem like it's even hard for D Plus, to be completely honest. Like, they just, we go 2-2 split early game. We have 2 players on the hilltop south of the Pachinki field, 2 players in the trenches, circle centers up. We go players in the trenches, and we just start blasting teams all around us one by one. And look at the elimination count, man. They all got at least 3 eliminations, which is crazy numbers to have. Like, D Plus, they're out here to play. They want to try and do what Mir and Sejong were doing in the first week. Also with DRX, they're just trying to make sure they put the side of South Korea into PMGC. Are we going to see all the South Korean teams make it? Like, maybe.
It's unbelievable. Let's put it this way. Like I fell asleep in the middle of the game, and I was like, Max, man, wake me up. Tell me how many D plus Kia eliminations we got in that one. I mean, I could have easily. You know, it's crazy to watch. I mean, look at this. I mean, once they got just circle locked on this one, so it's like, you know, the thing is I would first be a little bit weary if this was the only win that we've seen, but it's not, right? Even on the games where they didn't get circle blessed at all, they were busting down some solid eliminations with 9, and now they get a good, favorable circle, and they just straight dominate the lobby. I mean, literally, like I said, I was just watching the game, and my eyes were on autopilot, and I was just counting. I was like, okay, how many eliminations are these guys gonna get? And they crushed it. So, I mean, D plus Kia on top. And I do think, Max, that we're going to see 4MV try to utilize the strategy I was talking about. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just 2 pop-off games, you know, maybe 1 more in Miramar coming up soon?
Maybe. I mean, talking about 4MV, I don't know what the hell Doc was doing in the other craft. I think we just ignore that push onto CAG Osaka entirely. But I think we're going to have a new team in first place after a game like this. D plus Kia have been extra consistent throughout today and 4 matches in. Going into Miramar, I want to see, is that going to continue, Juice? That's a big question you just brought up, right? How is it going to work out over there? But right now, we already got some contenders. Are like, if they maintain this type of consistency throughout the next few days, like they're top 3, easy. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, well, if we think about how they've done so well so far in these matches, I feel like a big part of that is kind of a center play. Like, they kind of set it into a compound in towards the center of one of these zones, very reminiscent of what we saw out of Mir and Sejong, and then just kind of wait there until the game does proceed in a way that they can pick up these eliminations. So I do worry, will D plus Kia run into problems if they're not able to adapt to not being able to play this center style? Because coming into tomorrow, I'm assuming all these teams are gonna be like, oh, D plus success, center play, let's start playing more center here instead of playing edge, which makes things a lot more difficult for D plus to hold on to.
Yeah, they don't want to pull a Mir and Sejong and just having teams just understanding very quickly what their game plan actually is. But no, as of right now, again, I think they were also in a pretty central position really early on. The 2-2 split was good. Yeah, it's going to be down to the other teams really to become a threat to them, Jason. But as of right now, it's not been happening. So D plus Kia are just abusing it as long as they possibly can. And that gets them an extra 24 points on the board. Really good match.
Domination, dude. Domination. And you know what? It's going to be interesting to see coming up Miramar here, because due to my research, I believe we're going to see them land mostly on the coastline here, Max, man. So, especially if we get like southern circles, I think they're going to have a great rotation on inside. Of course, if we see like an El Pozo circle, it could be a little bit difficult for them. But, you know, when it comes to the early game rotations, these guys are so solid. I've been watching them all day today. You know, if the zone hard shifts, you could see them instantly start hugging that hard shift side and rotating to that open side of the map. So, I mean, D plus Kia, they are quick at it. And it just goes to show, if they get a favorable circle, they're going to win this game by a lot.
Can we maybe talk about Alliance a little bit, Max? Thinking back to PMWC in the group stage, like I said, the event. They topped the table. Like, they were #1 coming out of that. Then they went to the finals and they completely disappeared. Now, one of the reasons they were so successful was kind of their edge splits that they would pull off and the kind of edge sweeping play they would do. How have they been playing so far here today in this group?
As of right now, this last game in particular, Jason, was kind of similar to what they were doing back in the league stage of PMWC, which is oh, we're playing the edge of the circle, we're playing it somewhat passive, we got some players that are a little bit split trying to gather some information. They see specifically the fight happening in the warehouses south of the, I think it was phase 5, and they see RRQ fighting Thundertalk Gaming. And see, okay, well, this is an opportunity not only for us to get a ton of eliminations, but also we're going to be clearing all of the teams that might be competing for that high ground position, and then they can get the high ground, they get to the late game. Sure, the circle doesn't quite remain on that high ground, but it makes them an easy pathway to the top 3. So yeah, I think that here they're just very up to date when it comes to gathering information and third partying really, really important fights, and it worked out great, Hodrix, this time around. So I would say Alliance Shore might be a little bit silent here today, but they definitely are getting some pretty decent results every few matches.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about that consistency, you know what I'm saying? And it's so hard to, you know, really put up big numbers when you have just such dominant squads, you know what I'm saying? And at a certain time, I'm going to be interested to see, like, you know, now that we look at the overall leaderboards, D+ Kia on top. And I wouldn't have even counted on this, Max, because we saw 4MV, like, with the most ridiculous match that we've seen in quite a long while, right? But then silence. D+ Kia, consistency at the highest level. That's the thing, is that, yeah, we're seeing some squads put some decent points on the board, but what are you going to do when you have these point sponges like this?
Just be careful about
squeeze the sponge
for MV, I would say.
I mean, squeeze the sponge. That's all I could say. Don't let him have opportunities like this. I mean, as you did mention, Kakasaka, that's 2 games in a row now, Max. They're able to punish. Well, they punished 4MV for sure in match 2. In match 3, I think Doc was punishing 4MV with the hovercraft push he did into the backlines of Kakasaka. Let's look down the rest of this year. Stalwart, not much movement for them, unfortunately. Not really getting too much in the last match. Regnum Kari as well in 10th place. You know, besides Team Liquid, which I think is the obvious one, Hot Jukes, what team has kind of surprised you towards the underperformance, not towards playing extremely well?
I mean, there's so many names, right? You see the PEL guys, TT down there. I mean, with only 10 points, that's pretty wild to see. I mean, the 2 bottom teams are 2 of the teams I picked to be top 3 at the end of this, okay? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not doing
you thought
too
you were
high.
picking bottom 3, Hot Jukes. We were looking for top 3, but you're doing so well so far in that aspect.
That's what it is. Yeah, if that's the case, then I'm crushing it. I mean, Regnum Cario is the other team I picked, and they're not far off.
Bro,
you know
undefeated. You're already leading the prediction game, I believe, between all the talent at the moment, at least when it comes to the English talent. But Thunder Talk, as you are going to point out, I feel like this is just kind of what we've seen out of the Chinese teams. I'm not sure your thoughts, Max, that they just kind of underperform when it comes to like the first day or 2, kind of get a feel for the lobby, and then they really start to show in like day 3 on.
I'm going to repeat myself, but day 2 is the real day 1 for the PL teams more specifically.
I said that first.
Yang Tasho, you know, let them cook. No, eventually. But
production's like, what did they just say? What's happening?
but looking at some of the bottom teams, I think that they are struggling when it comes to purely fighting. Unfortunately, Team Liquid, I have to highlight them here, Hodrix, but Team Liquid, I feel like every time we see them involved in any kind of fight, they lose players almost instantly. And I don't know if that's because of maybe some miscommunication happening internally, and they're just like, oh, maybe some off angles were not scouted before even initiating the fight, but they lose players so damn quickly every single engagement. And the thing is, in this lobby, oh, guess what, you got a 4v3 man advantage. Well, that's going to be a huge gap in terms of possible fragging potential between the 2 teams. You need to keep your players alive as long as possible in those fights, and that might help Team Liquid a bit. But right now, 3 points out of 4 matches. We're going into Miramar. I hope we can get that big mental reset here, Hodrix, going into the deserty, mappy Miramar.
Deserty mappy.
Some kind of map.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. You know, I know that Team Liquid likes to drop near San Martin, so it's going to be fun to watch to see how they utilize that position. But it's so difficult when you get to a stage like this. You know, there's so many things to consider. You know, you guys got nerves coming into this. And, you know, when you start off with a really weak game and then happens again and again, it's hard to stop that snowball effect. You know what I'm saying? It at a certain point, you got to try to just shake it off and maybe get a favorable circle and just really utilize it. But the thing is that when Team Liquid, they're so excellent. We saw how many, you know, top players talked about them as a team that they're going to be fearing, you know, and for them to just, I don't know, start off to be, you know, a little bit kinder in words, to start off so poorly here. With 2 matches left to go, they need that bounce back match right here, big time, you know.
I mean, when you're looking at the leaderboards too, right? The fact that out of the 3 Americas teams we have here, like we have Influence Rage, you have The Vicious, and you have, of course, Team Liquid. Influence Rage are currently in 3rd, and The Vicious are currently in 4th position. So, like, it's complete opposite of my initial expectations, Hot Tricks, of what the Americas teams were going to bring to the table for Group Green. it's good to see America's doing well overall, but it's not the team we expected. That's very surprising.
Well, speaking of surprises, 20 seconds left, Max Ben. We did tease this earlier on today when it came to Picado. Stalwart, who would be the team that we could potentially see them outdropping with?
RRQ, but I think RRQ are not going to drop there. I think they looked back at CSA, they did their research, like they're never going to give up the drop. I hope it's not happening, Jason, so please prove me wrong. Let's go, please.
Wait, you want to see it? Am I getting that right, Max?
I want to be proven wrong. They're not going to do it, please.
Okay, well, we're going to find
me.
out. As John and Blink going to take us into our very first Miramar of Group Green, our first of 2 of the day.
I love Picado hot drops. It's my favorite thing in this game to see, where 2 teams do nothing for 10 minutes and then maybe one of them dies. It's just brilliant. Nothing pleases me more. As we head on into our first Miramar here for Group Green. We've got the first of 2 for you today to close out today's games. We're into match number 5. It's a little bit more south leaning on the plane path. Should be opening up a lot of opportunities for rotations.
Down towards that Puerto Paraiso side of things, we are getting into this game. Obviously, it has been an interesting one so far, especially on our angle with 4MV not getting pipped to the post immediately by CAG on that first map, which led to them getting a win. And then after that, has been CAG ruining the days of 4MV all day long. With 4MV probably dropping elsewhere, the CAG here, hopefully, unless they chase them down early on. It should be a slightly better map for 4MV, hopefully. They will have this grudge match going with CAG constantly going forwards.
But that's really
But I do want to see... Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Because you've got potentially half of your maps being played against CAG Osaka in that same place. So they're going to have to figure out how to deal with it at some point or other.
Absolutely. I think that the way to deal with it is take an alternate route. You don't have to fight them. I think even that last match, getting that initial knockoff over towards CAG and the elimination afterwards, they didn't have to fight it. They could have moved forward. They could have got ahead of CAG. They knew they had them locked down as well in that position. I don't think there was the most need in the world to go for it. But D Plus now up to 61 points. John, this is a huge day for them. 60 points over 4 matches. 4 matches, 12-point average, by the way.
That's very impressive. I think that's a 15-point average over 4 matches. 15.25, if I'm not mistaken. Over these 4 matches is absolutely insane. If they can put up 10 more points today, they would be onto a winner. I can't remember what the strongest day we've had so far is, but it would definitely be up there to contest it. I think maybe TJB had an incredibly strong day, but it would be in that conversation, right? Which is really quite incredible for D plus Kia to be able to stretch out so early. I think what we've seen so far from the lobbies is that early on, it's sort of 7, 8 teams all sort of vying for those top 3. But right now, D plus Kia have almost double the 3rd place score, which is incredible.
Yeah, it's wild. It is wild. And I think for D plus, Miramar's not a bad map for them either. They enjoy their long rotates. They enjoy central positioning. And Miramar gives you a lot of options early on, at least, to pick up some really, really good positions. Because you have so much time to make those rotates in the early game, as you're not likely to run into many players. So yeah, I think for D plus, there's absolutely a chance for an 80-point day or even more, depending. We'll see what happens. But yeah, 80 points on a day is absolutely disgusting work. And I think for D plus, it's entirely possible. And I think we look back towards Group Red and we look at I8. Who wanted to get a 60 to 80 point day on their first day, and I was like, that's sort of out of the realms of possibility. I think you're really trying to push the boat out there quite a lot. I'm not sure it's going to happen, and D plus have proven that it is 100% possible.
They've really pushed the boat out on this one. The east side rotate up to the side of Cruz de Valle, up that area of the map, potentially in the future for them. Team Secret, they are currently south of Los Leones, on the south point of it. You've got Celcom Digi Alliance out on the west side of Los Leones, 77 on the northeast side of it. So 3 teams in the same area. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Team Secret follow D plus Kia on the east coast rotate, move out towards Puerto Paraiso and send that way. They should know that there's 2 other teams in Los Leones right now. We'll We'll see how they get on. RRQ, by the way, did not hot drop, and Max was elated in our group chat that they didn't actually go for that hot drop in Picardo. So fantastic stuff. But all eyes definitely on D plus Kia, Blaine.
Yeah, massively. Everyone is focusing on this team. We do have a report from Seven coming through from the stage, talking about some of these squads and what they want to hit on next.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I got a chance to talk to D plus Kia's coach, Bright. He said that their consistency is due to Fabian having just so much experience. At this stages, none of the players are feeling nervous, and they're hoping that it continues. So far, they're doing so well. They're in first place for that reason. Let's see if it does continue on day one of Group Green.
Hoping to maintain that consistency. I mean, absolutely, right? That's how you win championships, is consistency. And to be able to put up over a 15-point average right now, that's more than consistent. That is bombastic. That is just incredible stuff. So really, really happy with the team from South Korea. But the question, as always, in a day one performance like this is, can you convert? Can you move into the next days and maintain that momentum when, as we said before that, all eyes are on you? Teams are going to be reading your games and trying to download every single microscopic detail of your rotations and your strategy so that they can get rid of you in these lobbies.
Well, that is the issue, especially coming into tomorrow. I think a lot of teams will be reading into that. CAG decided to come into this one with some prior information, some prior homework over on Forum V, apparently, which was good to see. And it was good as well because, you know, going out versus on that first map felt bad. You know, instantly CIGs, they're like, we don't want to be seen as the team that Forum V took down for a huge game. We want to be seen as the arch nemesis of Forum V instead. And they've certainly cemented that storyline here in our hearts already. Zadira down early. Not good news for 77. But I mean, they are in 6th place, 25 points. It's been a pretty okay day for them. I think what's been most rough for a lot of teams here is that point sponge towards the top with Forum V and D plus Kia. We have yet to see a lot of teams break that 20-point margin so far, all the way up into 9th place with Stalwart here, which is sort of interesting, especially 4 matches in already. Depends how well D plus can do on this map, as they are stuck over towards the eastern side of El Azhar with Influence Rage currently holding them out.
77 taking more casualties here as a third player falls down. This is on the route out from Los Leones. The first knock went over towards Celcom Digi Alliance. Both of those two teams, 77 and Celcom Digi Alliance, were sharing the north sides of Los Leones. And they tried to just go straight into the circle. It hasn't worked out well for them. A little answer over towards Stalwart, but that should be fairly easily and simply rezzed. Yeah, 77 having a tough time to kick off Miramar.
77 just having a tough time in general. It's interesting considering this team was incredibly inconsistent over towards PMSL EMEA. Again, very different stage for them to be playing on in PMGC, but I will say that PMSL EMEA was very tough, very competitive. But yeah, just can't really compare here to Group Green. So we'll be closing now over towards stage 2 of the map. Big shift on the cards for a lot of teams. Everyone should be getting vehicles now if they aren't already towards the center of the circle to make a quick rotate out to wherever they need to go.
Fairly uninhabited on the southwest side, but it will be a packed out circle in the middle. Next circle just about to pop. You see that wide rotate up for the Vicious, and that is really nasty for them to see. But you know who loves to see a circle like this, Blank? It's D plus Kia over on the east side near El Azhar. They can stretch out and take a little bit more of a central position on this one and have a good time yet again. This is dangerous for teams on the tables right now. That point sponge will start to become almost impossible, as Jason put it, to get squeezed at this point. With a circle like this, they could stretch out head and shoulders above the rest of the lobby easily.
With this kind of circle, 100% possible. For D+, they are so pleased with where this one's headed over towards. I think they were kind of stuck, troubled on this eastern edge. With that shift, it does give them a lot of time to play around with over on the western side of El Azhar. Really good position to be in for themselves. I can't believe actually we get this easy shift on circle. I mean, for D plus Kia may have just secured themselves at least a survival stage in the first day.
That's kind of crazy. I mean, the survival cutoffs for the last 2 weeks for Group Yellow, it was Loops in 11th place with 114, and behind them 12th, Aura got 94. So 94 points didn't get you in. If you got any more than that, you would have got in. Team Queso 112 on the bubble for their week in 11th place, 106 for IHC, so 107 would have got you in. So maybe not completely secured, but they've got 3 more days to play, and you're right, they would be almost guaranteed to just not be possible to fall out, and very likely you see them up on the 120s. 77, their last player, gets swelled around by Thunder Talk, who I think this is their chance to get that good reset going into this one. They're in a central position. They've got a lot of teams around them that they can take eliminations out of, and hopefully see themselves off 15th place. But yeah, definitely a good result for D plus Kia on today. Even if they get 0 for the rest of it, we'll see what more they can do. Can Thunder Talk catch up to them? I had 4MV, D plus Kia, and Thunder Talk in my top 3, and right now I just need that final piece of Exodia to line up for me.
Well, you need a little bit more than 3 pieces of Exodia, but
yeah,
I get what you're saying. But yeah, you did pretty well so far, actually, in terms of your predictions.
Doing all right. I got one last week. I think most of us got 1 last week.
Yeah, I think there was someone who got 2. I can't remember.
Yeah,
who
Jukes. Hot Jukes is in the lead right now.
Yeah, he's pumping. He's doing well. But looking at the current scorings, it is curious to me, because I think that you look over towards 5th, you look over towards 6th place, you look over to even 4th place. The Vicious, Brute Force, and 77, they've all had turbulent times during these 4 matches so far, yet still are quite highly placing, is because we are flip-flopping between a lot of teams who are having matches that they do well in here and there. Next circle shifts. CAG, Garnet, stuck. Problematic scenario for them versus DRS. Maton still alive, but CAG down to 2.
4MV will be happy to see these elims getting added up to the tally. CAG Osaka down means basically no one can stand in their way, right? They're going to have a much better time of it, hopefully. But on the western side, they still have to cross the open ground to the east of Hacienda del Patron, move in to the edge and see what they can find. Thunder Talk currently on the crossroad compound there on the west side of this circle, and COG Osaka trying to make their move. Another one goes down, and that is Self-Digi Alliance being able to find that first shot. Now, so very likely to be getting flushed out here.
Yeah, CAG, I think that the Miramar is coming to an end quite shortly. They attempted to make a strong push in towards the center and try and live this one out, but so many teams have angles over towards this. It's going to be a miracle if Naoto gets back on his feet, and Maton is just going to have to sit pretty and try and live this one out for a top 4, top 5, or realistically this straight top 7 would even be nice for them. RCB up against RRQ. Loxy makes his way into the building and now looks to head out the backside, but a nade goes down. An instant follow-up from No Mercy. Really well done. Left Loxy thinking about what he would do next.
No Mercy from the top floor, trying to keep his team in this one. Back up over towards the off angle there. And maybe RCB are going to have to try and send a little bit of attention that way. A drop down from No Mercy to the ground floor, and actually Snapper goes down. That is unfortunate. RRQ now on the ropes as Silas hops on in, looking to deal with the last player. A nade downstairs, but there's a third party. In comes Voin Donkey to try and have a little bit of a point extraction from this fight, trying to find the best angle, get towards the best hilltop to find these shots, but don't want to overexpose. RCB with 2 players on the inside. Actually, Voin Donkey move in. They're looking to pick up these points from the high ground. These knocks already came through. They can pick up 2 there nice and easily. Silas launches a nade around the corner, and that will be RRQ done and dusted, but the fire is in. The Molotov's coming from the high ground. Unfortunately, RCB still have a little bit more bite left in them, or is that, hang on a minute, it's D plus Kia coming from the east side of El Azahar.
I think if I was D+, I'd be absolutely trying to third party on this one. Voin Donkey is really having a struggle bus of a time over towards this side of the map. We're down to 2 players, but a good third party over towards RCP. But this leaves the entirety of this northern side very open for approach as we start to see D+, get into vehicles and have a little bit of a look-see of what's going on over here as fights are concluding around them, luckily.
Shift up to the north side.
Now
of the
they should
circle.
go.
This, this is go time. Voin Donkey with 2 players can't really stand in the way of the D+ Kia position, and that rotate, that flex out that can now go on should be fairly conclusive when they opt to pull the trigger on it. There is also the option to just get ahead of it, but I think they can just clean up the pieces here and now. On the south side, certainly the southwest, 4MV with Stalwart trying to bear down upon them. Having to scrap around the garage right now. Senchir can't quite slip the shots through the door frame. And he goes for the flush. Reefus with the DBS makes it work. 3 players alive, losing Apex for 4MV, but they can start to push forwards now. Unfortunately, they've got Stalwart waiting in the wings, ready to go for this one. Team Liquid ahead of them. They said they were going to be their biggest challenge. Let's see if that's the case. Nolboot with the spray down. A little nollie for Vexy there, and that's not where you want to find it. On the broadside to the spray down from Nolboot.
Nolboot gets out of the way, understands a couple of players still in action around him. RCP still have that player up inside the building, and you wonder if D+ Kia have any idea of what's going on here. Being very cautious. Osal now spotting out the building, understands there's probably a player waiting inside there. They heard a third party. It didn't conclude either. So disciplined approach here from D+ Kia. Smart stuff. But yeah, for them, it is a fantastic place to be playing on this northeast side. A lot of control, even the capability to move over towards the western side, towards the warehouses, which DRS, Brute Force, and the Vicious, neither of those three teams have even thought about moving over towards that location just yet. And D+ is controlling more and more of this northeast side.
I mean, it's so difficult for those 3 teams to break across the road, because as soon as you do, whoever moves first gets cannons sent straight their way, right? It's just so hard to make that move first, and you know that there's going to be pressure from that eastern side, and it's not unlikely that you think there's already a team in there as well. So unless you've got that full scout, unless you've got that full intel, it's a gamble at best for those teams on the west. Better to let other teams fight it out, try and pick up the scraps here. Brute Force maybe have the option to try and sweep down on the south as well, so they just want to keep their heads above water on this one. Try and push towards the top 3, because 31 points is not a secure 3rd place right now. Definitely Influence Rage want to be holding on to this one, and they're in the position to do it.
Team Secret rocked up on by the final players of Stalwart. Break over the top side. Stalwart's definitely in a difficult situation. They need to find an opening pick-off for one of these nades, but the initial approach is not looking good. And now there's a bit of a return fire, a bit of a response here from Team Secret, already finding Critter. And now just 2 players here for Stalwart. Not a good time for them. Good nade over the top. Airburst is strong on that. Won't find the knock, but certainly does a good amount of damage.
In the meantime as well on the south side, another pickup for Team Secret. On the southwest side, 4MV trying to move past Team Liquid. War breaking out on the southwest edge, and actually Seiji Osaka still going to be guarding out a little bit of 4MV's chances. A nice little spray down there coming through from Team Secret to keep things going, and Stalwart having a tough time of it, trying to put those points up on the board. In fact, going down fully there. And Team Secret, they're similarly going to get curtailed as D+ Kia move on in on the north side. A big south sweep there for D+ Kia. They've moved nice and quickly. They're looking for these third parties now, Blank. They played that central style, and the desk was worried that they couldn't adapt and change it up. They're displaying edge sweeping now as well. Is there anything this team from South Korea can't do?
South Korea doing fantastic work. D+ Kia, the singular representative inside of this lobby, but yet still very, very good stuff. The fact they moved down towards that south side to take advantage of that fight ongoing. Baron goes down. Good shots from Isla. That's Team Liquid starting to get into the foray.
Brute Force also chiming into the south side with a shot over towards the south side Cardozin on Team Liquid. But they still have to cross the road, and that road crossing is really tenuous. The fact that nobody is on these warehouses on the northwest side, Blank, is still kind of crazy, and no one has made that move just yet. The southeast, the south, is so much hotter right now. As D+ Kia, they flexed out, but they've taken a knock. gets flushed as well. That's really unfortunate. Nolbu goes down, and Team Secret looking to roll it out with the UAS too. That is unfortunate. All of a sudden, D plus Kia playing as two, and they're very split from one another.
Doc 100% ruins the day of D plus Kia there. Some good shots over towards Fabian. He's a solo player, but as we all know, it is the dockening in process. Jaiki gets up and forward towards 4MV, but not able to find anything off the back of it. High nade over the top. See if that lands anything. Gets close, but not close enough. For D plus Kia, horrible news for them. I mean, honestly, I respected the approach to try and sweep down towards that south side, but they get way too aggressive. They have all this space on the north to play around with. I think realistically, all they had to do was cause casualties, cause pain for these teams on the south side to make their end game easier. I do think that this stretch out from them was too much.
I think, well, certainly in retrospect, I'm wondering if they were just trying to secure their position on the north by putting pressure on that fight and trying to conclude it. Third party there. Brute Force trying to get across, so a DRS on the northwest side. This is what we were worried about for so long. All of these teams are suffering. DRS have 4 players alive, sure, but Brute Force will try and get these flushes. The pump action's there. Example trying to stay alive and get the spray down. He's the last player to stand, but Freezer has the pump action, the hot swap to the Scar as well, and it's good for Brute Force. All 4 of their players are alive, but 2 of them are down. Low HP, not really going to be seen on these health bars, and then immediately slamming it in reverse, getting over towards Furia. Can Thunder Talk get up and try and third party get into this one? Because they've broken out wide from their position on the south. They are going into third party aggressively here, and this could be good for their point tally.
Yeah, Thunder Talk's big damage, big eliminations over towards Brute Force. In a struggle position on that western side. Will be a lot of Brute Force taking big damage. Down towards the south side, it's O-South still putting the pressure on over towards Team Secret as Digital Alliance do make their way in.
Thunder Talk with the smoke crawl up either side of the road here. Nice little maneuver, keeping yourself covered off. You know these reses are going to have to come through from Brute Force, and the suppression isn't going to be as solid as maybe it could be, but that is a time-limited maneuver. The nades up high, going to make it a little bit scary here for Thunder Talk, but they keep Furia pressed back behind the ridgeline, and Freezer, whilst he can feed information back, can't do anything more than that. Furia does get rolled on past as Thunder Talk get the information. The hop out and the spray down should be simple, but it's going to get a little bit dangerous. King does get knocked. The zone has 10 seconds. You need this res fast.
Absolutely, to get themselves back into the picture. Influence Rage, lovely compound down towards the south side of the circle. With Digital Alliance still behind them.
Cellcom Digi Alliance looking to push in from the south edge. But that high ground is a Kiss Curse position. It gives them that little blessing to stay alive, but how do you get down from it? It is an island, isolated from the rest of the lobby. A full crash to Influence Rage may be one of their very few options to try and stay alive. And then the same is true of that position, right? You're stuck in that compound with the teams on the high ground to your north, having so much control over your routes out.
Thunder Talks now proceed to make their push on the northeast over towards the Vicious. Team Liquid, first good game in a long while today. Yeah, but Influence Rage's position is just so strong. D plus Kia make that rollout back over towards the northern edge. Wild as well as Vexy both could be targets that they take down.
Definitely on the menu to move forwards though. The Cellcom Digi Alliance. They find Osal. Okay. D plus Kia maybe now cut down to 1 player. You can confirm that flush should be... Maybe not. I thought he was going to be able to tag that one on. That's going to be a little bit galling, right? You get that knock of a player out in the open, and this buggy just rolls up in front of it and says, nah, you're all right. We're D plus Kia. Actually, we've got to pass to the late game in this circle. We'll see you there.
Yeah, it's a good move. I mean, it's just long-range shots as well that it's hard to hit these. They might be able to explode the buggy. The buggy's not even smoking.
What's going on?
Thing's very alive right now.
That's kind of crazy. That's about I think that's close to 400 meters away from them, which means it's right on the edge of what you can see. Leon is nearly out of ammo. I mean, he's got like one extra magazine behind what he's got now, but
that's furious. that ferocity coming through from DigiAlliance in terms of like, damn, we really wanted that. We're willing to expend our entire pool of ammo for this one. He does get a refresh. I think the rest of the team does have quite a bit on board to pass around, which is nice.
Yeah, he's back up to 300 in the back pocket, so nice and easy. Or is it 200? Something around that anyway. The shift keeps Influence Rage's position in, which means that Cellcom DigiAlliance very likely to have to crash again around the side of this one. If they can clear out Thunder Talk, if they can get rid of the threat from Team Liquid as well out on the west side, that would be brilliant. And Thunder Talk currently looking a little bit the worse for wear.
Put him in the car. Or go for a res.
I mean, they've got 20
Either
seconds,
or.
right? There's time enough.
Yeah, it's 10 seconds on the res. You're good to go. Get in the vehicle. We'll immediately have to hit a heal. I think they actually have time for the first aid kit as well, which is good. Osal, what was a vicious? This is an interesting approach from Osal, actually. Big nade. It's quite a bit of damage on top of it. Osal's going to go back in for some more. So one thing about this man, definitely greedy.
The nade sent back his way. Ooh, the second one doesn't find it either. Still has one more nade, but steps up for the spray down. Osal's there. Back up from Chips on the long range. The DBS to shut down the close range position. And the hot spots between the weapons are immaculate here from Osal. He knows exactly what he's bringing to the fight. The shot over the top, looking for more suppression, and Chips can still roll in. A flex out. Cellcom DigiAlliance with a wild flex with one of their players moving Jimmy out into the fight. Might third party it. And there's the spray down. The shut out comes through. And Chips needs to handle the backlines before he can put more pressure over towards the Vicious. The spray down leaves him on his own. 6 eliminations found for D plus Kia. Try and extract as much value from this lobby as possible, but this is a big flex out from Jimmy.
That's sad as well because they get the elimination stolen away, and I think realistically Osal should have been more preoccupied with trying to confirm that. Jimmy goes very low, gets inside the shack, one nade available, 4 chips here. Actually spots down towards Vexy, but leaving this guy as a tasty morsel towards the end game.
Chips moving in, still going for more, taken almost all the way down, but he's not out of it just yet. Vexy eliminated, but that's the off angle. The crunch too good, and that flex out coming through from Cellcom DigiAlliance not only allows them to take down D plus Kia, it puts the pen around the Vicious as they try and make their approach, and it gives them a foothold on the north side. A miraculous flex out for Jimmy, and it's going to pay dividends.
Fantastic work from Cellcom DigiAlliance. I think genuinely the fact that Jimmy's able to make that play in that moment, wonderful stuff. Really, really well played to him. And again, you have to be massively on the ball there. For Osal, I don't know. It felt like he could win that fight. But at the same time, pretty aggro at the end game, which has been... what has spelled a lot of the doom here for D+. You sort of understand that that's one of their only options there. I feel like Chips should have been holding better on that back line, though. It wasn't really helping all that much over towards the fight between the Vicious and Osal. So what was he really doing in that scenario? But the Thunder Talks, 10 eliminations. Good game from them.
Managing to get some points on the board finally. Definitely a chance to convert, but Influence Rage definitely in the driver's seat at this. They have the longhouse high ground, and you can just see there's no cover in front of them, right? It's basically done and dusted here. It's only Thunder Talk to try and have a go at it. There's only 2 of them, and Influence Rage have a shooting gallery ahead of them. There is no way that Thunder Talk make this one work. No vehicles, no smokes, no cover, no hope coming through against the team from Brazil.
Yeah, Influence Rage's position is just way too strong. They go for the flex out. They understand the time to go for it. So both players, I think, are going to go for a quick reset, deny as many points as possible. An Influence Rage off the back of a singular compound will take themselves a win. A second of the day here, John, getting further up into the tables.
Their first one was a little bit quieter. This one, they still held a central compound and won off the back of it. A brilliant hold towards the north side. Nobody really crashed them, contested them from that south edge, and they were allowed to step on into that top spot. A really nice close down, and that may put them ahead of 4MV on this game, and maybe in competition with the top spots as well, as we head on over back to the desk to break down the tables.
Thank you so much, John and Blink. Jason Kaplan here, joined by Hot Jukes and Maxman to break down that last match. And You know, Hot Jukes, I think we're going to have to throw it to Max off the bat here because he was a little bit enraged by the fact that Influence Rage get themselves the zone, a nice compound set up inside of it, and another win. That's 2 chicken dinners now for Influence off the game, off the
I
bat.
don't know if I'm enraged. I'm like a little bit.
I mean, it kind of fits
like,
their name though.
I'm influenced by the rate. I don't know.
He is influenced.
But no, they were given 2 really good games right in terms of circles. They got himself the Erangel earlier, and they got himself this chicken dinner where they pretty much had nothing. I mean, you can even see right with the elimination count alone, only 4 before taking the fight towards Thunder Talk Gaming. They weren't really doing much this game, but hey, if you have to give them anything, Jason, of a positive, they went for a really quick eastern rotation around D plus Kia, and then they had a really eastern circle on phase 2, and they're like, oh, we got a great position, we're just going to play it out. I can't fault them for that. But for me, I'm still waiting to see that big game. It's like, oh, okay, they deserve to be at the top. As of right now, I have not really seen that happen.
Yeah.
Oh, I see your Hot Jukes. 4 eliminations for this win. I mean, we were thinking in the Erangel that they won. Would they potentially pull up a chicken dinner with 0 eliminations? But this is pretty close to it. But it still is a win at the end of the day.
Yeah, win's a win. You got to take it. I mean, they landed all the way on that coastline, just right above D plus Kia here, but they moved very quickly. So they had a good solid step ahead of D plus Kia, and I think that's what really kind of rocket launched them to this victory here. So, I mean, a beautiful game from Influence Rage. Yeah, they were gifted those zones, but like I said, a win is a win is a win. So when you get these opportunities, you gotta take them, especially in day 1. Hopefully, we'll see some more of those like crazy earn games as days goes on.
Actually, it's interesting. So they only had 4 eliminations, 2 on the game, on the win. So the 2 possible points of Thunder Talk Gaming were denied. They went both out to the blue zone. I thought they got 1, but no, they got none of them. So only 4 points on this one. And you even saw the damage stats, Hot Jukes. 2 players took 0 damage. 2 of them got around 50 damage. It's like, yeah, we're just chilling in this compound. But to echo your point, yeah, the rotate was on point, Duke. So again, you can't fault them. The rotate was quick, snappy, for a really good position, and the circle just ended up centering on top of them, and they made use of it in that sense. So yeah, in that sense, then I would do the same thing. And I don't know about you, Hot Jukes, but I would do the exact same thing as Influence Rage in this game.
Yep, same. I mean, what more can you ask for?
Sleepy. What? I didn't see that. What?
Let's go! Oh
Sleepy.
my gosh, I'm marking down my bingo card right now. I saw bolt action headshot in the globals. I'm happy.
And it's Sleepy, Jason. We know what this guy can do.
Those. Yeah. I think I had one earlier as well in the highlight reel. But yeah, we know Sleepy, especially with the mini, given AWM, he's going to be more than happy. But one team that might not be too happy, that we're going to be a little bit critical of, was actually D+. And the choice for them to go south, trying to sweep in towards Team Secret, will they inevitably pay the price.
I don't know. Do you want to go into it, Jukes? Because I could have a whole 30-minute segment there.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I'll go into it. You know, it's so crazy because like I mentioned a little earlier, you know, they landed very close to Influence Rage, just a little bit north of Impala. And, you know, they had that entire eastern side to themselves, but it just goes to show you that, hey, sometimes that center play is a little bit more advantageous. Influence Rage, where, like I said, we're a step ahead. They got to that center position, but D plus Kia, in a circle like this, we should have seen a lot more success. And in this game, in my opinion, was a little bit of a heat check for them. And I wanted to know what your thoughts on that, Max. You know, because sometimes when you're really feeling yourself, Doc, you know, you can go a little bit crazy, you know, and just sometimes it doesn't work out.
I don't think they're pulling a Doc right now. Okay, we'll get around to Doc. Okay, he's gonna have his own segment. He's gonna have his own segment on this break right now, Jukes. But going to D plus Kia about how they're playing this game, to go more into the actual way they play this match, Jukes, they had a really good 3-1 split. They were sending players south of the road, looking to maybe engage onto the Team Secret fight. You had Team Secret fighting versus another squad I can't find in my notes. But there was a big fight happening over there, and then the circle goes back north. So at that point, you have a decision. Or you fully commit to that third party and you clear it, or what I think is the better option is to go back north onto Chips, which at that point was still an anchor point. He was still north of the road, and you just hold as a 4-man the northern side of the river, and you can sweep your Team Vicious, you can sweep your Void Donkeys, you can sweep also Regnum Carabra, and get 50% of the circle owned by you alone. And unfortunately, I think there was a big overstep in that position that resulted in them losing 3 players almost instantly at that point.
Yeah, that's why I said about it was a little bit of a heat check for these guys, because, you know, like when you're starting to push squads as a 3-man, that's when you know that you're feeling confident, you know. And it's so wild because, you know, they had that 3-1 split, then they just split into a little bit of a 2-2 and were just kind of covering as much ground as they could. But then, you know, they decided to go ahead and send it on to stalwart with only 3 players. They get taken out. But, you know, yeah, when you're that high on the leaderboards, you can take those risks, I guess. You know, they have plenty of buffer room for sure, right, Jason?
Yeah, you can afford to make those mistakes. You can afford to kind of feel out the lobby. I think while we were watching that, I remember hearing Max say, like, oh, look, they're actually going to go third party, the stalwart versus Team Secret fight. But the rotation just came in too slow. So definitely would have been, I guess, better, as we can see, obviously, looking back on the match. Stay up towards the north side, as Max did finish off saying. But either way, I mean, 71 points. They're so far ahead of so many of these teams right now, with already 2 chicken dinners on the first day. I do kind of worry about them though, because obviously having a good start is great, but having a better finish is going to be ideally what they're going to be going for here to try to maintain top 3. I mean, just skip survival stage, just skip last chance. You get the extra, you know, week to just practice and really, you know, figure things out, get sorted, everything set up for London. You really can't afford to take your foot off the gas right now. You can afford to have some bad matches here or there, but D+ are really setting the pace in this lobby.
Yeah. I mean, especially you got to watch out because Thunder Talk's coming. I mean, we just saw them start pushing themselves up the leaderboards. They were, what, in 14th place? Now they're on the first page. And we saw what happened in the last group Red, with TJB. Those guys were down and out until the second to last day. And then they had a monster performance that, you know, pushed them all the way to the top. And they did the same thing in PEL where they won 700 grand. So it's going to be a close one here. I just think that when you have these great days, Max, man, you can't let off the gas pedal. So I want to see D+ Keo in this last match, you know, maybe play this a little bit more conservative.
Look, they have 71 points. We say a good average typically is around 10 points per game. They're already over that. So I think at this point, it's just an extra little bonus. You know, if you can wrap it up, but you want to build up a cushion because you never know. Some other teams, we saw it in Group Yellow. We saw it back in Group Red. Sure, you might still be playing your same game and doing fine, but other teams, they're going to try and play catch up. They're going to try and ruin the way you're playing your matches. And then, unfortunately, your playstyle might just not be as valid as it once was. And then you might just falter a bit more and start slipping out. And it's top 3. You know, you could very easily be in first place at the start of, you know, your group and you just fall out of contention for a spot for the Grand Finals. So sure, they are currently building a lead. You can't take your foot off the gas. You need to keep going, getting as many points as possible while this strat is still working, because you just don't know how long it is going to be working for.
Well, one thing that is worrying me is Team Liquid, a team that I kind of expected better of when it came to day 1. I'm not going to count them out just yet. I'm not going to count out any team just yet, but they've had a really rough time here, Hot Jukes, and I feel like it's so different than the Team Liquid are used to.
Yeah, I mean, something's definitely off with the squad. And, you know, sometimes, you know, when it comes to tournaments like this, you can have a really bad start and it could snowball. That's what I was kind of mentioning a little bit earlier. I think that's what's happening to these guys. Like, it just, they don't have enough time to play. You know, they're getting taken out so early that their fingers aren't warm. They're getting a little bit inside of their own heads. And you can just tell in their play style here, because in this circle, I mean, they landed in Hacienda del Patron. They had center zone in circle 1. Yeah, we saw the shift go on over to the side, but I mean, this still should have been a solid game for them. But I mean, they're just not winning fights here, Max. That's the problem.
Too many white hair buffs. Maybe it turns into a debuff when you have too many on the same team. No, maybe that's it. Maybe someone's just dye his hair black tonight.
You just see all of us show up tomorrow with just like black hair now.
Yeah, it's too much. We couldn't deal with the power. But Team Liquid, the way they're playing, and I don't know if you guys would even maybe echo this sentiment, but it seems like a team that's already kind of just trying to get enough points to make it survival. And it's day 1. It's day 1. They're just trying to get a few placement points here and there. They're not taking big fights. Literally, I'm sorry, if you're Team Liquid, you have that kind of transition. You're being forced downhill into that like dip across the road next to the side of Thunder Talk Gaming and Influence Rage. I'm telling you, I'm just going for a crash. You go for the crash because you're in that spot. Your cars are going to get wrecked. You're going to lose possible like players on the transition. Crashing onto Influence Rage maybe would have been the better option to have a good game.
I think we're not really seeing that Brazilian fire that we see out of Brazilian teams. Like we see Alpha 7, right? Like just they'll fight and fight all day long. They'll be aggressive. And I feel like we're seeing like Influence Rage. Obviously, I feel like they are the special case here, having a very good position inside of these zones. No need to like leave your compound to look for eliminations. But we're not seeing like Team Liquid look for fights, not being aggressive. And we know they're a team that can easily combat with any of the teams in this lobby.
For sure. Yeah, I think D+ Kia need to play more conservative and more tight here in this last match. And I think that Team Liquid need to play more reckless. I think they need to just kind of go see some crazy pushes. I mean, you already have a bad day. You can either make up for it or make it up for it tomorrow. Might as well do it right here, right now, man.
A bad
just
day
do a little
can't get much
shambles.
worse.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to be heading into our final match here on our first day of Group Green. I can't believe we're already through the first day. Of course, back on Miramar once again. Maybe we'll see a different victory. We've only had 3 teams taking chicken dinner on day 1. Will it be a 4th? Let's find out with John, Allen, and Blake.
Well, there is only one way to find out. Of course, that's by letting the match unfold. Match 6, the last Miramar of the day. We're in the plane. We're going from El Pozo down to Puerto Paraíso, and we're cutting straight through the middle of the map. Let's see what this last round has to show for it. RRQ last time, they diverted away from Picado, so we didn't get that hot drop. Not expecting that to change, so we'll be getting stuck in with a nice and open and free-flowing middle of the map. We'll see where the circle ends up as well.
That we will. Plane path heading down towards, honestly, every time towards Puerto Paraíso so far that we've seen on Miramar. It was definitely an interesting one that last match, I think, for Digi Alliance. What a play from them. What a play from Jimmy. Really, really well done. D plus Kia, though, still be able to put up a fair few points. Get up to 70 points now. Just 10 more points to hit that magical 80 on one day, which is a phenomenal result for D plus. Meantime, some of our other teams have started to break out in terms of performance. Influence Rage so far looking really strong.
Yeah, they have managed to profit off those shifts very, very nicely for Influence Rage. They're now 1 point behind for MV, who need to close out their day strong, right? We said it needs at least 2 strong matches per day, and they've done half of the work in just that one match. But the question is, can they do it again? Can they keep up that pace and maintain the top 3 spot? I think if we come out of this day with a strong game from Influence Rage on the last one, as well as a strong game from 4MV, we could be looking at a defined top 3 where we've been denied that across all the other groups moving into the second day. Because up until this point, it's just been really, really volatile, right? But now we've got almost a 10-point gap between 3rd and 4th, which is the longest distance we've seen it be for a long, long time. But that's definitely achievable. We saw it with Thunder Talk getting 17 points that last match, and we can potentially see it again to jump up and contest for those top 3 spots. A lot of aerial maneuvers being enacted right now by the lobby, but they'll be touching down fairly soon, getting those rotates on board and grabbing the loot where they need to.
And a lovely touchdown coming through there. Very good stuff. Oh, and just kill it off. Yeah, it's served him well up until it hadn't. Circle over towards that eastern side again, favoring towards Influence Rage in Puerto Paraíso, as well as D plus Kia in Impala.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they definitely need to be pushing off the bottom of the table. 7 was able to catch up with their coach in the break. So let's take a listen to what Team Liquid have to say.
Welcome back to a quick interview with the 7WG. I'm joined by Team Liquid's coach, none other than Knight. Knight, I know you for a long time. I'm sorry I have to do this. Not the start that you guys were looking for. Absolutely awful. But you guys have been able to pick it up, especially in that last Miramar. What are the expectations for the end of the day?
So right now, our expectation is kind of do a damage control. We know that we didn't have a good start, but we know what we are capable of. And I don't doubt the boys be able to bounce back and end up finishing the first place. Not today, but in the next days.
All right, well, hey, that's good to keep the confidence. Thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Excellent. Just needing to keep that spirit high, but at the moment, Team Liquid definitely do need to make sure they're maintaining that mental pace. They said it back over on the desk, right? For PEL teams, day 2 is the real day 1. That's a Maxman quote right there. Maybe the same can be true for Team Liquid, Blank.
Damage control, massively. There needs to be. I think at the moment it has been such a horrendous day for Team Liquid, which I think most people coming into this who are fans of PUBG Mobile did not expect Team Liquid to be ending up in 16th place. Feels like such an odd turn of events. Though, like we saw in Group Red, Pengjiabao, similar situation. 16th place for them before they rocketed up the tables. Bit of a different scenario here where it's going to be slightly more difficult to just sit themselves in first place off the back of that. But it will be much easier because of that point sponge at the top from D plus Kia to fly up the rankings. I mean, even if Team Liquid get one good game here, that can set them towards the middle of the pack because of the way the points orientation has set up here. So we'll see what they can get done. Hopefully it hasn't got to them. Again, they can go home tonight and have a full refresh, because I think that's what's needed. But if they go home tonight after a decent game, middle of the pack orientation on the leaderboard, they will feel a lot better coming into tomorrow.
I mean, we saw that one game for Thunder Talk last match. They were on 10 points before that, on 15th place, and bang, they're in 7th, right? And that's exactly what you're talking about, the potential being there for Team Liquid as well. So hopefully they can do that. However, there is a 38-point gap between them and 3rd place. So I know Knight said, you know, we can come back and get 1st place. Maybe not today, but there's still a pretty big gap to try and close on here, even towards the end of day 1. So I feel like their opportunities will start to close down, and it will come down to how well can they perform on tomorrow morning's Sandhawk. Because if they don't manage to get out the gates fast tomorrow, or have a massive game here on the last Miramar of the day, I may start to be looking towards Influence Rage as Brazil's only hope on this one.
Yeah, they need to cut it out right now and get themselves into a position where they can start to play out tomorrow. I think it's less of, it would be nice to get a big game here on match 6, and more of a necessity at the moment for Team Liquid if they want to have a chance coming into tomorrow, because the pressure will be so high if they go out early here with a sub 10-point day. But they end up fairly central, a decent rotate off from that northern side. They're just to the south of Truck Stop right now, and this will encompass them very nicely into the next circles in this game.
Team Liquid, the most northern of this stack of teams right now, but they're actually fairly central on the circle, which is interesting. It's all that ground out to the northeast side of the El Azahar, the main feature of it. Makes it difficult to move around, and teams definitely not favoring that, preferring to go towards Minas Generalis, further south towards Impala, on the east side. And the teams that are left pushed up to the north, unless there's a north shift, will probably have a difficult time to move on in. So Team Liquid wanted to get stuck in from that north edge.
CAG Osaka not too far behind them on that northwest side, followed up by Brute Force, and then further out is Voin Donkey. I think if you look at CAG, their performance today has not been bad, but it still sits them in 9th place with some awkward games coming through here and there. Very central, though, is the lobby right now. Not been the most difficult of circles to approach. I think the only team who is really going to be struggling to get into this next circle promptly is 77. All the way over towards Ruins and Trailer Park. Not in El Pozo, literally on the western side of the map. It's a tough time for them going forward, so they got to get a move on. One of their players already down to 20% HP after spending quite a long time out in the blue.
Yeah, I mean, it is stage 1, so it's obviously survivable. They have this as a game plan, obviously, so if they don't have the meds, that's just very, very silly, and I do expect them to be able to survive and get into the zone. The question is where, and the question is when. CAG Osaka, you're right. They have had a little bit of a messy time, and it's kind of the flip side to what happened to 4MV, right? CAG Osaka, they've had this feud with 4MV for a while now, certainly over the Erangels, a little bit breaching over into the Miramar as well. But in general, they've also suffered because of it. They've been stopping 4MV in their tracks, but it's just not gone so well for them either. This shift blank, I said the only way that it could sort of change up is if it went back up north, and guess what's happened? We're going northeast, up towards El Azahar, keeping the hills to the south side in it. That gives Brute Force big opportunity, Team Liquid as well. Now is their chance to put up big numbers, to put up a big game, and try and find a little bit of a comeback, or certainly start to enact it as they try and rotate close by to Thunder Talk as well. Danger from Kagosaka on the west of them as on this rotate down in the ditch towards the truck stop. It looks like Thunder Talk want to try and take on CAG Osaka instead.
Now Toast in a horrible scenario here. Get taken down. There's Team Liquid though. Chief lighting things up with the first elimination, first blood for Chief. In fact, very nicely done. Massively influential position currently all three of these teams are in. for the Thunder Talks as well as CAG Osaka. At least they have buildings to occupy. For Team Liquid, they're slightly more out in the open. That worries me going into the future because you know a ton of teams are going to start to localize themselves around this area of the map and pen Team Liquid in. So they've got to be careful.
RCB have lost 2 of their players on their rotate so far. Those go down to RRQ, I believe, on the spray down south side. Very treacherous for them, and RRQ putting pressure on them from that south edge. Celcom Digi Alliance further down south may look to push in behind that. Meanwhile, on the north edge, you've got Voin Donkey trying to move through El Azahar. DRS was there as well. Brute Force are on a split once more, Blanca. 2-2 split. We saw that come back to bite them over in the Severny game where they tried to flex out. Let's see if they can hold their ground now on the north side of this circle, the central cluster of it anyway, holding the south edge of El Azahar. It could be difficult, but it may come back and give them that reward that they were looking for from that first game that we saw from them.
Digi Alliance, south side, moving up towards Team Secret. Leon's very dangerous situation for him to be in as that vanguard for the rest of the squad. He does roll up towards Team Secret. They don't take shots over towards him, perhaps allowing him to get in as that anchor point and usher in the rest of the squad before they do fully engage. But it feels like Team Secret a little bit more preoccupied with what's going on over towards the eastern side of RCB around that area too. Little bit tough, and Digilance in fact completely take a 180. We'll move over towards the Vicious instead.
The Shrink goes in, and again, Team Liquid in with their opportunity. This really is their chance, and a great result for them on the circle shifts here. They've got 1 point already, and they're looking for more as the shots start to pummel their way into the Thunder Talk team. They also want to just try and confirm their ascendancy on the tables as well. They pushed up from 10 points in the last match. They're looking to muscle their way up further as well. But they're on 3 players now, and they're down in the ditch. Very difficult to rotate out of it.
Limited ammo count, though, for Team Liquid. I think that's a struggle for them. Not really anywhere around them to pick up more ammo other than to make a full-on crash over towards the Thunder Talks, as well as CAG, who could get involved on that third party. So a tough decision ahead for Team Liquid of how they're going to pull this one off. Voin Donkey on that north side in another heart. Income Team Liquid. This is what I was expecting over towards the Thunder Talks. They had to make something happen. Mythic, with a big task ahead of them, has to be that front line. Molotov goes in. It's decent. Will force them into an odd situation for themselves. And now a nade. They're isolating the angles, causing problems. This one has to be big, but one heads out at the side. Will take down one of the players. Chiefs down. Ayala makes the first move, but will fall off the back of it. This is terrible news for Team Liquid.
And in they go with Mythic, looking for that flush. We'll be able to pick it up, maybe look for a res. The player on the forward being protected by Cardozo. There's a crash on the other side of the road in the meantime, Blank. You can see that on picture-in-picture. RRQ trying to push in. That gives this fight a little bit more breathing room. The both sides will focus on themselves, but if one concludes first, that's dangerous. A big pickup, and King gets the flush as well. 2 players for Thunder Talk to try and pick up Mythic. And Team Liquid desperately want to cling on to this one, but it is just Xing now around the corner. The bouncer on the nade, he steps into it, but the cook isn't quite fast enough. Team Liquid still have 3. They're looking for the res on the backline, and the DPS to hold. Xing with a nade, wants to find Ayala on the corner, spots him, but bounces it into the room. In the meantime, RRQ have been taken down on the far side, and now a third party can come through. You've also got RCB looking to move in on the high ground, and immediately shut that door right in his face. He's trying to keep himself safe. The hop up needs to come through. The heal, not quite actually fully gone for there. And into the door frame once more. Steps wide, but the third party's starting to come and into a factor.
Yeah, there's fear coming from Team Liquid. They understand that there's third parties around this area. They don't want to get too aggressive onto this one. Might be able to get this nade through the window. They got it going from both sides. That was very well played from Team Liquid. Quickly setting that one up, forcing him onto the outside. I don't think there's anywhere Xing could have gone. But losing one player, not ideal for Team Liquid. Still fantastic stuff. First fight that we see come through from Team Liquid. There is a confirmed and confident win on it.
But now they are down underneath their high ground position. Sure, they get that ammo refresh, but it's still a little bit tricky. Fortunately, the circle keeps them cut in there. 77 on the northwest side. They are finally emerging from their bath of blue zone that they've been in for a long, long time now. And on the northwest side, they'll have DRS to compete with. On the south side, you've got Team Secret trying to stretch their legs against Cellcom Digi Alliance, as well as the Vicious across the way on the east. They managed to drag one of Cellcom Digi Alliance down with them, and it's very unlikely that there's a turnaround to get that one picked back up. 2 players for them will continue, and 77 continue to put pressure on.
Nice knock over towards Neos. Might provide an opening for 77 to get in towards Olio. We'll find a shot out towards RCB. More shots been poured through. Trying to find another, but down to 2 players now. Not the greatest of starts to their stage 4. As where things start to get tough, you have to play towards the circle now. You can't really afford to be stuck out on the edge, as a lot of our teams currently are. With D+ still playing on the outer side of the east. Have to push through Influence Rage, who's constantly been a roadblock for them today, a hurdle to be leaped over the top of, but they keep tripping over their own feet.
Oh, Neos spots Magnum on the open, on the slope, and it brings him tumbling down. 3 players now for 77. On the northwest side with DRS putting pressure on them. Brute Force are going to double that up and keep that crunch out to the west. In their high ground position here, if they can get control of this ridge to the northwest side, they have a massive amount of oversight onto the rest of the circle and a very strong chance of leaping on up in towards the top 3 here. With 1 elimination so far, they can get rid of 77 and add 4 to their tally. That would be brilliant, but it's easier said than done.
Brute Force still at 4. Furious slightly low, but good high ground control from them on this north side. It's always nice to be able to play along this ridge side. If the circle goes up towards them on the northwest, they have good control over towards the northern edge in Al Azhar, as well as holding out versus DRS and 77 on that western edge too. So yeah, for Brute Force, kind of a good game to start breaking out from, with 30 points accrued for themselves. Not looking too shabby at all.
Ooh, Influence Rage taking the fight with D+ Kier. They've been a little bit quiet in their chicken dinner so far, so they thought, you know what, it's time to take on the best right now. D+ Kier with 2 remaining, a really swift flush coming on through, and really nothing that D+ Kier could do. They kind of just got rattled on that one. Unfortunate stuff. They'll play through with Fabian and Osal, 2 players playing beneath Influence Rage right now, down the ridge.
Yeah, D+ Kier actually rocked up on Influence Rage and lost the fight off the back of it. I think that was realistically the only option they could have gone for, which was successful, which is to try and remove Influence Rage's position. But the fact that they moved out from the warehouse and over towards the eastern side and an aggressive hold, that was the big smart decision coming through from Influence Rage, and I think he just caught D+ off guard. Again, down to 2 players. Didn't go too badly last game. Let's see what they can get done here again on our last match of Miramar. Already putting up 71 points. I think they'll be very pleased with how the day's gone so far.
Stalwart looking to roll down towards DRS on the sweep from the west side. They regroup and look to get to the back of the queue on the northwest edge, but unfortunately the circle doesn't help them out on that. Nades over the top, and DRS taking so much damage. Stalwart doing work, and should be DRS going down and out. 77 ahead of them still. Brute Force also still on their ridgeline. Again, in such a pivotal oversight position, but the truck stop still remains in too.
CAG playing on as 2 right now, 3 eliminations. I think again a lot of eyes are on Team Liquid as this moves down towards the south side. They're desperate for a good game. They have a strong position to play, but it is around about 4 teams on their south that they'll have to deal with in the coming future.
Ooh, Brute Force leaving a window open. And from the north side, Voin Donkey put pressure on and draw Brute Force back in, meaning they can't third-party the west side. Stalwart is now a big threat, and the opening knocks towards Brute Force are strong for Voin Donkey ID. And they take that position, that ridgeline that I was talking about being so powerful. All of a sudden, they're getting pushed off of it.
I mean, they've had to deal with Stalwart, they've had to deal with 77. I think Brute Force have had a big task ahead of them to deal with. And it's just good timing from Voin Donkey to be able to get in towards this northern side. Now they take control of the ridge. Fantastic stuff. And they can keep moving forward into this one. I mean, VD, they've done really good amount of work today. Some interesting rotates have been coming through. Not quite displayed in the rankings currently on the leaderboards. Currently 13th place with only 20 points. But I do think they've been making some good rotates. Just unfortunate that their team fight potential has been somewhat lacking.
Voin Donkey pushing on in. I like that little opening they found for MV. Looking for their repeat performance against Influence Rage now. The nades are going back on fourth. Doc pushed to the back, taken low. But there's the spray down. That's Team Secret, actually. Chiming in from the off angle out to the west. Making life hard for 4MV. Why not? You know, they're a real strong team. Slowing them down. Only a benefit. Let's see what they're able to do. The roll up, the send out, goes 1 for 1 on the spray down, and need to be careful. That should be a little easy pickup there on the flush, and Law will be able to find the point. That is a big opener on the fight, and no helmet for Doc makes this all the harder.
It's an unreasonable amount of damage, but in the meantime, it has been Team Secret rocked up behind them. Apex has got to find the knock off the back of this. In comes the crash in the vehicle. Reefus and Apex up front. Doc yet to join the party just yet, and Reefus gets taken down on the side. All down to Doc now. 1v2.
Needs to come on in. 2 knocks sent already back over towards Team Secret. Nades layering in from the foreground here as Doc lines up for the roadside ridgeline. Knows this one back to front. Has just spent the last 2 minutes there, so knows what he's looking at. Knows what he's prepared, needs to be prepared for. Spray down through the smoke, though. He's not going to catch it immediately. A step out wide from Soaz, and that is handled nicely by Team Secret coming on in on that south side wraparound.
Hilarious to me that his own teammate was catching strays from Doc's grenades. Someone's got to take a punishment from him, I guess. Circle moves up towards the center of this circle. Then Team Liquid still out on that western edge alongside with their Brazilian brethren Influence Rage over on the east. And D Plus opted to go for a northern hold with a 1-1 split. Look to play off back of one another once again inside this lobby, similar to how they played out that last game, already finding an initial knock for themselves and a flush on brute force.
That high ground ridgeline, whilst it had so much oversight before, is now a little bit of a tomb for the teams up the top. A lot of players still littering the hillside there. Voin Donkey trying to establish more control so they can go for this forwards rollout. But it's really, really tricky. And they need to find the optimal path to make it work. And it seems like they're gearing up to go for it. Blank the blue zone, pushing in from the north side of this one. With brute force going down, that removes a little bit of the stalemate that was happening over on this northwest side, and Stalwart seemed to try and break it even further.
Razor taking some shots downwards. They need to break open something here. Osal finds Potato from Voin Donkey, and there is more damage coming through. I think the Osal teammate is down. Fabian yet did not make it.
Whoa!
Another good shot from him though. 2 more players. Can he make it happen? Has to get the quick reload. AKM, nothing better for the damage coming through. A 1v4. Another player falls, and it's just Osal in a 1v1 now. Voin Donkey laid low by the best.
Vexy with the nade over the top, but the reposition out wide read perfectly by Osal. He knows that it's very likely you're eating a nade here. Another one, though, to cook. Gonna come on through. The pin is pulled, and in it goes. No third parties taking the time to heal, and he steps out. Osal 1v4 on the descent. Voin Donkey dethroned. A D+ Kia want that top spot.
Dear, dear me. What just happened? Osal puts them to shame there. Wow, okay. Great stuff. The E+ Kia get 4 eliminations on the game and live to tell the tale another day.
That is insane. They are on track now, Blank, to try and break that 80-point barrier. Try to keep those averages up and put themselves safely over the line with breathing room to spare. Influence Rage. They've managed to push 4MV at a second. Very unlikely now with that result that they're going to be able to jump up to first at the end of the day, but they can close it out strong. 3 players alive, 4 eliminations already, and they will push in the main threat on the eastern side right now. Team Secret, though, we've seen their roll-ups, and it seems like they're starting to gather some pace here.
77 make it in on the western edge versus CAG Osaka. Zadira and Shifu, one dream duo. But Apollo has been pretty mint with the nades all day today. And that's not going to let up anytime soon.
COG Osaka. Apollo's got 4 eliminations of his own. See how many more he can get. No cell. No, can't get past that one. Just a little bit too far. Going down, 9th place, 4 elims. A decent game, but won't break that 80-point barrier, unfortunately. Still a massively successful day for South Korea towards the top of the tables. How much further can Influence Rage go on this one? That's the question. 77 with just Sadira. Trying to fend off the approaching forces of COG Osaka. Definitely a tall order, but keeping them penned in with the fire.
Good shots from Zadira, and who better to do it? A lot of Molotovs for the entire hallway. I don't really think there's anywhere else he could have gone. Sad, to say the least. But a really good read.
That Molotov. That was him.
I think he threw smokes. He threw smokes out.
No, that was a Molotov. He went down to his own Molotov there.
Did he?
Yeah. That was... He literally threw the Molotov down and then ran straight on through it. He knew it was there. I don't know. Question mark on that one.
I thought he threw a smoke, but yeah. Definitely wrong in this case, though.
That's...
I can understand why it's a question mark for him, though, because it was on wooden flooring, so it spreaded... To be fair, it spread so far. It spread so far.
Yeah, maybe you think you can get through it. You have enough HP to get to the other side, but the zone's just too big on it. And does go down. But either way, 77 end their match. They will draw to a close here. It's currently in the middle of the tables, but the teams behind him very close to jumping on up as well, up on over. Depending on how far the lone player from RCB can get as well, maybe even a chance that they get pushed out of this survival bracket too. Volatility towards the bottom of the tables as the point sponges continue to soak at the top.
Influence Rage, all on an island of their own over towards the eastern side. Team Liquid, though, bearing the brunt of several teams attempted to make their way through. Make their way through! Work, mouth, god damn it! On the southwest side. But yeah, it's an important time for Team Liquid going forward.
Finding a shutdown there across the way. Last player for RCB to stand, but the blue zone's pushing. It is going to draw to a close just briefly. I wonder if there's a first aid. Seems like there is. Maybe that's just a bandage, as it will be 40 seconds to the next one. Team Secret on the south side. I feel like this could be their game. A fight for Team Liquid to try and jump up as well. But the high ground control is there for Team Secret, and Influence Rage, again, fairly timid for breaking out of their position into these late game circles.
Stage 8, dude. Stage 8 and 6 teams, 14 players. Kims? Kimsy?
KYMYZ.
Guys. Just... Yeah, I'm glad he's down. I'm glad he's down.
Get away with those vowels.
Spell something.
Yeah, come on. Be reasonable.
Be reasonable.
What am I supposed to say when I see those letters in that order? Come on. That's ridiculous. Goodness me. A shot from the high ground, and again, Team Secret exacting their toll. If Team Liquid go down here, it's not going to be the best game. Certainly not the one they were hoping for, but a little bit of a confidence boost, certainly. Last stage is going to close now as Influence Rage try to keep their eastern side under control. Law with the spray down towards Fearless, but the P90, the M4 swap, not going to work out either way, and Law holds it out for the moment. 2 players left standing.
Team Secret, plenty of limbs to go around for themselves and get up to 10 now. A dominating marker here for Influence Rage. Been doing a great job on the season side. To be honest with you, Influence Rage have done a fantastic job all day today. It started a little bit rough, but quickly they turned that around here. Game sort of overshadowed by Osal's 1v4 versus Voin Donkey.
Team Secret spray down there, trying to get rid of Team Liquid here, but 3 players now still going on into the fight. They lost that 1 player earlier on the roll down to 4MV.
How leave?
How do you leave? That is a good question. The nades up high. I mean, they have good team fire angles onto this one. The fact that Team Secret can't step forward is mainly due to the off angles.
that are held by Influence Rage. And Team Liquid are allowed to get up to the ridgeline. This is now dangerous for Team Secret.
ILS just kept going, dude. I don't know why he stopped short. I understand he's low HP, but I think the best position to be outside of nade range is just closer, honestly. Why has Influence Rage done nothing? Come on, please.
They win by default.
Spot. They're all stuck
this
in
is what's
one
happening.
Spot.
It's a default win.
Thank the
Another
Lord.
one. 2 players there, and they are starting to chime in. This gives a little bit of an opening. Team Secret getting caught in the crossfire. Law is there, Lil Boy too, and Team Liquid can start to move around the edge. A Brazil 1-2 placement might be the last thing we see today. And finally a step up. Law is there. Team Liquid try and break through, but Law lays down and it hits the deck after spraying Cardozen out. Yayala goes down all the way. Cardozen needs to heal. Chief is there behind the rock, but Law knows it. And the nade over to him doesn't quite reach the distance. Lil Boy is down. It's a 1v2. As Law can deny Team Liquid the final chicken dinner of the day to mount their comeback, to gain momentum. 9 eliminations for Influence Rage to maybe get a 3rd chicken dinner today, or can Team Liquid find the comeback? It's Brazil either way, and Law flanks around the edge. Chief trying to hold his nerve, and there's the res over to Ayala. Could be pivotal. A 3rd barrel pointed their way, and the high ground's going to run out. Influence Rage go for the challenge, a step out, a spray down, but it's not enough. Team Liquid, they surge back into it, and that has got to be a relief.
Absolutely what they needed. Like I said at the start of the game, it was less of a case of, oh, it would be really nice to get a win on this map. It was more, it was necessary. It was bloody necessary at this point for Team Liquid to get themselves a chicken dinner, to stay in this one, take the pressure off tomorrow, because, man, it was mounting, and it was becoming a case of being crushed underneath that pressure going into tomorrow. So fantastic job, the Team Liquid, to take the final chicken dinner of the day versus Influence Rage. You're not happy.
What's for dinner, baby? Tacos, dude, chicken tacos. Let's go, baby. Team Liquid. Hey, we heard Knight earlier, right? Talk about damage control. That is how you do it right there. Let's go.
That's some good damage control. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Winner, taco dinner right now, going the way of Team Liquid. But, hey, to be completely fair, sure, they were struggling to leave the city, but they saw the final circle, right? They're like, oh, it's going to center up. And that means it could force Team Secret to fight Influence Rage, and we can just play this ridge and just keep our 3 players alive and just wrap it up with a win. Like, that was the only option, Hot Jukes, where they come out alive, come out on top with the chicken dinner, and they pulled it off amazingly well. Like, that was such a good game for Team Liquid to, again, do some damage control. Really good.
Hey, dude, just like me after a crazy night, bro. Team Liquid, they didn't leave that taco shop until the last second. You know what I'm saying? It was real comfortable there. They say, you know what? It's time to get this chicken dinner. Let's go and get it. And it was perfectly timed, too, because we were watching that fight happen while they're on that, while on the bottom of that hillside. And that gives them so much protection when it comes to nades, because it's so difficult to land utility on such increased elevation. But they just waited for that fight to happen. We saw, and then they got that 3rd party and were able to get a chicken dinner. Beautifully done there from Team Liquid.
I like the way Chief played at the end as well, because he kind of like distracted a little bit, but more importantly, he mostly played safe. He didn't actually like peak too high to actually give an angle to be shot at, and by doing that, it allowed the res to come through to have a 3-player squad to pull off the 3v1. Now, obviously, if you're Influence Rage, then you know that's happened. You maybe look for that initial 1v1 against Chief and then turn it into a potential 1v2 or even another 1v1. But either way, the fact that he plays it so reserved, I really respect out of him and Team Liquid to not get over aggressive, get caught out, and lose a match that you should be winning.
Perfect wording. He was playing it super safe there, Jason. I think he understood, or maybe overstepped a little bit. Let's go back into that ridge a little bit deeper and make sure we don't get picked up. Because really, the thing is also the 2 other players, Hodrix, who were alive next to Chief, they were kind of closely clustered up in like a small area. That one big spray transfer and you get a 1v2 pretty quickly. So Chief, I think that him playing it passive there was definitely the nail in the coffin to make sure they secure the angle to then secure the win.
Yeah, and you know what? Speaking of 1v2s, we gotta talk about that 1v3 we saw earlier from Osal. Man, that was beautiful. Oh my gosh! And I gotta say, we saw some mistakes happen because, you know, Potato decided to go drive right behind him and try to get it off angle. No, Osal catches him out, right? Then catches another 1v1 while his second teammate was trying to drive on over to the other teammate, and he just ended up doing just 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1. And that is something you can't do, especially against a D+ Kia player. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, little mistakes like that are going to get punished by a team. Getting punished by a solo player, what the hell? Like, Orsal, crazy stuff. Switches it from the AUG over to the AK, and by the way, just rocking the dual AR loadout, and he's just like, I'm ready to clutch it up. You know how it's going to go well. Here you go. Peeks around the side of that shed, clears up the final player, gets the 3-piece onto Voin Donkey ID. Absolute madness. So yeah, great game overall. Some stuff happening in Taco Shop, happening for the clutch of Orsal especially. Like, really good showcase of individual players, I would say, outside of Doc for one streaks.
Yeah. I mean,
also nice to see Team Secret. Like, I feel like they've been kind of quiet today, and you were talking about them as being one of the teams that potentially could actually win this match, having 4 players coming from the south side. But as we can see here, Influence Rage just did not want to give them any ground, but at least a good amount of eliminations coming their way for Secret. And again, that kind of gives me hope going into the next 3 days. We'll take a look here at the points accumulated for these teams. It's going to be 19 for Team Liquid, and for Team who was dead last, we're going to see how far up the leaderboards this is going to push them.
Must win right there. Knight said it. Knight said that, you know what, we've had a really rough day. Honestly, it was so funny just watching Seven. Kevin was like, man, I've known you for a long time, man. Y'all guys have been sucking. What's going on? He's like, yeah, no big deal. You know, we're just trying to do some damage control, hopefully finish off strong. And he still expected his team to be first place, not top 3, first place. And that mentality is something that I love, Max, man, because you know that these guys are going to give it all they got. They win the last match of the day. I think that officially kind of stopped that snowball effect I was talking about earlier.
Yeah. I mean, especially because Jason, you mentioned it earlier, right? It doesn't seem like they are aggressive like you would expect from a Brazilian team. I think this game alone is going to be like, okay, no, we can frag out, even though they didn't have really the terrain advantage in these fights, going out of Taco Shop away from Truck Stop and then trying to play the Ridge. They did not have the advantage, but they played it smart and they took fights that made sense to then result in a chicken dinner. So for me, Team Liquid, like, night and day compared to their first 5 matches today, for sure. And I hope that they can continue that tomorrow, because tomorrow, I was a bit scared if they ended badly, how are they going to approach tomorrow? But ending it up with a chicken dinner, you're going to have a good moral boost heading into your second day here for Group Green.
I mean, speaking of night and day, 4MV 1 point that last match. Other than the one win they had today, I feel like they've been really non-existent, which is a very worrying sign for me.
I don't like this night day comparison anymore.
Yeah, I don't like this at all, dude. Like, what happened? I mean, 4MV, like, we just saw them, you know, do like a ridiculous match here. And all of a sudden, just off the map, 47 points total. I thought that they were going to be in kind of like D plus Kia's position with, by the way, 75 points. That is a ridiculous average. I mean, TJB had a crazy performance. That's still over 10 points a game. Influence Rage hit a 10-point mark. But 4MV to have 30 points plus in one game, Max, man, and end up with 47, that's tough.
Not great averages outside of that chicken dinner for sure. It's interesting because you got D plus Kia and Influence Rage. They're both already creating a little bit of a gap in first and second place, and it's like, it's just day one. There's already gap forming towards the top. What's happening? But yeah, 75 points and 60 points on your opening day for Group Green is definitely making a statement. Point V, sure, still up there, as you said, outside of that chicken dinner, not many points on board, but I think that they're going to go back to the hotel tonight, talk to Doc, and just say, Doc, if you see one of those hovercrafts, don't get in it.
Leave it alone.
Don't stop fighting Seiji Osaka, please. It's not doing anything.
One thing we do have to talk about slightly here is the Vicious. I mean, it kind of came in as a replacement for Twisted Mind in Brazil, coming in 8th place in PMSL Americas. They're currently sitting in 4th place. Like, they are 5 points away from being in top 3. And, you know, I'm not going to mince my words here. I didn't expect them to perform as well as they're doing so far today.
Hey, sneaky. Those are the teams you really have to worry about, you know, because we talked about this tournament being the tournament of surprises, right, Jason? We saw some surprises in Group Yellow, Group Red, and the Vicious are being that consistent squad. And in my opinion, they're in the perfect position, right? Because they haven't brought too much attention to themselves where teams are going to be studying their rotations like crazy, unlike, you know, what we're going to see from D plus Kia and 4MB. But you know what? They're still right there on that radar. Cusp. Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how they continue to play it, especially tomorrow, because after tomorrow, that's the halfway point for this group.
Oh yeah, that's where we see the big adaptations coming through. And our MVP of the day, I mean, Max, it's got to be Osal. I mean, you just give him that clip alone on Miramar in the last match, and he deserves it from that. We're
not even giving him the MVP because of the stats. It's just that clip alone. It's like, yeah, you're MVP. Deserve at that point. I mean, I think that when you look at the stats, I'm pretty sure I have to check before the pre-show tomorrow. But I think all the players of D+ Kia have really high numbers because it is a pretty big team effort when they have been getting those big fights, those 2 chicken dinners specifically. But also that clutch was just too damn good, and that alone, I guess, pushed him over the line to be MVP of day 1. So really, really good step up from Osal going into this first day.
Yeah, dude. By the way, I was re-looking at the leaderboards. D+ Kia, 47 eliminations. That is more elimination points than 4th place on down combined. Isn't that crazy? Like, of their total points. So they beat the Vicious. Vicious had 42. And D+ Kia had 47 eliminations by that self. That is insane.
I don't know why I expected you to say that's more points than Twisted Mind. That was like, I don't know why. I was going completely off topic, but yeah, that is like elimination wise, that is an impressive statement to make in your first day for Group Green. And we talked about it a few times throughout the day, right? Is that going to continue for the next days? But I think the other teams are going to come back even stronger going into tomorrow to learn from their mistakes, possibly. And that means that the playstyle of D+ Kia, which is those edge splits, might get punished a little bit more often. So they need to be careful about that.
Yeah, I'm not, gentlemen. I'm looking at this right now, and I'm thinking PMGC 2025 in South Korea, in Seoul.
Oh, hell yeah.
Anytime, we do have a quick interview with Luke coming in from Alliance, down with 7 over on the stage.
And just like that, the first 6 matches of Group Green have ended. I'm joined by Cellcom DG Alliance Cluck. The team didn't perform that well in the first 3 matches. After that, you guys were able to turn it around. You guys ended up with 2 top 3 finishes. What was the main key factor on that?
Okay, untuk first 3 game kita boleh nampak lah permainan Cellcom DJ Alliance ni tak begitu bagus. And then the next 3 games tu korang dapat 2 top 3. So apa punca utama yang buatkan performance korang tiba-tiba boleh jadi lebih bagus?
Punca utama dia kita orang dapat menang fight lah. Yang first 3 round tu kita orang just banyak gameplay nak cari circle, banyak nak main tengah, lepas tu mati meletup, mati kena tracking semua. So lepas 3 game kita orang reset, kita orang just nak buat gameplay take fight je, and then menang fight, dapat momentum, bawa ke next game.
Okay, so basically the first 3 games we try to aim to get to the center of the circle, but then yeah, we just play a bit passive. But at the end of the day, we just gonna die because of the car explosion, and then we just got tracked by the players here. And after 3 games, after the break, we try to change our objectives to play a little bit aggressive. And yes, we take a fight, we won the fight, and bring moment, give us momentum, and yeah, that's how it goes. So the biggest key factor is basically we change the strategy.
Right on. Okay, well, I'm glad you guys were able to change that strategy. Whenever it wasn't going right, after all the 6 matches, which team gave you the toughest challenge, if any?
Okay, selepas 6 game dah bermain, mana tim yang adik rasa, Kluk rasa yang menyusahkan untuk pasukan Cellcom DJ Alliance?
Saya rasa semua tim lah, sebab semua tim main kan. So semua tim jumpa, semua lah.
I think all the teams that compete today, I mean, all of them know how to play, and everyone have their own specialty. So I think all of the teams gonna give us a lot of much hard time.
Sure. Well, we'll go with that answer. Terima kasih. That has been the first 6 matches of day 1. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for day 2 of Group Green. Back to you guys.
Best part about the interview, the fact that 7 doesn't do the air guitar anymore. But now hearing from Kluk talking about how they've adapted their style in the course of the day, which is something we talked about quite a bit, right? Is how often do we see teams adapt their style in the middle of the day, or do they save it for the next day and stick to that game plan? But at least we see here Hot Jukes Alliance being very, very fluid in how they're going to play these matches.
Yeah, very fluid, very calm, very traditional when it comes to their interviews as well. You know what I'm saying? Just being very kind to everybody else. I mean, they're currently sitting in 6th place, so they don't have very much to worry about, right? It's just waiting for those good, favorable moments to get those pop-off games, and it's only a matter of time, I think, for Alliance.
Max Ben, do you have it ready? Are you ready to go?
Maybe. Wait,
It's gonna.
where is it?
What do I have here? Oh, wow, it's my Infinix GT20 Pro. Oh, Max. Oh, you got yours as well. Yours is in blue, mine's in black. It's a fantastic device. You can play like the pros. You can pick one up for yourself with 120 FPS and the 144 Hz AMOLED screen. You can hopefully improve, or you should be able to improve your gameplay, as we've seen already 4MV, what they could do on this sweet device. Max getting ready for his Ultimate Royale later on today. Also, maybe booking a flight to PMGC. We still have tickets available between the 6th and 8th of December over in London. You guys can experience the event live in action, see your favorite players, meet maybe your favorite talent as well. Not to mention, enjoy what London has to offer. There's activities going to be on site. There's some giveaways as well. And maybe there'll be an Infinix GT20 Pro giveaway. Oh, who knows?
Not for Jukes.
Not for Jukes, though. You can't win. No.
Give me one. Wow.
He sounded so sad.
All right, well, Jukes, this is your opportunity. Your last thoughts here on our first day of Group Green. And of course, try to sneak in getting a special shout out from Infinix.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, first off, big shout out to D plus Kia to outperform 4MV after their crazy game today is really impressive. I mean, 70-point day plus in general is ridiculous. And I also got to give a little love to Team Liquid there, right? Because it's really tough when you have a bad day, but to do that damage control, just like Knight said on the last game, is pretty clutch, and I like to see that.
All right, Max, any words from you?
Very quickly, Doc, stick with your team. Be careful.
No!
Hey, you never know. It could be as simple as that. He wants to give up the hover. He's supposed to drive the hovercraft around and look for some runovers. But in the meantime, we do have to end off the day, so we get things ready to go for day 2 of Group Green. We've already had some teams really stand out ahead of the pack. Will other teams be able to stand out themselves in day 2? Well, there's only one way to find out by tuning in yet again tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.
Come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Wait, so lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, more fire, grow that fire, pure fire, yeah? Pure fire, grow that fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat and you know that the deal. Getting the go, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to talk. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, war, fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Wait, so lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, fire, fire, yeah? War, fire, fire, fire. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat like we're bringing the hot. Pure fire, yeah, more fire. Go that fire, pure fire, yeah, pure fire. Go that fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, war, fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Wait, so lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, yeah? More fire, go that fire, pure fire, yeah? More fire. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, war, fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Wait, so lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, grow like fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Making me dip, making me west side. In the darkest of it with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock, selling our beats and we're selling them not, burning the heat and we're ready to talk. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno.
Down the lane, searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety-clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back. You're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clickety-click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong.